In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess. It's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned all last year, and world champion Gukesh, fresh off his world championship victory. Also in the mix, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
And Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
For over 85 years, this tournament has been the proving ground for legends and the launching pad for rising stars. Kasparov, Anand, Carlsen, names etched into its storied history. This year, the saga continues.
Will Wei find it? He's got 10 seconds. He sacrifices the exchange. Rook F3.
Oh, and there's resignation.
Whether you're a seasoned player or new to the game, grab your board and get ready for what promises to be a chess festival like no other. Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will withstand the pressure the best? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And it's a good afternoon and welcome to round 2 of the Tata Steel Chess, right there from the picturesque Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee. And as you take in those beautiful sights, don't be fooled by the natural beauty, because inside the tournament hall, well, it is gonna be a real battlefield of the minds. As you see hundreds of players, they're gonna be battling it out, just engaging in that ultimate battle of wits. And there is a whole host of people there. There's super grandmasters, elite players, and of course, a meeting of minds. It is going to be absolutely insane day of excitement as we have Tata Steel Chess. I'm your host, International Master Jan Kauska, and as always, it's going to be absolutely wonderful commentating alongside my learned friend, as we say in the UK, Grandmaster David Howell. David, are you ready?
I can't wait, Ivanka. It was a lot of fun covering it with you yesterday, round 1, the opener of the Tata Steel Masters this year. We were there for over 6 hours. It was a bit of a grind on and off the board, but yeah, it was non-stop action, non-stop fun, and I'm hoping today delivers as well. I'm hoping for more of the same.
Absolutely. Every day commentating alongside you, David, is such a pleasure. Now, yesterday you mentioned it was a long day, 6.5 hours of play. Let's take a look at the standings. And wait for it, there were 3 decisive results. And there you see at the top is world champion Gukesh, Vincent Keimer, Pentala Harikrishna. Team Gukesh, it feels like. But they actually won in very different ways, right, David?
That's right. Gukesh rode his luck. He went for it. He took a massive risk, sacrificed a piece against Anish Giri. But later on, he was losing. He actually had a lost position on the board. Giri was 1 move away from victory. Giri faltered. Gukesh took the win and started his World Championship reign on a high. Vincent Keimer, likewise, rode his luck, went from losing to winning within the space of a move or two. Whereas Pentala Harikrishna, maybe the most impressive player of the day yesterday, ground out a long technical win against Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes, and those were the standings. Let's take a look at today's matchups. And as always, they are going to be great. And first up, it is going to be Arjun Erigaisi, as we're going to see, against Anish Giri. Both of these players have coming from losses yesterday. And then we have reigning world champion Gukesh, this time with the black pieces. And there it is, rating favorite Fabiano Caruana. 2024 was his year. Will 2025 be the same? David?
Yeah, Alexei Serrano making his debut, faces the reigning Tata Steel Masters champion Wei Yi. Vincent Keimer taking on local favourite Max Varmadam. Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Leon Mendonca, a battle of the youngsters. And Harikrishna against Praggnanandhaa, an Indian derby. So many storylines, so many narratives. There we see all of the pairings. And Ivanka, we're really spoiled for choice in terms of which games to follow this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like every day is going to be a treat. I mean, you really have some lovely matchups. I'm looking at Fabiano Caruana against Jordan van Foreest. Now, Jordan, he's not one of the highest rated seeds, even though he did win the event in 2021. And Fabiano will be looking to take the point with the white pieces. And then Gukesh David. Do you think he will be in more impressive form today? Or do you think he, with the black pieces, will take it easy?
Well, it's funny, Ivanka, because yesterday everything was stacked against Gukesh. He got off a flight at 9 a.m. in the morning. Not just any flight, it was a long-haul flight, I believe around 12 hours over from India. Got to the Netherlands, went straight into battle a few hours later against none other than Anish Giri. It was a chaotic, crazy battle. He still won, Gukesh, so he'll believe he can do anything. He's going to be riding a high, and black against Fedoseev. Fedoseev is the type of player who does give chances, plays high-risk chess in general, so Gukesh will be fancying this one as a potential point, but you never know, to really entertaining players.
Yeah, and what other pairings catch your eye, David, as we see the players gathering in the background?
Well, I am always fascinated when the Indians face off against each other. Hare Krishna showing that peace was not necessarily on his mind against Erigaisi yesterday. There were a couple of interesting moments, but he ultimately really showed his class, his quality, as maybe one of the lesser known players, one of the more experienced players, however, in the field. And he showed that experience does really count. So how he fares against Prag today. Praggnanandhaa yesterday did have a bit of an escape act against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. One player, actually even two players who need to bounce back today, Ivanka. This is maybe the one I will be most excited about. Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri. Both of them kind of in differing manners. Lost yesterday. Arjun just simply got outplayed. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Whereas Giri, so unlucky on his home turf here. He always seems to do well at the Tata Steel Masters, though. So maybe yesterday was just a blip.
Yeah, yesterday was a firecracker of a game between Anish and Gukesh. And here is the battle of the seconds. Vincent famously seconding Gukesh in his World Championship match, whereas Max Varmadan has been a second for not only Anish Giri, but also Jordan van Foreest when Jordan won the Tata Steel Chess in 2021.
Yeah, and Vincent, I mean, he must think the chess goddess is looking down on him with a smile after yesterday. He pretty much got gifted a victory within the space of one move, but he took his chance. And yeah, with black, a win can be priceless in these round-robin events. This is a marathon, those 13 rounds, and here we see Wei Yi, Ivanka. Yesterday, we didn't cover his game too much. It wasn't the most thrilling, let's say, against Fabiano Caruana. Quite uneventful draw there, but he will at some point aim to start motoring, and I think he will be aiming to retain his crown here in Wijk Aan Zee after winning last year in thrilling tiebreak fashion.
Yeah, it was an interesting start to the tournament because usually Wei Yi has a very tactical, very dynamic style. I mean, I've seen so many wonderfully complicated games from him. Yesterday, he played perfect chess, which translates to no chances. And here it is, man of the moment, Gukesh, reigning world champion. Yesterday, he walked off a plane, as you mentioned, David, and straight into the chess arms of Anish Giri. Today, he's got the black pieces against Fedoseev. Well, two big fishes there.
Yeah, two big fishes, that's right. Two sharks. Fedoseev, known online on chess.com as the big fish, but he plays like anything but a fish on the board. He's really combative, and he's shown across all formats of chess, speed chess, freestyle chess, classical chess, that he is a force to be reckoned with. Defeated Magnus Carlsen at the Olympiad recently, so he is not one to underestimate. Fedoseev, I wouldn't say he's as consistent as maybe some of the other top players, but on his day can beat anyone. Gukesh will have his work cut out, and I think it's the first time Gukesh will take the black pieces since he became world champion in that crucial game 14 against Ding Liren. Meanwhile, Anish has reached the board, and Arjun walks away. These are always the tense final moments, right, where we wait for the traditional gong to start the round, and the players settle into their pre-game routines.
Yes, and there we have on our screens Fabiano Caruana rating favorites, not by much, I must say. And Jordan van Foreys now, obviously, Fabiano Caruana is one of the most well-prepared grandmasters out there. I remember you telling me, David, that he had prepared something like 35 moves of preparation against you. Can't wait to see what he's gonna have up his sleeve with the white pieces.
Yeah, Fabiano, it feels like he's got different versions of himself, different gears he chooses to go to in terms of opening prep. Sometimes against certain opponents who he thinks will be able to kind of fight him in the early stages, who have their own ideas, he just avoids theoretical battles completely. He's become much more confident in recent years. Fabiano just freestyling, going with the flow. But of course, he is armed to the teeth with some fantastic opening weapons. So we'll see how he does against Jordan van Forest. Yeah, Hare Krishna, I've got to say, yesterday, Jovanka, I was buzzing after our 6.5 hour broadcast. I went back, I was playing through the games, and he just played a masterpiece, just perfect chess against Arjun Erigaisi. There was one moment Erigaisi could have maybe forced a draw straight from the opening, but after that, there was no looking back. Hare Krishna, so smooth, so convincing, and never really in doubt. And that can't really be said for Prag's game, which was just so chaotic yesterday.
That was indeed one of the messiest games I have seen so far, but I also am in awe of Hare Krishna's positional talent there as he displayed in yesterday's game. I loved some of those endgame maneuvers, well worth playing through, as David recommends. Today, he's got white pieces. He starts with a double white. There we have the handshake, and what are we going to see? Are we also going to see him open with the King's Pawn? But it is, of course, this match that we are going to be watching. Gukesh, as we saw earlier, he was in his meditation rhythm, meditating at the board, setting himself up for today's momentous game. He's got the black pieces, and we're waiting for Fedoseev to take the decision, and he opens with the Queen's Pawn.
That's right. Fedoseev, he can serve with both hands, as they say. He plays all openings, e4, d4, c4. He can do anything. But yeah, it will be fascinating to see the early stages. Here we have the bird's eye view. It looks like a real mix so far. It's only a couple of moves in, of course, but quite a few e4s there. I see on the bottom half of our screens, Jovanka, and a couple of d4s on the top half of our screens. What's your favorite color? Which one are you most excited about today? Which game?
Green. Green is always my favorite color. I'm always going to choose that, David. But at the minute, that's not very exciting. All we have is Serrano playing e4. I've seen him much more typically open with the Queen's Pawn, but we'll see what way E comes up with. And I'm also very curious about Vincent Keimer's opening choice. I mean, it's not a surprise that Vincent plays knight f3, but b3 is not one that we often see. Perhaps that's something that he's cooked up with Gukesh, because I remember Gukesh employing something very similar.
Yeah, and something you mentioned yesterday, Jovanka, about Team Gukesh, not just Gukesh himself winning yesterday, but his seconds, Pentala Hare Krishna and Vincent Keimer winning. It's a clear sign that studying chess, doing it in groups with your friends, looking at these opening ideas, it really stands you in good stead, right? It's no coincidence that the three of them started this tournament looking hot.
They certainly opened with a bang. In different ways, I gotta say. Hare Krishna impressed me the most, but I really enjoyed some of that gutsy choices, especially from Gukesh. He straight off a plane, I expected him to play mega solidly. He didn't. And well, as we see more moves developing, which one of these positions, David, takes your fancy?
Yeah, I'm going to suggest starting with probably it will be the game Fedoseev against Gukesh. Just to mention on this bird's eye view, top left of our screens, Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri. That is a Sicilian Najdorf. So that is guaranteed pretty much to be a fun game to follow. We'll check in on that one later. A bit of a strange move there from Arjun. Fedoseev against Gukesh is one of the more developed games so far. There have been a couple of other Sicilians. There's even a French defense, but this Queen's Gambit accepted, this Vienna variation, it does promise a real scrap, a real fight. And we see some quick moves already. Fedoseev advancing in the center. He's currently a pawn down, but is about to regain the pawn by capturing on b5 now, next move. And this is something I'm having flashbacks with Ivanka. I believe it was back in 2021. I commentated with you on part of the Champions Chess Tour kind of qualifiers. It was the Julius Baer kind of generation tournament. It was actually for the youngsters. And Gukesh was playing on the white side of that. He was playing on the white side of this position. He defeated Pragg, I believe. So this is, I mean, feels like yesterday to me, but in terms of the players, of course, it was an age ago, 4 years, but he does have experience in this opening, Gukesh.
Yes, I remember the kind of framework of that game. I remember we were super impressed by Gukesh. He came armed to the teeth with like some new ideas. Nowadays, actually, it's pretty standard, but he was doing some h4, rook h3, moving the bishop, and we were like, wow, what is this? And now it seems to be like everyone and their grandmother is playing in this kind of very new way. But there we are seeing some trades at the knight on b6, moving to protect the pawn on c4, and it's decision time for Fedoseev.
Yeah, let's just do a quick action replay to show how we got here, because it does look like a bit of a wild opening already. This is 7 moves in. It was the Queen's Gambit, kind of by transposition, d4 being met by knight to f6, c4, e6, and by putting a pawn on d5, black's basically playing the Queen's Gambit now, but a declined version, where you just lock down the pawn center rather than getting tempted to take this pawn on c4. But that quickly changed after knight to c3. This is what Grishuk, Alexander Grishuk, the Russian Grandmaster, calls the main position in the Queen's Gambit, because black has like 8 very logical moves: a6, bishop b4, c6, c5, h6, bishop e7, knight d7. You can choose anything pretty much here, and you're fine. But one of the most ambitious is what Gukesh has just played: d takes c4. And after e4, white gets the center, getting ready to recapture the pawn with interest. b5 is the justification. Knight takes b5, drops the e4 pawn, and instead e5 saves that pawn, but gives black a beautiful outpost later on in the game. The knight might come back to the square later on d5. The bishop often lands on this beautiful diagonal as well. Ivanka, I must admit, this is something I've tried actively to steer clear of from both sides, white and black, because I'm always scared of how kind of dynamic it gets. Often we even see black castling on the queen side, believe it or not. Bishop out to b7, the queen steps forward, the knight gets out of the way, the black king runs, and things can get crazy. How excited are you about the beginning of this game?
I'm very excited about this because it is a really unorthodox pawn structure, very unclassical-like, and the pawn on c4 ultimately could be a liability. So that's something that black has to play very precisely to maintain. For Fedoseev, I'm kind of expecting him to kind of just develop the bishop and castle the king, and from there take on some decisions. You can develop the dark square bishop again, try and put pressure against the pawn on c4. But often, black's counterplay will be that pressure against d4 and the stronghold on d5.
Yeah, the beautiful outpost in front of any backward pawn or isolated pawn is always key. So yeah, this game shaping up nicely. I believe there's many moves white can try. Even a4, threatening a5, kicking away this black knight from the defensive c4 is a move. You can just develop, get your bishop out. The knight can just drop back. There's plenty of choice here for Fedoseev. One very relevant fact I saw in the featured chat actually just a few minutes ago is that the last time these two met, Ivanka, was a very pleasant memory for Gukesh. He defeated Fedoseev in really impressive style, actually, a very one-sided style at the Olympiad. Just totally outplayed him. India, I believe it was their final match against Slovenia. And yeah, he has of course, many fond memories from 2024, but I'm sure he'll remember that game fondly. And often this dynamic, right? If you've just lost to someone, as Fedoseev has a few months back, it can be hard to play your best game. You get a bit emotional and you really want to kind of seek revenge, but it's not always that easy.
Yeah. Especially if you have a really bad track record, right? There are some opponents who just get under your skin, and whatever you do, you just can't win a game. You know, drawn positions that you end up losing. You have winning positions, you end up drawing, and that's difficult to reset from when you come and play them. But it is, of course, just one game, so we'll see how Vladimir Fedoseev deals with that. He instead drops the knight back to c3. I was expecting development because I just love getting my king to safety. But we'll see.
Yeah, and just to mention before we move away from this game, White's last move does look a bit mysterious. Like, surely you should wait for the knight to get kicked back before retreating, but he's doing this willingly in order to create a threat. If Black, for example, just moves the bishop to e7, looks like a normal developing move, trying to castle kingside. This isn't a bad move, but White does have the option, for example, of capturing a pawn on c4 after knight takes. Queen to a4 now is suddenly a check. You regain the piece, for example, and you have an extra pawn now. Black has compensation due to the beautiful light squared bishop, which will land on the b7 square, this nice diagonal, but a pawn is a pawn, as they say. So Fedoseev asking Gukesh whether he's willing to make a sacrifice. And yeah, this is one we'll check back in on a bit later. Let's zoom out for now.
Yep. Let's zoom out and head back to our beloved bird's eye view and take a look at these glorious boards. And yeah, so many developments. It's quite nice to kind of see the opening stage start to come into play as we kind of get into the minds of all the players. What I especially love about these classical events is the whole mind game. Because when you're preparing, you're trying to get really into your opponent's mindset and you're trying to second guess what they're going to play. And you're also trying to think about what's going to make them uncomfortable. And is there any position, David, here where you're thinking one side has maybe not a kind of physical over the board advantage, but perhaps something mental?
Yeah, there's many positions catching my eye. Just to do a quick roundup, there's two Sicilian defenses. That's the top left of your screens, Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri, and also on the bottom right of our screen there, Pantala Harikrishna against Pragg. So two Sicilians featuring Indian players there. There's one Queen's Gambit we've just looked at, Gukesh defending the backside. There's a London system on the red board, Caruana there employing the London system, bit of a surprise. It's actually the other boards, though, that catch my eye a bit more, Jovanka. Vincent Kaimo against Max Varmadam, it's a bit of a strange kind of flank opening of Reti. But Alexei Sarana doing some very surprising stuff. He's a very dynamic player. He's trying to bore Wei Yi to death. You talked about the psychology. He's gone for a four knights system where he's just traded off all the knights very quickly. Maybe we'll jump into that in a moment. But also, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's a French defense against Leon Mendonca, and he's played a move very early that I've never, ever seen before, despite having played that position since I was about 5 years old. So I think that surprise is maybe the surprise of the day, of the round so far, but we'll break that down a bit later. Maybe just for a quick roundup, Sarana against our current Tata Steel champion, Wei Yi, the winner last year.
Yes, let's do a walk around the park, David, and let's dive straight in, as you mentioned. And first up, can you show us how the players got here?
I will. And also, just in this current position, Jovanka, if we notice at the side of the board, instead of an eval bar, there's percentages. So that's based on our opening book on chess.com. And look at that, 74% of the time this position has been reached, it's ended in a draw. And White's won only 12% of the time. Black's won 14%. So massive drawing margin. And let's jump in with a recap, because it started life as an e4, e5 opening. I mentioned the four knights. That is all of the knights now coming out. And it's the Spanish four knights, as they call it, because now you bring your bishop out to try and undermine Black's knight, the defender of the e5 pawn. The Black knight jumps. Some counterattacks here. There's heavy theory. If White wants to be ambitious, usually you drop the bishop back in one of these two directions. You can even castle here. You can even take this pawn. There's a lot of opening theory. But instead, he takes the knight, and this is well known as a drawing motif. For any players out there, I don't recommend this if you're trying to enjoy chess, but if you're trying to draw against a higher rated player, this can be very effective. Just to mention e5, a nice counterattack against the Black knight. The knights disappear from the board, all four knights now off, and it's total symmetry apart from the fact White has doubled pawns here, which isn't so relevant. White has easy access, easy means to develop. And yeah, this position, normally Black brings the bishop out to c5, and we see this, well, I'll say simplify. I'm not too thrilled about what's happened, but interesting psychology, Jovanka. Sorana, it feels like everyone's just trying to play solid against Wei Yi now. Maybe they're scared of him after he won the tournament last year.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe they're also trying to frustrate him because Wei Yi excels at these complicated positions. He wants to steer the game into that direction. And if everyone is just literally setting up a blockade every time they meet him and just depriving him of any play, maybe he's gonna crack and take unnecessary risks. It's certainly something that lower rated players can do. They can try to simplify the positions and then watch their higher rated opponents just simply go that one step too far.
Yeah, I think that's exactly kind of his strategy in a nutshell, Jovanka. Sorana has pretty much shown he's happy with the draw, but he's saying to Wei Yi, if you want more, then please come at me. Please try, because you're not going to be able to do anything and you'll have to go a bit crazy. Shout out to Lennart Utes there in the background taking photos. Good friend. Yeah, I mean, I've used this in the past in, in games that I just want to kind of neutralize my opponent. I don't feel good about it with white, but sometimes a draw is a nice result. And white does have some pressure. If black does anything too silly, white can actually start pushing the rook pawns h4, a4. The computers always say, there's a little bit to play with. But ultimately, I think in human terms, this is, it's reflected in that percentage bar, right? The opening book. Very likely this game ends peacefully. So we might not be focusing on it too much in the near future.
Okay, yeah, I did giggle a bit at the percentage bar of win, draw, or loss. It's going to be unfortunate for Wei Yi if everyone does that kind of thing against him, right? It's going to be like, man, come on, give me a game. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is a long tournament, 13 rounds, but normally you need at least what we say is +5, so you need 5 wins more than you lose. So you can kind of afford 8 draws in the tournament and then 5 wins, and you'll probably be up there around first place. But yeah, at some point you want to start winning, right? And it's frustrating. Yesterday he got 0 chances against Fabiano, and today, will he get any chances against Sorana? Interesting just decisions there, at least in the early stages.
Okay, well, the mind games. But let's go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at the other games in progress and take our fancy. I mean, we have so many games to choose. Can we? It's my interest was piqued by the opening novelty that Nodirbek employed against Leo Mendonca. And that's the one in the bottom right in orange. It's something that I've never seen, and I started my career by playing the advanced French with the white pieces.
Yeah, and this is for everyone at home as well, because the French defense is a very trendy opening at most levels, especially at club level. Let's just, again, do a quick recap, because there have been a couple of moves since this big surprise. So e4, e6, this is the French defense. And like you say, Jovanka, the French advanced variation, where white simply advances a pawn. It's whoever came up with that opening name, they're very literal people. Okay, so c3 now. Black is aiming to challenge the center. White, however, wins connect 4. And after some pressure is added to the white central pawn, it's all about maintaining the center right now. Jovanka, you mentioned you used to play this opening. As far as I'm aware, bishop to e2 is one of the main moves. Pawn to a3 is one of the main moves in order to kind of expand on the queen side. Even bishop to d3.
I was going to say, yeah, bishop to d3 is a famous gambit called the Milner-Barry gambit. But when I was playing this, I was kind of playing the pawn to a3. The whole idea is to clarify the center with b4. And I wonder whether a4 kind of looks to me like a finger fail. You can't call it a mouse slip because they're not playing online. But it was like, oops, one step too far, because it goes against everything that I've ever been taught, because a3 is primarily played not only to get in the b2, b4 pawn push, but also to control the b4 square. And with a4, you really just let it go.
Yeah, and I guess he's still trying to provoke black into capturing on d4, which did happen in the game. Just to mention, if black plays like a kind of neutral move, bishop to d7. I think the whole idea, although I'm saying it's with some kind of skepticism, is to play, maybe it's not a5 immediately, but because initially I thought, okay, knight takes pawn here, you're trying to lure the two pieces into a square they can be forked, but there is this pawn hanging at the very end, and I've realized that bishop d7 is actually a very useful move, because after king e2, whoops, this is simply game over. But yeah, I think the idea actually might be same, but slightly different. Maybe white is going to capture on this square, and there is actually this idea in similar positions. Again, I might be blundering. The eval bar might might move, but after b4 here, sometimes you do try to trap this black bishop, which doesn't have too many escape squares. The eval bar does say that black's doing very well here, but positions like this, if you're facing it for the first time, you might get scared here as black. There's no way home for this bishop, and a5 threatens to kick away the queen, the defender of this piece. So it's not exactly this, but Nodirbek must have had some idea up his sleeve to do with this type of b4 or a5 pawn pushes. So he has persuaded Leon here to trade off in the center. So it's kind of pros and cons. You forced black to clarify things, but Ivanka, you mentioned a3 covering this square. This looks like a juicy outpost.
It's a very juicy outpost for both the bishop and a knight to deliver. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Certainly a fascinating position, especially, once it becomes clear what White's big idea with this idea is. Is it just to develop the knight, try to get the light square bishop to its most optimal place, and just enjoy that extra space that the pawns on d4 and e5 provide? But it's going to be a fight. And as we see with Nodirbek, as always, he's in a confident mood. He's up for some fighting chess. And he's playing the lowest rated player, Leon Mendonca. And there we see the playing hall. We see the vibe, the crowd. Everyone is enjoying an atmosphere of chess. Now, the stage has been set in the opening. And we are going to go on a very short break. And when we return, we are going to deconstruct everything in ready anticipation for the middle game.
Well, it is my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We know both players, their relationship with their parents has been one of the central themes to this match. Can you name one trait that you've inherited from your mom and one from your dad that has helped you get to where you are today?
I think the one thing my mom has, been particular about is positive thinking and being a good person. Like she always, from the start, she says she would be very happy to hear people saying, her son is a great chess player, but it would be even more joyful for her to hear that her son is an even greater person. So that is something that has stuck with me forever. And every day I try not only to be a better chess player, but also a better person. And my mom has mostly, guided me in a spiritual way, and who I am as a person mostly, it depends on, most credit goes to my mom. And my dad, he takes care of all the things revolving around chess, and he knows exactly what I need at tournaments and training camps and all the stuff. And one quality I inherited from him, I would say, is when he's playing sports, he's extremely competitive. And yeah, I think I'm not as competitive as him, but yeah, I inherited some of it. So.
White to play and win.
Okay. So first I'm trying to figure out which piece should kind of deliver mate. Because for now I see the problem that if we try to go for mate directly, there's some king g6 options. But I have the feeling that we will see some, I don't know, f5, h5, both rooks on f5 and h5, and then some good move. Let's say some g4, knight, g7, and then there's no way to avoid mates.
Correct.
But
You're on to the solution.
But need to find the move order for this. So, I mean, first thing I thought about was knight e8, but then after g8, okay, I have knight g7, bishop f5 mate, so I guess we go king g6, I go f5, rook f5, h5, rook h5, need to be sure, and then knight g7, and then bishop f5 and g4.
So we start with h5. Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, king g6.
Yeah, okay, that's, sorry. Yeah, because f5, rook f5, h5, there's king h5. And then I cannot go knight g7 because of king g4, and bishop f5, there's g4. Okay. Yes.
Very good. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's very nice actually.
Amazing. Good job.
Well done.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level. For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament.
Feel ready to fight for the win.
The game is on.
And we are back with round 2 of the tournament that is probably on every chess player's bucket list, the Tata Steel Chess event. You can see there are hundreds of players there. They are locked in thoughts, battling it out on the chessboard, and you can also catch that there are a lot of chess fans as we see on the camera. Everyone is crowding around just to get a peek of their favorite players in action. And of course, one of those players is this chess superstar in front of us, Gukesh, the world champion at just 18 years old. He's got the black pieces against Vladimir Fedoseev, one of the most combative players around. So that one's going to be such an epic fight. And well, we're at the opening stages, but we can't wait for what is going to transpire next. And there it has the bird's eye view, David.
Yeah, the bird's eye view, all 7 of our boards in the master section here, laid out in front of us. We've briefly covered a few of the games for those of you just joining us. Fedoseev against Gukesh, one of our headline games of the round. That is a Queen's Gambit accepted, the Vienna variation, where it does get quite feisty. The players, though, just bringing their pieces out now. This is probably the calm before the storm. We've also mentioned that Alexei Sarana against Wei Yi, the green board on our screens there at the bottom left. That is not looking too thrilling right now, but we'll let you know if any developments occur there. Queens and knights all off the board now. That one racing into the endgame. And yeah, elsewhere, we've seen a surprise in the French defense, Abdusattorov against Leon Mendonca. But the other games, Jovanka, let's choose one of those. Let's do a bit of a, let's go around the horn and recap all of the opening stages here.
Definitely. And let's start with those games that we haven't necessarily looked at. Maybe we can have a peek at the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Anish Giri. It's the dark blue game there in the top left. Because both players, they lost yesterday in different fashions, I gotta say, but nonetheless, both players do want to make that comeback because no one wants to begin their event in Tata Steel with 2 losses.
That's right. They say in chess you should always castle, but in terms of results, you should try not to castle. A loss is dictated by a 0. Another loss would be another 0, and in chess notation, 0-0, that's castling. So every chess player's nightmare is to start with 2 losses in any tournament. It sets the tone. You suddenly feel you're out of form. You start to beat yourself up, and it becomes this kind of vicious cycle, right? So, bouncing back today is on both players' minds, that's for sure.
Yeah, you brought back some bad memories, David. When I made my
Sorry.
debut at the Olympiad for England, I had prepared so hard. I really, really wanted to play my best. Making my debut for the English Olympic team, and okay, it started off well, but at some point I lost, and I think I lost 4 in a row. And one of the grandmasters, not an English teammate, said, "Hey, why don't you go for the Olympic gold medals?" And I'm like, no, I don't want 5 losses in a row. And that actually inspired me to actually get some wins.
I get it. The Olympic rings. Oh, that's harsh. That is harsh.
I know.
You showed them, though. You're a mainstay now of the England team. Top scorer this year, or last year, even in the Olympiad.
Yeah, it was interesting experience playing for England because I don't really consider myself a chess professional these days because I so rarely play chess events. So it was an interesting tournament to prepare for because I just did coverage of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. So I felt like I picked up a lot of ideas there. But what was important to me was, as someone who was perhaps a little bit rusty, that I would surprise my opponents right from the bat. So you saw me in that Olympiad, even diverting from my beloved Caro-Kann. I even played the pack variation. So I just played the opponent rather than the board in some situations, and it worked quite well.
Yeah, it worked very well. Ivanka, I was watching those games, and I mean, talking of surprise value, I mean, that's so key in every game in modern chess these days. I think they've pretty much given up trying to win from the opening or trying to kind of force the issue. It's just about surprising the opponent as early as possible, ideally. And I mean, this game that we see in front of us, I'm not sure who's got the first surprise. It feels like Anish, I mean, he's published chessable courses on the Sicilian Najdorf. He's got a position he's comfortable with. But I'm looking at the clock, and Arjun spent precisely 0 time. He's actually gained 3 minutes from move 1, whereas Anish is 22 minutes behind right now. So even if he's not fully surprised, he's at least trying to work out what to do next. And this was a Sicilian Najdorf. This is a very typical pawn structure for the Najdorf as well, where white is actually often has an outpost on d5. That outpost has been replaced by a pawn. But now, okay, black has this dark squared bind, maybe soon putting a knight on c5. But Arjun's very ambitiously pushing his pawn forward on the king side. He slid his king into the corner, often indicating that, if you take time out to put your king in the corner, it means you don't want an endgame where kings are terrible in the corner. It means you want to win in the middle game, essentially.
Yes.
Okay, whose position instinctively do you prefer, and what kind of plans come to mind?
Yeah, instinctively, I would perhaps prefer black, but I was just checking the opening databases just to kind of add to the storyline. Well, you mentioned that Anish is the big expert. He's the one down on time, and it's because of Arjun's last move, moving the queen back from d3 to d1. And if you look at Arjun's clock time, he's actually got more time than he started with, which is never a good sign. So Arjun completely in his books, but what is the idea with queen to d1? Because I do remember this particular pawn structure from the games between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, just the pawn structure. And I always felt like white was the one who had to play with more dynamism, with more purpose, because the thing is, it's so easy to play black in this type of structure. As someone who loves to push pawns, I always felt like, hey, I'm going to go f5 and then just sit there with that extra space in the center. But that might just be my kind of bias for advancing pawns.
I mean, it's a good bias to have. I think in general, advancing pawns makes a lot of sense. And any endgame, black is definitely better, as you mentioned, Ivanka. Partly because you can kind of create a passed pawn, playing a move like e4. And actually, for white, whose majority is on the queen side, this 4 versus black's 3, you can never really bypass the 3. You can't really create a passed pawn of your own. So any endgames, especially if knights come off the board, are really favorable for black. But e4, the downside short term is that white gets a beautiful outpost on d4 and jumps into c6. I must admit, that was a revelation to me, what you just mentioned, Ivanka. Queen to d1, white's last move. Like, firstly, like, what? You've just undeveloped a piece. And speed is normally so important in the middle game. I think the whole idea is to actually clear the path for this bishop, which was previously blocked, to land on the b5 outpost and maybe even slide in to c6. From there, where you're going is a bit unclear to me, but a bishop on b5 put some pressure on the knight, therefore maybe put some pressure indirectly on the pawn. Yeah, I think this is just modern chess, as we mentioned. Like, queen d1, it's not going to win the game on its own, but it's going to force Anish to think. It's going to force Anish to think kind of like, why, what, how? And black has such a kind of vast array of options. You mentioned f5. Bishop f6 would also make sense, just trying to land on the long diagonal. Knight c5 sometimes makes some sense, just rook to e8. Often you get kind of so into the details that you burn 20 minutes, right? And that could bite you later.
Yeah. And there is an issue for black, right? The queen side. Should black be going bishop a6 if you're thinking about white playing bishop b5? If you're trying to get into their mind, should they just be ignored with the bishop on b7? Accept that it's not the best of pieces as of yet? Or your idea of bishop f6? f5, I wouldn't necessarily do. That's something I would prefer to have in the back of my pocket and, do it in later stages of the game, once the pieces are all in their optimal squares. Now, the reason I say that is because you do have to worry a little bit about moves such as f takes e5 and d takes e5 is not possible because of d6.
And when the bishop moves.
Yeah, there's queen to d5. And I've actually won a game doing stuff like this. So it's definitely danger central when you open up diagonals for your king.
Yeah, and f5, not just do you open the diagonal, but in that variation after pawn takes, I think the reason we're now reluctant to take with a knight, right, Ivanka, is because knight d4 now comes with extra power. There's another outpost, potentially a juicy square for the knight to sink its teeth into later on. Yeah, so many outposts actually on the light squares. Even black is very, very weak. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would play, to be honest. Rook e8 is another natural move, but suddenly the downside is you do get pinned on this diagonal. Bishop a6 feels like you're trading off a piece that's not working, which makes some sense, but long term, black's dark square bishop is the bad one that wants to be traded because it's on the same color as its pawns. Maybe you lose extra kind of fight on the light squares. If you do trade off, you also lose a bit of time with your rook if it ends up on a silly square like a6. I mean, it's possible. I don't really see... I don't know, I'm just attracted to bishop f6 for some reason, but I don't really see as many options as maybe kind of initially appeared as Anish deep in the tank. It can affect you, right? A loss like yesterday, Ivanka, we've all been there. We've all kind of blundered away winning positions. We've all let things slip, but it can get to you, and often it makes you a bit slower in the next game. You start to second guess yourself, overcalculate. Do you think we'll see that from Anish today? He's already nearly half an hour behind on the clock, and we're only at move... Well, actually, we've made 50 moves here, so it's not too bad, but we've only been going for, 38 minutes, and he's nearly 30 minutes behind.
Yes. Well, Anish did look in good spirits after the game. He did this lovely post-game analysis with Gukesh. You could see it there on the camera. And it is early days, and Anish is professional enough to understand that he shouldn't let this one loss affect the rest of his tournament. But that in combination with the fact that Arjun is such a dangerous player, that that Arjun is going to go for you, and with the supercomputer engine, fueling your analysis, you are a little bit nervous, shall we say?
Yeah, to say the least. Okay, he's going. Wow, he plays your move, Jovanka. Bishop a6 on the board. Great prediction. You're literally, I'm not even joking anymore. You're the queen of predictions. Whatever you say comes to pass. You need to help me with this week's lottery ticket numbers. Great call there.
Yeah, but look at this. It might have been the move played, but it's been awarded a question mark. That is not the best move by any means, according to the engine. It's
Who cares
not
about
good.
Mr. Engine?
So, yeah, I mean, okay, the engine is harsh. Let's face it like that. But maybe we can break down why the engine thinks that this is not Black's best choice.
Mm-hmm. If we can figure out why, because most likely it's actually a strategic thing rather than a tactical blunder. I don't think this loses anything. The blue arrow appears. That means White's best move, according to the computer, is to trade bishops. Let's jump in. I mentioned the rook looks silly on this square, so it will have to burn a move retreating back somewhere. There's a one move window of opportunity then. White's knight isn't great. I don't really see exactly how to proceed for White. Maybe it's just a developing move. Move the bishop out. Maybe the queen lands on a nice outpost now. I think it's just strategic, purely, Jovanka, because long-term now, White has lots of squares to jump into with pieces, and Black is left with some weak pawns that are going to tie his forces down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I can see that Black is going to have to lose some time, but yeah, but we did see the evaluation bar creep up significantly. So my first vibe is, queen to d3, queen to b5, as you pointed out. That was my first thought.
Computer says no.
Okay, computer, it always says no. It's a cruel mistress, It's always turning down our advances. We're like, no, it's not good. Do better.
If it's not a kind of natural developing move like queen to d3 or bishop to e3, is it something forcing? So f takes e5 perhaps? Creeps down slightly, but not that much, the eval bar. If Black takes with a pawn now, which is desirable long term, then questions arise over d6 again, kicking the bishop away. Now, okay, a choice of squares. I mean, this pawn could become quite strong.
Exactly, and I'm thinking if you go bishop f6, then maybe Black is a little bit passive, right? You get some time with, queen to d5. I was thinking queen d3, but yeah, I like queen to d5, centralize the queen, and then you can back that up with bishop to e3. The rook centralizes itself, and the rook is very much misplaced on a6.
Yeah, yesterday I called it Domaraji, the d-pawn, but this d-pawn is very dominant right now. And just to mention the other variation, if Erigaisi does want this advantage, knight takes e5 is the other recapture, so it's a beautiful outpost, but now I guess the downside is that White's knight jumps in and has access to not just b5 as an outpost, maybe even c6 later, once this... Oh, sorry. My arrows. Once this knight gets exchanged, then the white knight sinks its claws into c6. Also f5, Jovanka. Maybe the makings of an attack. I can see strategically why. As Oben252 says there, the d5 pawn, it's hard to get rid of. I can see why White has an advantage if we get this far.
Yeah, it's a space monster. And this is one of the things that I learned actually by reading Max Erver's middle game book. I know a lot of people have criticized it in more recent years, but it was that the pawn on d5 is actually going to grant White a lot of space, whereas the pawn on e5 actually indicates that White should be attacking on the king side, because the pawn on e5 just cuts the board in two, whereas the pawn on d5, it's always just start advancing your pawns, get those squares ready for your pieces. So yeah, very interesting developments. And I wonder whether Arjun has looked at this bishop coming to a6. Well, there we see on our camera screen. That was the most perfect timing ever. Here's bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, I think the most natural move, so we're not shocked that he found the best move there. But what happens next, we are yet to see. It's just one of those cases, again, we talk about opening preparation a lot, Jovanka. Anish is going to be happy that Arjun slowed down to think for the first time, spent around 4 minutes there. but he's also going to be a bit kind of kind of doubting himself, Anish Giri, because he knows that bishop a6 wasn't the best computer move if Arjun hasn't looked at it before. So it's that kind of double-edged sword. Shout out to Faustino Oro, 11 years old, top player in the making. But yeah, it's always that double-edged sword, playing a new move, surprising your opponent, but not playing a bad move, which bishop a6 might have been. Yeah, there we go. Future superstar, the Argentinian wonder, the Messi of chess, Faustino Oro, playing in the challenger section. He did start with a loss though yesterday, Jovanka.
Yes, he did. He did lose to Vaishali, sister of Praggnanandhaa, but just 11 years old, as you mentioned, David. I find that very scary, that he's there in the same ring, same arena as the world's best players. And I know online he's regularly actually defeated a lot of the world's best as well. So what a talent.
Yeah, what were you doing at 11 years old, Jovanka?
I was playing Tetris.
I was playing Pokemon and chasing butterflies.
I was not studying as much chess as I should have, clearly.
You turned out pretty pretty decent. But he's a generational talent in the making, and one to watch. For those not aware.
Yes.
Okay.
Whilst we're waiting an answer from Arjun, maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other games. So there's a few games that we haven't actually managed to look at. They look very quiet. You see the evaluation bar staunchly in the middle, but I got my eyes on the rating favorite, Fabiano Caruana. That's the board in red in top right. Maybe we can dash in and have a look at that one. That was a London system against Jordan van Foreest. Now, Jordan, famously a second for Magnus Carlsen. He won Tata Steel in 2021. And he's also known to be a very creative, very original thinker, especially in the opening.
That's right. And he's done something very creative against one of the world's leading opening experts, Fabiano Caruana. Jordan, it's what you mentioned earlier, a finger fail maybe, but I think it's actually an original concept. He's essentially arguing, Jordan, that knights on the rim are not dim. And that red board that we're about to jump into, I thought it was just a normal position for a while until I noticed one of the black pieces sitting on a slightly awkward square. And he needs to justify that. A lot of pressure on him to do so, Jordan. We should mention Jordan yesterday had great winning chances against Vladimir Fedoseev, but was unable to convert that edge he held. And will be itching to set the record straight. The piece that I'm talking about, Jovanka, this knight on h6, what's it doing there?
I mean, when did it arrive there? I mean, this looked like a normal London system until that move. I'm just going to check the opening database and see, has anyone ever come up with this plan? Okay, so let me backtrack. No, as soon as the knight came out to h6, according to the chess.com database, nope, no one had ever put a knight there. And they're not known to be good on this side of the board because they don't have that beautiful 8 squares to jump to. So knight to h6.
Maybe we do a quick action replay because I know how popular the London system is at home with most people. You either love it or hate it, right? It's like Marmite. Often people who hate the London system, it's because they hate playing against it. They fear it. And let's go in from the start. So d4, d5. The London system is always characterized by this bishop landing on the f4 square, where it has great vision across the board. Black, as usual, challenges white in the center. White builds the triangle or the pyramid, depending on how you see it. This wall of pawns is super strong and really hard to break down, hence the London system's popularity as a solid opening. But you can play it aggressively as well, and I'm sure that was Fabiano's intention. The bishops staring at each other, white's bishop drops back, arguing that an exchange would help white to open up the h-file now. Now, instead of knight f6, which is the main move, knight h6. So clearly with a plan to land on f5 and go for the bishop pair. But bishop to d3, making it less appealing to jump to f5. The bishop would then capture the knight, wreck the black pawn structure. So after black castles, knight d2, b6. And I've got to say, Jovanka, I've studied the position with the black knight on f6, this exact position, a lot. Like, this is one of the main positions of the London system, the main lines. But with the knight on h6, I mean, surely it looks even stronger for white. But there's one upside I see for black, and that is now that e4 does not come with tempo, e5 will not be a threat against the black knight.
Right. And I also wonder whether one of black's big ideas in this type of position is to do something which I call the big clamp. Oh, I see a tweet there from Aria saying that they love the London. I also like it at times, at other times, not so much. But one of the things that I see is that black has at their disposal this whole mechanism of going c4. And once the bishop moves, you go f5. And the whole thing is that, okay, yeah, you concede the e5 square, but more importantly, you just control the breaks in the position. Now, this only works if you're able to support c4 pawn. So say, for instance, after b3, you're able to go b5. Because, yeah, because here there's an a4, and I don't think this beautiful chain of pawns that's actually going to survive. I think there's going to be mass simplifications, but yeah, it is an idea. It's definitely a thematic point that Fabiano will need to be thinking about. But, or maybe it was viable if the engine is not budging from its midpoint.
Yeah, and I really like this idea, Jovanka. I think knight d2, I think black maybe could have, maybe even should have played this move, because now you totally kill the white pawn breaks. Now it's all about piece play. Unless the white knight's jumping into e5, which again is less powerful somehow with the knight on h6, because the knight on f7 can later challenge the square. If white's not able to play b3 and that a4, as you mentioned, then I don't really see a plan for Fabiano. But the fact that Jordan just played pawn to b6 means it's less likely this is going to happen. Now that after c4, he's going to have to waste a tempo by pushing his b pawn a second time. I think, unfortunately, maybe we won't see that type of pawn structure. But okay, b6 is perfectly viable as well, of course, just trying to fianchetto the bishop. Fascinating how one little move can change so much. A knight on h6. He's a trendsetter, Jordan. Not just with his fashionable top there, his waistcoat, but with his moves in the openings.
Yeah. Do you know what I thought you were going to say, David? One small move can change the course of history. And I was like, oh, there's no need for the drama, but who knows?
I'm saving that one for a more dramatic game.
Yeah. And, well, yes. And actually, interesting enough, in the head-to-heads, the score is 1 point in favor of Fabi, actually. So Fabi's won 1 game, they've drawn 4, and Jordan has not won any games between them. And in fact, 4 of those games were played in Wijk Aan Zee, which is kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, that shows 2 things. That shows that Fabiano loves coming to the Netherlands to play. It also shows that this platform, the Tata Steel Masters, has been fantastic for Jordan's career. It's rare for him to get to challenge the very best day to day. Even for someone super strong like Jordan, who's even won this tournament, getting these kind of round robin invites can be difficult at times. So this tournament has been really nice. I love it when the home players get a seat at the table and give the local fans someone to cheer for. And yeah, Jordan's done his country proud in recent years. But yeah, this position, I must admit, it's growing on me, this knight on h6, Jovanka. I just love, spicing things up. And knight on h6 is something new, right? It's something different for us to sink our teeth into. So we'll await to see how Fabiano tries to punish that wayward knight. Jordan, in the meantime, looking very calm, very relaxed.
Yes, he is certainly in that kind of frame of mind. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and have a quick gander at the other games as we see if there have been any significant developments. And yeah, sure enough, if you take a look at the top left, In the game between Arjun and Anish, you can see the game has headed in the direction that we were predicting, with a capture of pawns in the center. As looking at the bottom right game, Hari Krishna, Praggnanandhaa, have we actually taken a look at this particular Sicilian?
Not yet, and it was quite an interesting start to the game. It looks very calm now, but there was one or two moments that might have been of some interest to the fans. So I think this is definitely one to, to be consistent with and to check in on all of them. The remaining clash between Vincent Keimer and Max Warmerdam, I think that is the only other game we haven't zoomed in on too much so far. So this is the position we find ourselves in, Jovanka. Can I take us on a short detour back in time?
Yes. Well, let's go back to the history.
Okay, let's jump in that hot tub time machine. And okay, it was a Sicilian. It was a bishop b5 Sicilian originally, because what we see in front of us in the live board, it looks like it was a closed Sicilian. It looks like white pushed a pawn to f4 very quickly, but nope, the bishop came out. And after knight to f6, this is something, again, very trendy. The four knights variation here, very reminiscent of the Wei game, except there was a black pawn on e5, not on c5. Black now defends this knight on c6, so there's no doubling of the pawns. And after castles, jumps in, so blocking the white d pawn, which is often key in the Sicilians to opening up the center. Some tension here against the bishop. Rook to e1, the bishop is kicked back. And now, knight to g4. Look at this. Very caveman style chess, threatening to checkmate white. First removing this knight, the defender, with a check, and then capturing on h2, so forcing, well, I thought forcing g3, but look at this. G3 given a question, not given a question mark, but not necessarily the best move. Maybe pawn to e5 was a nice, interesting sacrifice. But after a trade of knights, now the black knight has done a real workout. Knight f6, knight g4, knight e5. It's coming back the whole way to c6. And just to fast forward, this is where we find ourselves. White is really ahead in development, but it's a close position. What do you make of it, Jovanka?
Yeah. Whatever. I'm just, when we looked at it in the bird's eye view, I just thought that the knight on c6 was there because it came from b8. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it was actually the g8 knight. So I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, it's just an incredible journey that it's taken. But yeah, white is ahead in development, but the position is closed. So you can take liberties with the time, because it's gonna still take a while for white to actually start motoring and grabbing the space. Okay, so white's just gone queen to f2. So presumably, if we try to get into Pantala's mind, there may be ideas such as e5. I don't think it's setting up just now, but it's something that black will have to be aware of. Or maybe g4.
Maybe
which is
g4.
my preference, David. I'm a brute. G4, h4, g5. Let's go.
Push
See
them.
how you deal with that one. Yeah.
And I guess there's a reason that Prag is hesitating. It's now move 14. They do say you should try and castle as early as possible in chess, but just to put a couple of moves on the board. Castling. I love your g4, Jovanka, just going for glory, going for other words that start with G. Pushing the g pawn, yeah. I mean, I guess black will kind of respond in kind by expanding on the side he's stronger, the queen side. And now, other than just the simple kind of aesthetics here, the four-pawn attack, I mean, it can be quite scary. Eval Bar's undecided, says it's roughly level still, maybe slightly in black's favor, but once the pawns start pushing, it's going to be a bit like what Prag did yesterday. He pushed his g-pawn against Abdusattorov, and here the downside is that white's king is on the same flank, so it's harder to get kind of an attack going. But yeah, if black's not doing too much, like black can always push back the white knight, but the knight kind of gravitates slowly towards the king side again. I mean, this type of position, I saw it a lot on the English chess circuit when I was young. It it kind of builds and builds and builds, and then it just explodes like 10, 15 moves down the line when white eventually decides to go for it. So I'm kind of hoping for this. This would be a very fun position to analyze.
Yes. Okay. I also hoping for something like this, but it's Hari Krishna. and Harry is a lot more safer, shall we say, a more solid player. Will he take the risk to go G4, G5? Bearing in mind that Pragg is going to be clearly playing on the queen side. Or do you think he's going to play in a bit more solid manner, maybe orchestrating a D4 break? That's also an idea that I've seen before.
He'll put his knight back on e2, and sorry, I'm jumping back in analysis mode, but he's going to put his knight back on e2 now that the tension here stops black from fighting in the center, as you mentioned very appropriately, Ivanka. Then he'll play rook d1, c3, d4. He'll build. He's a classical player, right? Center strategy first. Yeah, very rich position, full of options for both sides.
Yeah, definitely a very intriguing position. And we see, as David mentioned, that Pragg is pausing. He's thinking about which direction to put the king. Maybe we might see Pragg kind of go, I'm actually going to put my king on the queen side. Now, that would be a sight to see, right? Opposite side castling, chaos on the board. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
We will see. And Hare Krishna defeated one of his countrymen yesterday, took down Arjun Erigaisi, gets the white pieces again. If he takes down Pragg, he's going to feel like he's fighting for that Indian number one spot again. Harry, who I believe got there once, leapfrogged Anand for maybe a day or two. But he's a real legend of Indian chess. And I'm fascinated to see how he decides to approach this position. Maybe we come back later when it gets a bit more direct, a bit more exciting, Ivanka?
Definitely. Let's do that. And there's still one game looking at the bird's eye view that we haven't really examined too deeply, and that is the game in brown between Vincent Keimer and Max Varmadan. And we've kind of coined it the battle between the seconds, because Vincent Keimer worked with Gukesh in Gukesh's match against Ding Liren last November, December. And Max Varmadan has been an excellent second, worked with Anish Giri, also Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, he's well known, Max, to have 2,700 kind of strength openings. His openings are fantastically good. So it looks like Vincent's done some slightly offbeat stuff to try and take Max out of the opening book. I watch a lot of sport, Ivanka, and there's always a bit of rivalry between Germany and the Netherlands as well, in football, for example. So I wonder whether this one is a bit of a battle of honor, battle of pride. We see the accuracy, though, both players playing very accurate chess. And I mean, the main peculiarity here is the fact that the white pawns forgot, at least in the center, they forgot they can move 2 squares on their first turn. They've only gone to e3 and d3. They are targets, but they do have a majority in the center. And these positions do favor white long-term if it gets to an endgame because of the extra flexibility. But they can be targets in the middle game. Whose position do you prefer?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you one thing about the little center, as you mentioned. It's actually really difficult to attack. So I've played against them with the black pieces, and it's, you can't really double up your rooks and start targeting it because it's like nicely defended by the bishop and the knight. And on the other hand, they control a lot of squares. So black's position, although optically it looks great, the knights are on their perfect squares, so are the bishops, but there's no role. And you can often find yourself floundering and just playing random moves without plan. And I think it's always a good idea to have a plan in chess. Even if it's a bad plan, at least it gives you something to do, and at least you have that sense of direction, even if it's in the wrong way.
And my plan, Ivanka, is to have a bath tonight because this is the bathtub pawn structure. It's nicely shaped. He's just chilling here. He's just having a little soak, his pieces, and he's going to support the pawns. He's, like you said, the plan is the key kind of middle game concept here. But for now, that's the hardest thing in chess, right? Coming up with what to do next. I think the player's just trying to improve their pieces before deciding which pawns to push. Maybe long-term, white will go for a minority attack, undermine this trio with his A-pawn. Not possible yet because of the presence of the black knight on c6. But pawn breaks against this structure. Black's pawn breaks are limited. That's the one downside.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's kind of like baseline chess, because you have to find a way to put your pieces, right? And I think that's a lot more difficult for black to do this, even though everything looks good. Because as you mentioned, white just has this like improving moves. Rook to d1. Of course, white is not preparing for d3, d4. That's going to come, as David mentioned, in an endgame. a4 is always on the bucket list. And you can see that white is going to make small moves like bishop c3, maybe even queen b2, and start amping up the pressure on that diagonal, whereas black, where's the thing to chew on?
Hmm. Yeah,
I
and
don't know,
I
maybe
do
I'm
know.
being too optimistic for white, but
No. I would probably pick white as well, Jovanka. I do notice I've analyzed these types of positions quite a bit. I play the Reti myself, and computers always say level. They always say equal, but then they suggest like weird moves and like, I don't know, the knight maybe coming around to e8 and d6 and eventually getting to f5 to target this weak pawn. And there's always some. I mean, computers hold every position, so they say it's always equal. But for humans, we want the plans, right? We want something to do. So I don't think you're being optimistic at all. I think you're just explaining the fact that it's far easier for Vincent to kind of play autopilot moves. For Max, he can't play on autopilot. He has to be very concrete with his decisions, and that's not always the easiest or most fun thing to do.
it's incredible actually that the move that you suggested, knight to e8, knight to d6, knight to f5, because such a long journey with a knight isn't necessarily the most natural idea in the position. The moves that sprang to my mind were just like knight to d7, seeking to clarify the situation in the center. Perhaps also very weird stuff such as queen to b8 and trying to create pressure on the long diagonal, setting up a battery with the queen and bishop. But other than that, it wasn't entirely clear what black was doing, but now I know. Find those targets and play for them.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what he's going to play, to be honest, Max. He has so many tempting moves. He could go for that plan you mentioned. Doubling is not easy, but it's not necessarily even productive, but he could go for something like that in the near future. Yeah, let's allow him some time to think. This, again, it's a game where Vincent is prolonging the tension. Later is where the action, if it's going to happen, will surely at some point occur. But okay, maybe we zoom out and check back in on this one a bit later. Dutch Grandmaster Max Warmerdam in the tank.
Yes, and we go back to the bird's eye view, and maybe we can do some progress reports, right, on the other games that have been happening, because decisions have been made aplenty. What takes your fancy, David? Because we see some more moves being played on the purple board between Fedoseev and Gukesh. We also have finally a decision from Wei. He settled into a very long think against Alexei Sarana, but it is the endgame, as you've highlighted.
Yeah,
There.
I think we need to build up our appetites for the endgame, maybe a bit later. Jovanka, that's bound to last a long time between Sarana and Wei. Also, when in doubt, let's defer to our reigning world champion, Gukesh. And you mentioned the status update. Let's just backtrack and kind of recap our last few moves, because a lot has happened since we were last here. It's half a dozen moves ago. We last left it after white retreated the knight to c3. We mentioned that there was a threat to win a pawn. Bishop takes pawn, followed by queen to a4, and regaining the piece. So knight c6 blocks that diagonal. And after some developing moves, I must admit, knight to e7, yeah, knight landing on d5, knight landing on f5 makes a lot of sense, but it does look slow. I must admit, yeah, b3 is a bit of a surprising one, though. You're trading off your opponent's biggest weakness, happily. But that is because black spent a bit of time, and after knight f5, very clever, I've got to say, not challenging the knight yet. First, closing down one of black's best pieces, the bishop on b7, with a check. Losing time, but now black definitely doesn't want the pawn on c6, so very instructive stuff from Fedoseev. He's asking the question to take or not to take. Will he take this knight? Will the knight take this bishop? Jovanka, yeah, whose chances are you liking here?
Well, it's an interesting. I just wanted to add some details to your beautiful opening story, because that knight to e7, I just checked the opening database. No games on chess.com. So everyone had been playing bishop to e7, and the game kind of continued in a normal fashion. But yeah, knight to e7. Judging from the clock times, I would say maybe Gukesh was perhaps freestyling, or he knew some original ideas, but not quite all of the details. But yeah, it's an interesting position. I mean, yeah, it kind of reminds me of a Caruana, except for instead of a bishop being on e7, there should be a pawn. And there, what you'll often see is that black is actually very happy for bishop takes knight to occur, because you just get complete control over d5 and extra control over squares such as e4. And somehow the position becomes a lot more dynamic. It's very difficult to explain. I'm not necessarily kind of doing it, but it's something that instinctively you don't fear, because the bishop pair, the beautiful bishop on d3, that is a phenomenal attacking piece that's been traded off for a knight on f5.
Yeah, I think it's all about the light squares, as you mentioned, Ivanka. And also, this bishop on b7 is not dead for life. It will at some point kind of spring open with maybe even a pawn sacrifice along this diagonal. So I would also be skeptical about trading, just because I'm very attached to my bishops. Maybe the idea is actually to plant the bishop on e4, kind of make it more difficult for black to ever reopen that diagonal. Yeah, rook to d1 would spring to mind. Castling kingside, of course, a candidate move. I'm not sure who this position suits more style-wise. Would you say Gukesh is happy here? Fedoseev does quite like these slightly imbalanced positions.
I think if it's going to be one of those things, right, that if white is able to consolidate and prevent c5 from happening, then black is probably going to have a very unpleasant position. Because if you can imagine a future where white gets in knight e4, rook c1, manages to castle, and there's simply no breakout whatsoever with c5, and then white will be sitting very pretty with the space. And even though black has that d5 square for the knight, the c5 square is way more important. The problem for white is that the position is still very dynamic, that even if white were to get knight to e4, you still have to calculate thoroughly the c5 pawn break, because often, and here the new generation are fabulous at doing this, they don't care about material. They're much more interested in dynamic play. So you give up a pawn with c5, no brainer, and then you just go bishop to d5, you open up that diagonal, and in you come with your pieces. The pawn on c5 isn't going to be a big deal.
Yeah, and that's one thing that the likes of AlphaZero have taught us, that open lines, piece activity, piece scope is far more important often than material. Yeah, this pawn on c6 isn't impressive anyway, so actually picking it up, throwing it off the board in certain circumstances does make a lot of sense. Yeah, another move that might come to mind is pawn to g4 to kick this knight away, but I don't think this is ever really on the cards while this bishop is able to open up on the diagonal. So yeah, I'm expecting just castles, rook to d1, or maybe rook to c1, knight to e4, these types of moves. Fedoseev has some calculation to do, though, as you mentioned. It is Gukesh's strongest point as well, so he wants the positional advantages of planting a knight on c5, but he wants to get it without allowing any counterplay for black.
Yes. Oh, a very interesting battle ahead for these two. We'll find out what happens when we just go back to the bird's eye view and maybe check in on the other games.
Wow, it looks like Arjun Erigaisi doing exactly what we prescribed against Anish Giri. That's on the top left of our screens there. The other games haven't developed too much since we were last at them. Bottom right, Hare Krishna against type, against style. He's going for it. He's pushing his pawns towards Prag's king. Love to see it. And Abdusattorov has made some decisions against Leon Mendonca. Ooh, where to go, Ivanka? Don't drag me to the endgame between Sarana and Wei. Not yet.
No. I'm not gonna force you to go there. I was kind of curious about the Nodirbek game and between Leon. That was in orange. But before that, I just also wanted to mention that Hare Krishna, I'm pretty sure that he used to play in the British Junior Championships, because the British Championships were open to Indian players for a long time, and they often came over and won all the prizes because they're that good. But so he has spent some time on the British circuit, so he would be familiar with the very English style of just going G4, G5. Come and have a go.
Yeah, the hack attack, the English school of chess, where we forget all positional strategic principles and just go for the opponent's king, for better or worse. It's yeah, you're right. It used to be open to the Commonwealth, the British Championships, the Commonwealth nations, but yeah, no longer, unfortunately. So, okay, let's maybe jump into that French defense that you mentioned, and yeah, Abdusattorov against Leon Mendonca. We'll check back in on Harikrishna if, I'm assuming when actually he continues his attack. That one is just brewing. And this one, some very committal decisions. I was going to say controversial, but I don't want to be controversial myself, so I'm going to say committal decisions from Abdusattorov. Let's just do a quick rewind because we left it 5 moves ago. And it was actually after an exchange of pawns. Knight to h6 was played, given a question mark. So maybe a significant error. I'm assuming, therefore, that bishop takes knight is maybe white's best move, but I would be reluctant to make a decision like that. Once queen takes b2 has to be calculated, factored into the decision. Maybe the idea is that white just sacrifices a pawn. This is actually a well-known kind of concept. The knight moves, you allow the bishop to be captured, and then maybe bishop to b5, and the queen is a bit offside, but you are a pawn down, so Abdusattorov didn't go for this. Knight to h6, therefore not punished. Bishop to b5 first. And he happily gave up his light squared bishop, which is not what the doctor normally orders in these French defenses, and knight to e2. I guess he's just going to play knight g3, eliminate this knight, and argue that this pawn structure favors him, Jovanka, something that you alluded to earlier.
Yes, I agree with that. One of the other ideas that I've seen with knight to e2 is that you kick back the knight on f5 with g4. And the whole reasoning is that there's no tension in the center. So you can afford to take liberties on the wings. And then you're going to back that up with moves such as knight to f4, knight to h5. You don't care so much about the b2 pawn. So you can just go bishop to e3 just to consolidate. But it's all about space, and it's all about just throwing as many minor pieces as you can towards black's king. Remember, the pawn on e5 just cuts the board in half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very risky long term because short term in the middle game, white has attacking chances, as you mentioned. The knight comes, but if the queens ever come off, then black has the bishop pair. This bishop is now unchallenged. It's got some targets as well on the queen side. Black has the semi-open file. I think long term, black is doing fantastic. And yeah, that feature chat there from Super Tim Barman says Leon is a pure underdog. Almost a dream start yesterday. I believe in his position here. I think he's got another great start to this game, but the clock is the one factor that worries me, Jovanka. After yesterday's heartbreaking defeat for Leon, it feels like it's affected his speed. Down to 45 minutes already with just a move. I mean, he's only made 11 moves so far. This is his 12th turn. That is already getting dramatic.
And let's not forget the pressure as well that Leon must be under, because, you know, chess is a huge thing in India. And this really could be one of those make or break tournaments. If he does incredibly well, I mean, the whole of India will be cheering in celebration. And it's very difficult to keep a calm head when you have that kind of stakes at play, because you're constantly thinking about that bigger picture. If I do well, I'm going to be like the next superstar. Everyone's going to be like, yay, I'll be in the papers. They'll be cheering for me. And this is life-changing, you know, bonuses galore. And if you do badly, it's kind of like, you didn't form up to scratch and you're not in the same level as Pragg, Gukesh, etc. So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, this whole, this whole fandom that India has. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But I can also see that it comes with pressure.
Yeah, it must be kind of with mixed feelings. You celebrate the fact your friend just became a world champion, but then you're always comparing yourself to others, right? Chess players, we're so competitive. Leon must be looking at Gukesh's successes, Pragg's successes, you know, Arjun, Nihal Sarin and all the rest. And he must be thinking, okay, it's my turn. When's my turn to kind of win one of these big super tournaments? But of course, you've got to start somewhere. And I think a good result, a solid result, even if he finishes in the middle of the pack in this tournament, that would be regarded as a step in the right direction for his young career. So yeah, we'll await to see. Exactly. We'll see how he gets on.
Exactly. And there we can see the players in deep thought. I mean, such a beautiful atmosphere in the tournament that everyone wants to play in at least once in their lives. And well, we are going to zoom out of this game and we are going to go to the playing hall and just take a glimpse of everything. But before we do that, well, I have news for you, because everyone's, and I mean everyone's, favorite weekly event, Title Tuesday, just got doubly exciting, with more and more title players joining the likes of Hikaru, Magnus and Jose Martinez in the weekly Blitz tournament. We've decided to double the prize pot for the first Title Tuesday that reaches 1,000 players, which means players who finish in the top 30 will earn a cash prize. Will it happen this Tuesday? Use !2x in chat or visit go.chess.com/double for all the details. And as we see everyone there, well, we'll find out what Title Tuesday brings. But there we do see a beautiful shot of the playing hall with our top players that are locked in battle. We are going to go on a very short break, and when we return, we are going to break down a lot more of the action.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
So, to what, like if you had to give one reason, to what would you attribute your win at the Isle of Man?
The work which I was doing for the past 2 years and the mentoring I had.
True. Do you think luck was a major factor or not?
No.
Lie. I got lucky. You got lucky. I knew it. And at least you're self-aware. Okay, you got lucky. Okay. Hard work and dedication, people. Hard work and dedication. And major luck. No, but it's good. It's good.
You're too happy.
No, I like you. No, humility. It's good. Sagar asked me to ask this question. When you played King E3 against Hikaru, King E3, illegal move against Hikaru, did you do that on purpose? Did you realize it was illegal move?
Of course not.
True. Okay, good. Because Sagar was saying that maybe. So when you don't reply on WhatsApp, is it because you like don't check your phone, or you see the message but you're just choosing to ghost it?
Sometimes it's both. I sometimes see the message and I make a note that I'll reply, but then I forget about it. And sometimes I also choose not to answer immediately. So yeah, it's both.
There is something that he's keeping. There's something more to his answer than what he's just replied.
Yeah, no. Basically, you just don't reply. Okay, I know,
so
but
his answer is probably mostly true.
No, but I know. Yes, I understand what he's giving, sort of.
Mostly true. It's
no, but
you choose to hear what you want to hear.
No. I heard what I had to hear. It's fine. I just know. Did you start learning the guitar mainly to appear more attractive to the opposite sex.
I knew this was coming. I knew this question is going to come.
Yeah, it did. It landed.
Yeah, I think it was one of the reasons.
True. Did you move to Mumbai for the same reason?
It was one of the reasons.
Also true. What else did you do for that reason?
Travel.
Okay.
I kind of want to see bishop takes h1 though. Just that would go down in all the chess books forever for history.
Oh my god! What?
He didn't see it. Oh my god, it's on the board.
There's
Firouzja.
no way.
Wow. This is once in a lifetime stuff. Fabiano on the camera, Robert, smiling. He knows he's... Wow. This is immortality stuff.
Yeah, this is going down in the best games book, beating Alireza Firouzja in essentially 9 moves of chess, 2 brilliancies in a row.
The black king is actually trapped on the back rank, whether you allow your rook on a8 to fall or whether you allow the pawn to push forward. And Firouzja's going to resign after 9 moves. There we go.
Game over.
It's over.
The charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess. It's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, bishop e6, and that's the clincher.
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned all last year, and world champion Gukesh Damaraju, fresh off his world championship victory. Also in the mix, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
And Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will withstand the pressure the best? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And we are back in Wijk Aan Zee, a tournament with tradition, with excellence, and of course a whole lot of chess. As we see everyone there battling it out on those 64 squares. And ultimately, chess, as we know, is a love of wood. Just pushing the pieces, engaging the mind in all those brilliant moments and those moments of pure brilliancy. And there we see our top players. We see Fabiano Caruana, Gukesh, the reigning world champion at just 18 years old. They are all doing battle, giving us those excellent, excellent glimpses of chess. And we're only on day 2. There's a lot more of the action to come. Well, for those of you just joining, I am your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska. And as always, I'm going to be joined by David Howell, one of the most learned voices of chess. David, yesterday, 6.5 hours. Today, maybe not going to be quite as long, but we've been treated. We've really been spoiled.
Yeah, it feels like my chess karma though, Yavanka. As a player, I always try and torture my opponents for 7 hours, and now as a commentator, the players seem to know. I think they've figured out that I'm commentating. They're like, okay, we'll make him sit there for 6-7 hours, and I mean, I wouldn't be complaining at all if we get another long day, another long game. But yeah, as you mentioned, the players, they're really here to fight. We've got 0 kind of results on the board so far, 0 quick draws, and some really promising positions as well. We've talked about the openings. I think we're now in the middle game in all of our 7 encounters in the Masters section, and yeah, I'm getting excited, even slightly excited about the Caruana against Wei Yi battle, but maybe not the headline act right now. What more can we ask for? Young players, we've got world champions, we've got it all.
We certainly have everything. I mean, really, it is a kind of tournament where everybody wants to be invited to. It's a point of honor as a chess player when you get that invite into the Tata Steel Masters. It's like either you're one of the world's best players, it's always a good thing, or you're seen as a next generation player with amazing style, combative style. And as you mentioned, David, everything is happening on the boards. I liked how you said, like, it's all middle games. And I was like, well, it was one game which has sped to the end game. Forgot the whole stage of the middle game. But so many things happening.
Yeah, so many things happening, and my eyes are immediately drawn to the top left of our bird's eye view here. Of course, 7 encounters and a lot of tension on most of the boards, other than that green board, Caruana against Wei Yi. Queens and knights off the board there. It's all about bishops, all about rooks, the long-range pieces. But yeah, Arjun against Giri here. Already Anish under significant pressure. He doesn't look too happy there on the camera either, so I think we should jump in and break it down and figure out how much trouble he's in, or whether it's a totally holdable, totally playable position after all. Because look at the clock time as well, Ivanka. It's not looking great for him. He's more than 30 minutes down on the clock. He's under 50 minutes, whereas Arjun's been pretty much blitzing up to this point, and there's a huge threat on the board. White's queen has just landed in the center, exclamation mark move, and queen b7 is the threat. It doesn't win immediately, but it would force black to go into a really awkward square. The black knight would have to drop back, defending the rook, which is definitely not desirable. Unblocking the d-pawn, I think, would win for Arjun in most scenarios tactically. Do you see any hope here for Giri? The advantage is not decisive yet, but it's not looking pleasant.
No, it's certainly not looking pleasant. And one of the things I'm also noticing with queen to d5 especially is that the queens kind of stand off against each other. So now there are tactical possibilities for white, in addition to queen to b7, big threat, of actually putting the knight onto d4. You put the knight to d4, and okay, it does require calculation because you do have to work out what's going to happen when things get chased away or queens come down to d2. But if a knight arrives on c6, followed by knight coming to e7, or even knight to f5, but either way, a knight appearing on e7 is going to be danger central for black.
Mm-hmm. I love that concept, Ivanka. That wasn't actually on my radar at all. I thought black's best move might be just to slide back the rook, which is undefended, awkwardly placed, try to hold the 7th rank, hold the line there. But rook a7, actually your knight d4 move would be even more powerful, because knight c6 would come with devastating tempo, attacking the rook in the process on its path to the e7 square. Oh, Giri does not look happy at all. If he has to make a move like queen back to d8, oh, I think he's going to be cringing inside. He's going to be really reluctant. Looks like an ugly step in the wrong direction, but maybe necessary. Maybe it's got to be done.
Yeah, I mean, Does it have to be done? I mean, how dangerous is knight to d4? I mean, this is concrete territory here. You really have to just calculate your way out because, say, with rook a7 or rook a8, I haven't quite decided where to put the rook, but let's go the most provocative square.
Let's put it on the board. And just to mention, rook a8, I
Yeah.
think would lose on the spot to rook takes f7.
Oh.
Deflection. Or lose a pawn at least.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No, that's bad news.
that's bad news. But rook a7, let's stick with that one for now.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, not rook a8. Probably rook a7, not great either. Apparently it's even worse. Wow, knight to d4, your move. Ivanka,
Okay.
looking into the future, this is really impressive.
Yeah, and what is the answer to knight f6? Just
Knight f6, I guess the white queen just maintains the pin along this 5th rank, so the black pawn cannot move.
Yeah, and there's no problems with knight to g4. That can be easily handled. But okay, we do have an answer from Giri. He puts his queen onto g4, just fixes that one because now knight to d4 is no longer possible. And the queen does defend the knight on d7. So...
Okay, very creative move there. A bit awkward because you know that you're about to get hit and lose some time, but Ivanka, is his idea after h3, for example, to offer a queen exchange? Try to get the queens off, even at the cost of doubling the black pawns.
Yeah, must be that, because if you have to retreat the queen to any other square, then you just bust it because of queen to b7, and the double attack is going to be lethal. So has to be this idea.
And just for everyone at home, I think, queen endgames, queen exchange is not the end of the world for black. Just because this might become a bit of a target now, a bit of a weakness, right?
Yeah. It's a nice creative solution actually to the problem at hand, right? Queen to d8 kind of felt like step backward, whereas here at least you're going forward and maximizing the queen. That's always a good thing to do with your pieces. And queen to g4, okay. Well, h3 seemed to play into black's idea, so the choices here, can you play anything forcing? If the answer is no, then you just build or prevent the plan. And how to build.
Yeah, I guess this white rook wants to get into the game, but if it moves, you do have to be concerned about this pawn potentially dropping. The black queen would still be intact with her knight. And yeah, the white knight could jump back. Maybe this is one thing I would consider, just trying to bring the knight back in terms of building. Forcing moves might just force black to improve his position. Queen to b7 forces the black rook to actually finally get back to where it wants to be. So yeah, it's interesting that this dilemma now. This is where Arjun will have to prove his mettle. Is it concrete? Is it tactical? Or is it just kind of allow the queens to come off, double the black pawns, exchange the queens, and then just try to make use of your better structure in the endgame? Bit of a crossroads for white.
Yeah, it is a crossroads. You mentioned this queen trade. It's not necessary, but it's actually really difficult for white to break through, right? You can slide the queen to b5 and say no trade for you, but then again, the knight on b3 doesn't make the best impression. It's dominated by the pawn on b6. And there's no easy way to just crack open advance for the d6 pawn.
Yeah, it's all about this knight, which isn't really playing right now. It's not the best piece. But yeah, if you could teleport that knight anywhere else, like b5, then you'd be very happy. But it takes a while to get there now. Great move from Giri, I've got to say. I thought he was in much more trouble than he maybe is. He's definitely worse, but at least it seems manageable after this potential queen exchange. Great decision.
Yes.
Classy guy,
Yeah.
Anish Giri.
Yeah, he is a classy player. He's been amongst the world's best for many years, but he is facing an opponent who is quite simply formidable. 2024 was his year. He just seemed to skyrocket up the ratings. Take a look at this, David. because in 2024, Arjun suddenly did everything. He won a whole load of open tournaments. He rocketed up the rating list, broke the 2800 barrier, and look, he gained 63 rating points. That's absolutely mind-blowing.
Wow, in just 12 months, that is incredible. Shout out to Gukesh and Nodirbek Abdusattorov as well, who gained a lot of ton of rating points. It's not just that, Jovanka, just the number of games played. 113 classical games from Erigaisi. That's pretty much one every 3 days. He's pretty much in action every third day in terms of classical chess. And here we see Anish Giri, his opponent, Arjun's opponent today at the top there. Also played a lot of games, 58, but fewer than some of the younger rivals, and lost some rating in the year 2024. So this is the breakdown. It's fascinating seeing these stats actually.
Yeah, it's actually quite brutal sometimes seeing this type of stats because for Anish, we've always known him as a top 10 player, one of the best players of the world, incredibly gifted player. But somehow he's never made that leap up into maybe top 3 in the world. Somehow he's never been fighting, never played a World Championship Challenger match. But you do feel like if things go well for him, he could very well be challenging for the crown at some point. But somehow it's not happened.
Yeah, he said in his lie detector, right, Anish Giri, when he was doing the lie detector test with Vidit, he still believes he can become world champion. He talked about how Gukesh was likely to become world champion. That did come to pass. And he said he didn't feel he was kind of in a different league. He felt that he could compete against the very best in the world. But I mean, it's that time of life, right, when you're now 30, as Anish is. He has 3 kids now. It's hard to juggle all of these things in any sport. The age of 30, you start to kind of wonder, can you maintain the energy levels, dedicate the time necessary to stay at the very, very top, at the peak of your powers, to compete with, the youngsters. They have such big support networks around them now, these teams. They don't have as many commitments, personal commitments at least, so they can fully focus. There's different challenges. You have to evolve as a player. And I think we're seeing that Anish is trying to do different things. Yesterday, he was trying to attack, trying to be more dynamic. But there's still no guarantee. Everyone is so good these days. That's the big problem. That's why I play less chess. Everyone's just too good, Jovanka.
Yeah, everyone is too good, but you kind of raised some interesting points about age. Do you feel like age has a detrimental impact on your game, or do you feel like there actually are some positives? Like, for instance, you would think that pattern recognition would be much better when you're older, right? You've played a lot more games in principle, so you're able to draw on those resources. Or is it just a question of energy, the youth are able to memorize things easier, less things on their mind?
Yeah, I think naturally both come with their advantages. Experience. I'm in my mid-30s now. I don't like to admit it, but I don't feel as sharp, as quick, as kind of carefree, as brave as I used to when sitting at the chessboard. I don't take as many risks as I used to because I fear, the downsides, what could go wrong. But you see the younger players in tournaments like this, they're totally fearless. They're attacking their opponents with zero concern for their own health, their own safety, their own kings sometimes. But the plus side is instincts. Like you said, we've crunched so many positions. I've studied so many games at this point that often I can look at a position and kind of tell you roughly what the evaluation is, what the best move is without needing to calculate. Not always. It's always difficult in messy positions. But instincts, pattern recognition, you kind of know your strengths and weaknesses better than ever when you're a bit older. But being young, of course, you have more time. You have more energy. You maybe your brain is still spongier. You can pick things up a bit quicker. I don't know about yourself, Jovanka, but that's why I think we've seen this passing of the torch in recent years.
Yeah, it's just an interesting kind of question, like to think about age, because when you read books in the past, you also see that Steinitz became world champion at like some ridiculously old age, like 57, and stayed there. Or maybe he was a world champion at 57. But now you're like, it's getting younger and younger. And I do feel as I do feel like we need to be a bit more positive about the more experienced players. There has to be something that we could cling on to, something that we are better than the youth. But there's one thing that I do see is that the youth are surrounded by a lot of helpers, and they don't have to think about anything other than chess. Whereas when we were growing up, I mean, you couldn't just dedicate yourself to chess. I mean, your parents had to do something very radical, like the Polgar family, where they would just play chess, they didn't go to school. We really had to balance the academia world with chess. And Vincent touched upon this. He said, as a result of that, he didn't have the time to have this broad repertoire. He just had to do some patchwork and fix things. So I do wonder whether there's also something in it there as well about the logistics of life.
Yeah, logistics of life. I mean, if I could take back every hour I've been doing admin, negotiating with tournament organizers, booking flights, all those things, if I'd spent that time studying chess, I'd like to think that would have had an impact. But yeah, I mean, that's just the way the world works, right? And I mean, it's a good thing that there's more money in chess at the top levels, at least. Hopefully that filters down and kind of into the ecosystem. But there's more money in chess at the top level, which allows those players to kind of build their teams now, to kind of sacrifice kind of other parts of their life to really commit to kind of reaching the top, making chess their goal. And no, it's nice to see. I hope this continues, becomes more like other sports. But yeah, I mean, I hope there's place for everyone. That's the main thing. Despite the age, despite the level of experience, despite the level, I hope there's space for everyone. I mean, we see so many amateurs there playing in the other sections. I mean, there's tournaments for everyone in Wijk Aan Zee right now.
Yes. And you yourself, David, have played in Wijk Aan Zee. What was the experience like?
Yeah, so it was a while ago, but I've played there twice, and the air, I mean, firstly, it's very cold, it's very crisp, the air. I think I mostly spent time inside the hotel room because I was feeling the effects of the cold weather. But I mean, yeah, the playing hall, there are some tents outside as well, where you have grandmasters analyzing games, breaking things down. You see some of the fans just drinking beers and having a great time. Yeah, I loved the chess atmosphere. Even though I was kind of in my late teens at the time, I've just enjoyed soaking up kind of the atmosphere and meeting all the top players. I remember being super starstruck when I met Jan Timman the first time, and Anand was playing that year. Aronian, Magnus was there. Like it was fantastic. Actually, the first time I played Jovanka, there was a C group. So now we see the Masters, the Challengers. There was a group behind that. I came third behind Wesley So and a 12-year-old Anish Giri. So time does fly, but it was a lot of fun. And it's nice to see they keep this tradition of inviting the youngsters, giving them a chance, because that's what really has been making the tournament unique in recent times.
Yes, absolutely. And I never knew that about the tents and the whole experience of there being behind the scenes atmosphere as well. I mean, you can already see the vibe there in the playing hall, and everyone, as you mentioned there, taking inspiration from the fact that they are playing in the room amongst the world's best. You cannot measure that level of excitement that you get as a chess fan when you walk into the room and you're like, wow, I'm here with legends of the game. And talking about legends of the game, maybe we can revisit the bird's eye view, because in this game we think that Arjun doing very well, but Anish playing creatively to cause some troubles. Can we peek at the World Champions game? Because there have been some changes to the pawn structures there in purple. We were initially quite optimistic about Gukesh's chances, and we somehow, it just never even occurred to us that the knight would be taking the bishop on e3.
Mm-hmm.
More trades.
Yeah, I mentioned it in passing, but mainly as what not to do with black, right? Jovanka. Should we do a backtrack just to cover the last few moves?
Yes,
okay,
definitely.
Action replay. And okay, we left it after White's bishop dropped back to d3, attacking this knight, and this was ignored by Gukesh. This was the moment we were saying, okay, White has various kind of plans. Maybe long term, the White knight wants to land on c5. That soon did happen, but first order of business was to castle. And okay, now an exchange. I do wonder whether Gukesh should have just ignored it, just left the tension, because this bishop isn't great, isn't running away. I think white doesn't really want to rush to trade the knight, so why commit? But after an exchange, maybe it wouldn't have changed too much, because white's knight got to e4 anyway, clamping down on the all-important c5 square, not giving black time. Black would have been ready there to break open his bishop. But after rook to b8, very drastic measures now. Knight to c5 anyway, and after an exchange, Ivanka, you talked about taking on e3 being surprising. White does have weak pawns, but white has many compensating factors for that.
Yeah, the main one is that the pawn on e5, it's an asset of great proportion, and this bishop on d3, it is eyeballing the pawn on h7. That is going to be the skeleton, the linchpin of an attack, and that's concerning. And this bishop on b7 is completely locked out of the game. So pawn structure, I would say, doesn't really factor into it. We are far from an endgame. So here, it really does feel like white is playing a piece up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least in the short term. So he needs to make the most of that in the near future. Gukesh not looking too happy on the camera. Normally he's meditating very calmly, but he had his head in hands there, looking away. What moves come to mind? Is this a threat? Maybe not, because of bishop takes h7, as you mentioned.
Yeah, well, the move that I really wanted to play was, for some reason, it doesn't work, but I got dreams of planting the knight from f3 to d6. That is something that I'm just salivating at the prospect. But obviously, I can't get there just yet.
Yeah.
But I was thinking of just doing the obvious things, like maybe just centralizing a rook first, and how to centralize. This is the issue, because the queen will step to e7. So let's. Yeah. So if you go rook a to d1 and then the black queen moves over to e7, you might have to waste some time with defending this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also queen to a5 might be another direction to go. But then you would have to start calculating all of these types of sacrifices, Greek gift-esque sacrifices, luring the black king out. The knight can come. Just need the white queen to somehow teleport herself anywhere on the king side, and it might just end in checkmate. But okay, so if not rook to d1, you might want to use that rook to defend this pawn. You're arguing, Ivanka.
I might, yes. I'm also very attracted by like rook c1 and waiting to see what happens there. Hang on a second. I'm missing something obvious. The bishop on b7 is defended by a rook, so bishop a6 could be black's next move.
Yeah. So a positional threat to get rid of the worst piece. The big pawn on b7 will trade off for a normal bishop on d3, and that's not a good exchange for white. So maybe it's time to move the queen. But where?
Yeah.
Queen a3?
Queen a3. That's a very clever move. I was just thinking queen c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then
Which,
okay. The bar doesn't drop, so knight takes e3.
Oh. Well, okay,
Slide.
the queen moves. I'll pretend I saw that knight to f5. Retreating moves with the knight are so difficult to spot. Okay, now g4. Okay, well, I think I might have had a happy accident there. It's all worked out in my favor.
It's all worked out. I love your queen c4, Ivanka. Because, I mean, main point is that the bishop is not allowed to ever activate. If the bishop can't activate, the rook can't activate. And yeah, teleportation over to the king side. Easy checkmate. Of course, black will have something to say about that, but I like it as a starting point at least. And also you guard this pawn that we were worried about in the other variation. Queen e7 no longer comes with tempo. Feels like a multi-purpose move.
Yes. Is that the best move? I mean, I did see a featured chat there from N who's saying, fair to say I've played h4. But is that just in general, or does that actually work right now?
Wow, h4. Yeah, let's shout out to our chat, h4. Okay, the bar does drop there. So I think in the near future, h4 is useful as a launchpad idea. But bishop a6 now might be the downside. And again, it's not a great exchange for white. Tactically, I don't think it works. So maybe queen c4 first. He was reaching out there a moment ago, Fedoseev. I like h4 though as a concept, AlphaZero style. Support the knight jumping. Yeah, maybe that's the next order of business.
Oh, well, Fedoseev just teasing us. He reached for a piece and then he just seemed to be hesitating a little bit. Maybe queen a4 is also a good move as suggested by our featured chat. Well, it looks like Fedoseev is going to take a decision. We don't have to wait that long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's
Which
see
way
his
is he
next
looking?
move.
I love like eye tracking. Did you see that? He's like looking at the queen side, then it moves.
Ooh.
Your move, David. Grandmaster chess.
My move, but not the best one. Actually, did you see that, Jovanka? Just below the players' cameras right now, we see the accuracy stats. And Fedoseev, until this move, had 99.9% accuracy. Now it's dropped to 99.3%. So he's slacking. Yeah, the queen's far away from the king side, though, more importantly.
But it was an interesting move. And I mean, I'd never even crossed my mind to play like that. But what was your rationale behind queen to a3? Because it was the move played.
Yeah, sorry, I suddenly got the hiccups. Oof. And queen to a3, I think the main rationale was that I wanted to indirectly keep the e3 pawn defended, partly because I didn't see that queen c4 was possible initially. And just to point out for everyone at home, a5 was played by Gukesh, partly to save this pawn, partly to use b4 as a launch pad for the knight, but knight takes e3 would have been a big positional mistake, because now indirectly the pawn is defended, bishop takes h7, you regain the piece, now the black king is a bit weaker, and it's also very good knight, especially if it lands on d6, versus a very bad bishop on b7. So that was my rationale, Jovanka. Nothing sophisticated, just tricky stuff, trickster chess, just hoping for a mistake, but of course Gukesh didn't play that. a5 instead.
Yeah, no, but it's a nice kind of concept, right? If you can get rid of that beautiful knight sitting there on d5, and then suddenly you can see like a white knight appears on d6, that's going to be game over. A rook appearing on d6 is going to be wonderful as well. And yeah, the question now for Fedoseev is how to continue his attack. I mean, are we looking at rook to d1? Because the queen on a3, yeah, it's far from the attack, but at the same time, it protects everything. Did he? No, he's drunk a cup of tea.
Yeah, just sipping his tea. Very calm guy, Fedoseev. I've played him many times as well, and his body language very rarely changes, winning or losing. Or unless he's maybe blundered, then he might display some emotion, but winning or losing is poker face. Very calm, always sipping his tea, always seems to have time on the clock as well. And yeah, he's just fiddling with pieces, sipping his tea, not moving yet. I would expect rook d1, as you mentioned. I'm not sure which rook. That's just the one big eternal question in chess. Which rook? Never clear.
Yeah, it's... And, you know, I learned the Grandmaster answer was that it's always going to be the other one, right? You move the A1 rook, and then it should have been the F rook, because the other rook on A1 should have been on B1. And you're like, aha. Aha. But then if you do it the other way around, it's like, oh no, there should have been something on F1, just bearing down on the F line. I mean, maybe it's just swings and roundabouts. Both of them have their advantages. Both of them have their disadvantages.
Yeah. At some point, you just got to close your eyes and say, okay, this one or that one, it's a lucky dip. Just toss a coin or something and then put your rook on d1. I would probably just instinctively choose the a rook, because it does feel like white's f rook wants to somehow attack later on a semi-open file. He agrees, Fedoseev. He doesn't keep us waiting too long. He makes a move. And okay, at least now there's some hint of a threat against the black knight, the black queen. I'm not sure you want to do it immediately, but e4 is kind of targeting the black knight. Maybe you threaten to take this pawn before playing e4, so you have a proper pin. So it looks like it's time for Gukesh to move his queen.
Yeah, but the big thing though is if he moves to queen e7, white doesn't really want to be playing queen takes a5, because if you do that, suddenly the activity goes up in favor of black. You know, the rook will get to a8. There will be targets on a2 and c5, and yeah, you might win a pawn, but it's probably not for long. White's pawn structure is just too weak. So white is all about keeping control, just trying to improve the pieces, get a piece onto their best squares. Again, I'm obsessed, David. I cannot get it out of my mind. Putting a knight onto d6. So like I'm seeing a queen come to e7. I'm like, hey, I want to go knight to d2. And, you know, either I'm going knight c4 or knight e4, but one way or another, you are going to face the venom of one of those brutal knights. I had a name for them. I literally 2 months ago had a name for getting a knight on the 6th rank, particularly on the d6, f6, e6 square, and I've forgotten.
So it's even more powerful than on Octo Knight and Octopus Knight with its tentacles everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, like literally, like the best square for a knight is d6, e6, f6, and maybe c6. Those are the dream squares. And then, of course, the next row are also excellent squares for knights. But you just have to think of the knights being these wonderful creatures.
Yeah, the knights need to go on a
I'm gonna
tour
have to
here.
check my notes.
Feel free, Ivanka. I want to learn. That was a great masterclass you gave in Singapore, actually, about the power of these knights. And Gukesh likes to maneuver his knights, but here he might be facing a jumping knight, a very powerful one as well. Sir Knight on d6. Yeah, that would spell the end, probably, of the game. So it's that big a potential threat positionally. Okay, maybe we zoom out while Gukesh has a think. I'm expecting queen e7, just because you've got to do what you got to do. You've got to get your queen out of the way. And Gukesh, maybe slightly worse, but nothing too significant right now. Which other games are coming to life, Ivanka? Feels like the players now starting to spend a bit of time, starting to get a bit nervy. This is always the calm before the time trouble storm.
Well, just to kind of make some brief assessments about those positions on our board. I mean, if we were to go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jordan van Forest, the one in red, we can see that stuff has clarified in the center. So that's looking really exciting, actually, because you feel like white is the one who could have the attacking trumps. Yes, the pawn on c4 attacks the bishop, but say the bishop just clearly moves to c2 or wherever it goes. You could even see ideas such as g4 coming in. Bishop takes. I'm thinking about the Greek gift. And I'm just thinking about just maximizing the potential again of a kingside attack.
Big crossroads for Fabiano Caruana, our top seed here in Wijk Aan Zee. I mean, he can play positionally. He can take this knight, hope to have a slightly better pawn structure, access to the d4 outpost, or he can play bishop to c2 and just, yeah, like you said, Ivanka, just go for checkmate on this diagonal at some point. Pawn on e5, that's always the signal. That's always the catalyst for some kind of kingside attack. Okay, decision time. He plays your move. He drops back. I think a good decision to keep the potential. You can always take this knight a bit later, even if it costs a bit of time. What does Jordan have up his sleeve next? That's the big question. I'm slightly curious about whether black ever plays f6, just because there is a pin on this diagonal. But it always comes with a health warning. You don't want to necessarily play on the side that you're weaker. And here, black is clearly weak on the king side. I just want to say Jordan has won the battle in my mind because he's connected his pawns. But unfortunately, pawn breaks are difficult. d4 does drop this c4 pawn. So you might have to play with pieces. Maybe bishop to a8 would be the way I would start, just to clear file for this rook. hit the b2 pawn.
Mhm.
Or anything
Yeah,
could happen here,
that's
right?
you're right. Anything can happen. I kind of like your f6 move, but I also quite like it in conjunction with activating the rook. I don't know how useful it is to go bishop to a8, but at least you force the b pawn to be protected. And I mean, but let's have a look. Let's have a look at your most critical move, which is f6.
Okay.
And then we can
Maybe-
decide whether you need to flicken that bishop retreat or not.
I'm going to argue that black should flick it in, just
Okay.
just to ask a question. I think b3 now, at least black would have the option to, or bars rising for white. I was going to say the option to play d4 and try to open up this bishop without now dropping the pawn that was previously standing on c4. But okay, let's say white just plays a neutral move, rook to b1. Now f6. Yeah, and I was scared to see this happen. I don't think black's quite ready yet. Maybe because of your move, Jovanka. Oh, g4 is risky. Maybe white just moves.
Can you take on f6?
Oh, wow. That's the trick. That is the trick. Nice spot. Bishop takes bishop. You lose a piece, but it's only temporary. Check. And this is over, actually. Suddenly, double attack. Piece up. And yeah, and with the attack. Nice. So f6, yeah. I think it's on the radar, just not now. You probably need to defend e6 first somehow. But if you play a move like queen e7, like in the Gukesh game, then you might have to watch out for like g4 and the knight is running short of squares. It's not easy.
Actually,
God.
g4 is going to be, yeah, I mean, I was getting more and more tempted by this g4 idea. Yeah. Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Again, maybe building towards it. Maybe just rook to e1 first, just to, again, try to deter f6. And g4 only when black is not able to play knight to h4. I think that's the key. He's reaching for a piece. He's reaching for a piece, Jordan, here. If we go back to the game position, I think he was going for his bishop. Oh, he goes the other way. I was right about the bishop, just wrong about the square. And that's a very clever move, I've got to say. He's preventing b3 now as an option. So this pawn is attacked on b2, but b3 would allow a capture. And yes, the white queen could take this bishop, the white queen being hit, but then the black pawn. Oh, wait. That's a trick. I'll put it on the board, Jovanka. b3, black will take, white takes, and you don't allow this knight to drop. First, you flick in rook to b6, hit the queen, and only then, when it drops back, you take the bishop. And black has definitely had the better of that little exchange. These top players, Jordan as well, I can never predict his moves. He's so creative. It looks like a bad square, blocked by its own pawn, but there's always a reason. There's always a tactic behind it.
Yeah, and there we see a tweet. Not a tweet, sorry. A featured chat from Shathu. He says, Fabi's worse against Van Forest. Proof that London is bad. Wow.
Big words.
It's being a Londoner myself, I'm never going to agree with that statement.
Yeah, the London system, I hate playing it, but I also hate playing against it. So I don't know whether the two hates, kind of the two negatives, cancel each other out and they're an overall positive, or it's just one of those openings, right? I don't know why.
Yeah.
Everyone has an opinion.
Do you know which other opening does that for me? It's the French defense. When I was playing e4, I hated playing against the French. I was like, I don't understand. Like, why is there so much dynamic play from black? And when I was like, okay, right, excellent, I will play the French defense myself. And so I studied some lines, and I was like, I hate this. So I couldn't play it, couldn't play against it, and that's when I was like, okay, I'm going to play d4, no French defense.
Good decision, Jovanka. It served you well. But I mean, talking of a French defense, maybe it's time to check in on the French defense of the day. Between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Leon Mendonca. I'm going to jump over that immediately because, I mean, I don't know who has the advantage here. I see the eval bar saying it's white, but I mean, all I see is one big target. And it looks like white is going for that target. The black king somehow, it looks like he's kind of castled, like wrongly. He's put his king on b8. the king goes to c8 when he castle queenside, but he's taking the time out to push his king towards the corner, move his rook again. But yeah, this looks like a French defense gone wrong. That's my main point, Jovanka.
I agree with you. It looks really scary. I mean, the main move, I mean, it's just screaming to be played, is your b5. Can we put it on the board, David? It's too intoxicating for me.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't need to be played immediately. White can prepare it with like rook b1. But let's say White tries to blow open one of the flanks. Not the best move, but still maintaining some advantage. So capture pretty much forced. White recaptures. And the question is whether there's a knockout blow, because the black king is so open now. There's open lines towards it, but a bishop will somehow plug some of the gaps. And there is a pin here. White's pieces, these ones at least, don't really contribute to any attack yet. So maybe he needs to build up, Jovanka. I mean, it still goes on, right? Bishop to a5 nearly traps the queen, but not quite.
I was thinking queen b3. Queen b3 pin.
Ooh, that's clever. Pin.
Oh.
And black has to move that queen, I guess. Queen c6 maybe.
Yeah.
Or,
And now we can start the attack with rook fc1.
yeah, maybe rook c6.
Rook c6.
Although, I just realised I've blundered my queen.
Bishop a5.
Yeah. Okay, it continues. It's not the end of the world for black, but we get some material. But just to show what would happen, queen to a6 might happen, and bishop c7, discovered attack, check. And even winning the black queen is not actually the best move, because, okay, I'm just purely guessing here, but this type of position, black has a rook, bishop, and a pawn for the queen, and it's anyone's game. Okay, he's about to make a move.
That's an incredible line, actually. Yeah.
An incredible line because it's so, I don't know, it's so in tune with what's been happening so far with what happened yesterday, Jovanka. There were queen sacrifices, there were some weird material imbalances.
Yeah, but it was like the whole concept that black was able to give up a queen, and that probably was enough to save the day, give up the queen, and then with the minor pieces, just have a fortress around the king. And yeah, you really are, with the white pieces, just missing the presence of that light squared bishop. If there was a bishop on d3, you feel like b5 is going to come and it's going to be game over. Okay, it isn't on the board. We can't regret what isn't there. So bishop to d7, very quick response from Leon. b5.
b5.
Scary times.
Oof. Will he stay alive here, Leon? I mean, so many targets, you cannot allow that line to open up. So you can block it in two ways. You can push your pawn forward and block, which I really don't like. It just feels like pushing the pawn, you're going to line up kind of a target for the white pieces along this diagonal. But taking this pawn is also fraught with danger. Oh, Jovanka, I do not envy that black king. I really don't understand why it's on this flank rather than the much safer g8 square. If this was freestyle chess, you could somehow pretend that you can castle over to g8. But unfortunately, it's not freestyle, it's classical chess. It's gone wrong for black.
Yeah. Even in freestyle, David, I got bad news for you. You wouldn't have been able to castle on the other side of the board, because when freestyle, the king always begins between the two rooks.
I know. You need this rook on h8 over on a8, and then you can castle kingside. You can go the whole way, but unfortunately not right now. It just looks like one of those types of positions. So it was my point. b5 met by a capture, met by a mistake. He's only at 25 minutes as well, Leon. So big time trouble imminent. Still more than 20 moves to make before he gets to the magical move 40. Time trouble incoming.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm very worried for Leon here, because you can just see moves like queen a4, bishop a5, and the presence of the open A line is just going to be horrendous for Leon. I don't see him escaping this one. Maybe he has to just rook c4 and rook moves over to c8, and I'm just thinking, I'm inspired by your freestyle analogy of doing it the slow way, but you go king c7, king d8, king e8.
Run.
Out of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets given 5 free moves, if he gets given 5 free moves, I think it's a plan, Jovanka. But yeah, it's difficult. I think he should start with rook c4. I don't know what else he could even try at this point. Just to point out for everyone at home, to show some moves, bishop takes pawn now would lose to an idea you mentioned earlier. Jovanka, queen b3, simple pin and win here. You just walked into the firing line for that black bishop. So rook c4. How does white continue? Because it says +2 here, the eval bar. There must therefore be something quite strong, quite concrete.
Maybe.
Where is it?
There are a few things that really catch my eye. First up, it's just going queen b3, just playing simple chess. Queen b3 so that you can just bring pieces into the attack. Maybe now, like, you feel like if a bishop gets to a5, it's just game over. Not only does it trap the queen, but it's also pretty good. So yeah, rook c8 forced. And now, could you...
It feels like Abdusattorov so close, just like he has been close on a couple of occasions now to winning this tournament in the past, just tripping up in the final rounds. He just needs, like you said, one more move, bishop on a5, and it's over. I do wonder whether at some point you flick in g4 just to kick away this knight, and then your own knights are free to move. For example, white's knight landing on a4 would also be a huge step in the right direction, kicking away the black queen. But for now, knight to c3, you do have to consider what happens if black gobbles up the central pawn. I'm going to say it's not as clear as the eval bar says, Jovanka. I don't know about you. Do you think this is that straightforward of a +2 advantage?
No, it's not as straightforward. Just because you have to figure out a way to introduce the knight into the game. So I definitely think black is on the edge. But I can see white maybe not being accurate and finishing off the game in the most precise way, just increasing black's chances of survival. With queen to b3 played, and I'm expecting rook a8.
The prophetess, Jovanka Huska.
Yeah.
Cool.
Incidentally, this is Nodirbek's third appearance in the Masters. He came second in 2023. And do you remember, he was so close to winning. It looked like he was running away. But in the final round, he just completely just went wrong against Jordan and lost.
Yeah, actually a draw in that final round in 2023, and he would have secured a tiebreak, I believe, against Anish Giri. He had the white pieces as well, but he really wanted to go for it, played very aggressively, committally, and was punished, Nodirbek. And I just remember, I think I was commentating on that game, and oh my God, he looked like he was almost in tears. It was heartbreaking. He did everything right, kind of controlled the tournament, so impressive. Defeated Magnus Carlsen along the way, no less. And ultimately fell slightly short. And yeah, last year as well was very impressive performance from Nodirbek, but wasn't quite able to kind of catch up. Wasn't able to pip the likes of Wei Yi, Gukesh, and the likes in the tiebreaks. So yeah, right now the next step is unclear to me. Rook to c8 is, just you got to try something, Leon. You've got 22 minutes. Process of elimination. The black rook cannot move. The black queen cannot really go anywhere. The black bishop's knight all look stuck. So rook to c8.
Yeah, rook to c8, and at least you prevent queen a2, because that is a serious threat, right? Queen a2 followed by bishop a5, and the black queen is in trouble.
Yeah.
So you should be going rook ac8. And can we just, before we leave this game, just look at your idea of going g4 followed by knight c3? I mean, how dangerous is that for white?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, it's still good, but not the best. Yeah, I'm always reluctant. I don't think I would ever try this at home. I would never play this myself because now suddenly it's a 3-result game with the white king being weak. But I mean, the idea, just to show everyone, would be if maybe black has better, but if knight to h4, now I think you can just deflect away the black bishop. And there are ideas, for example, with bishop to b4, and you sneak in. And yeah, any attacking piece towards the black king is going to knock it out, and is going to simply win. So that was my idea, at least. But maybe black goes a different direction, maybe knight to h6, although that looks ugly. Knight takes d4, maybe a sacrifice. Maybe this is necessary. Just, again, trying different things. At least this would open up some possibility of an attack, counterattack against the white king. So I don't know if Nodirbek is going to go for this. But either way, Leon, he might fear moves like g4, but he has to simply play rook c8 to meet queen to a2 with, as you mentioned, queen to a2 less tempting now because of rook to c2. And black is totally fine suddenly.
yeah, that would be bad blunder, would really let black off the hook. And also, after rook ac8, is it possible that Nodirbek might want to not weaken the king? And I just wonder whether he could sacrifice as well with knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
Although g4, to be fair, looked very nice. And the answer is no. You absolutely can't afford to let the d4 pawn fall.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly black has got everything coordinated. Yeah, just 1 or 2 moves away for white to get to the king. You need a rook on the a file, you need a queen to come in, or you need queen a2, and you need to get a pawn to b6. Shut the mating net, but just not quite in time, it looks like. So yeah, I'm going to stick by my judgment that it's still not so clear. Nodirbek, clearly with more time at least, promising position, but the knockout blow is always the hardest. Leon's body language, though, looking a bit negative after yesterday.
And he's under 20 minutes, but maybe he can take inspiration from his game against yesterday, because when you think about it, he lost from quite an overwhelming advantage. Even though he had let it slip a little bit, he managed to make a terrible move that just threw the game away. So if it can happen to him, it can happen to anyone, right? That you can always find those chances, even in those bad positions.
Yeah, but Ivanka, chess players, we're kind of intrinsically negative, right? If we blundered, we're just like, it was on us, it's bad form. We don't think like, if I blunder, anyone can. We're just like, hate ourselves. It's hard to kind of get confidence from our own mistakes, unfortunately. So I mean, I've been where Leon is playing these super tournaments. You kind of blunder, you lose a game, and suddenly you think, oh god, these sharks, they smell blood. They're going to target me now. I think he's the lowest or one of the lowest rated players in the tournament, and he's going to feel like he has a target on his back.
Well, he certainly has that target, as he is the lowest rated player. And there we do see Nodirbek. He is very enthusiastic about his position as we see him lean forward. But it is up to Leon to find the best defense possible. Well, it's been an incredible start to day 2, and we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to see more of the classy games that these fine players are giving us. So see you then.
I became a grandmaster not just by playing great moves, but by making them subconscious. I used the woodpecker method for drilling tactics into my mind, such that they would just jump out of me over the board. But you cannot play crushing tactics without being in the right position first. So I adapted the woodpecker method to train positional play and strategy just like tactics, so that they become embedded in your memory, helping you to find great moves and play better strategic chess more easily. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, and I invite you to my new Chessable course, Woodpecker Method 2, Positional Play.
And we are back with the coverage of day one of Tata Steel Chess, and you can see the crowds, they are gathering because it's not just the year's first Super Grandmaster event, but it's also a festival of minds. There's a challenges section, there's also an open tournament where the players can fight it out. And talking about the challenges, there's a lot of big names. We saw some of them walking in the background, amongst them 11-year-old Faustino Oro. And David, the play there has been super exciting as well.
Yeah, the challenges section in Wijk Aan Zee is famous for its proportion of decisive games. There's always blood spilled. It's normally a very young field as well, so the players eager to prove themselves. There's also a qualifying spot for the Masters section, so that race for first place is all important. It's a huge breakthrough. It's regarded as kind of a stepping stone to the real elite of chess. And yeah, lots of young players there. Shout out to, I think, World Junior Champion as well, Kazibek, Nodirbek. And yeah, some nice representation for the Dutch players. My eyes, I must admit, will be focused on Faustino Oro throughout this event, but also Ediz Gürel, a young Turkish superstar in the making. who's been very impressive in recent years. He had a great breakthrough event at the 2023 European Club Cup and has since rocketed through the 2600 barrier. Benjamin Bock as well, famous streamer, commentator. And it's great to see this lineup, Jovanka.
It's a huge matchup there. And, well, my little birdies tell me that it's an incredibly exciting game between Benjamin Bock and Anish Giri. So maybe we can take a peek and see all the action that is happening on that board, because it's smoking.
Wow, it's chaos. I'm glad we have the eval bar showing us that white is doing well. I think it's mainly due to these pawns. They're just so strong. Any endgame, white is clearly winning. Unless Anish Giri here, the Turkish wonder kid, can somehow checkmate Bock's king, then it looks like white should be winning. First port of call, can white just get greedy? Give a check, take a pawn, and just promote Mr. C, Mr. D here. Promote these two pawns. Jovanka, yes, the eval bar says it's winning for white, but how clear do you feel it is? He does give a check, Bock.
Yeah, I feel after you illuminated the path with greed, I think it's pretty simple, right? Although, yeah, the white king is in danger, so it's never that elementary, but it looks pretty straightforward, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe we make a few moves on the board. I think black is about to move the king. I think Gurel, he's a very attacking player. I played him recently on chess.com, I've got to say, and I played him about a year ago, and I was winning most of the games very comfortably. I played him a few months back, and suddenly he leveled up. He was crushing me. He's very aggressive when given the opportunity. Queen takes pawn, I was going to say, does allow the black queen out, and suddenly this knight is hit, this pawn is hit. There's some inkling that you might start getting over towards the white king. This is not fully one-way traffic. White should still be in control, but I don't know. I could see this rebounding if Bock gets low on the clock. But yeah, what do you think? Should still be winning for white.
David, you are wasted on chess commentary. You should be the nation's poet, Bock low on the clock.
It's bad jokes. Bad joke central.
King. Well, there's a place in the world for those jokes. I like it. You get my stamp of approval. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. You do have to take care of the king, and if you grab with the knight, that pawn, you do have to factor in bishop to f7, but you can simply step back with the queen, and everything is protected.
Yeah, I think this is
C6
the
is
stronger
coming.
of the two options. Sorry, Jovanka, go on.
No, I was just going to say c6 is coming. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, c6. I mean, yeah, and also caveman chess, diagonal, checkmate. Maybe it's white doing the business on the black king. It does look like Bock has played a model game so far, and despite facing the two bishops, it's all about the strength of these pawns. So let's assume that the more experienced player here, Benjamin Bock, is going to take the victory. I'm actually shocked to see that Bock is under 2600. In my mind, he's like a, I don't know, mid 2600 player because he's so strong and fantastic openings, great chess understanding. So yeah, a bit of an upset in terms of rating, but yeah, anything can happen in the challenger section, Jovanka.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Benjamin being a somewhat experienced player. He's very young to me, but it's only because amongst the field we have an 11-year-old playing. I mean, that's the only reason we're calling people experienced. When really they're quite young. But let's check out our little teenage, not even a teenager, our little child prodigy.
Let's do just that. Let's jump over to a game between Frederick Svana, one half of a very strong Grandmaster brother duo in Germany, against Faustino Oro. And okay, it's very locked. It's a Queen's Gambit declined. I slightly prefer white, Jovanka, just because black has a backwards c-pawn, but nothing too dramatic to write home about. It looks like Faustino's got out of the opening in decent shape. I mean, you play the Queen's Gambit. What do you make of his chances?
Well, it's pretty solid position. Yeah, pawn on c6, that is the target, but at the same time, it's not one that white can really attack. And the knight on d6, can I just pinpoint that piece? It's such a fantastic, it's on a fantastic square because it can jump to c4. It also reinforces control of e4. And yeah, I don't see anything wrong for black's position just yet because it's not easy for white to come up with a plan. So it's pretty solid. If I were to say anyone had an easier position, I would say things are slightly better for white, but so far, all good.
All good, yeah. And he might be 11, but he's super strong, of course, and I am already international master. He was slightly unlucky. I played through his game against Vaishali yesterday, Jovanka, and I think it was ultimately settled in a time scramble where it became a bit random, and he was a bit unfortunate, Faustino, but he needs to bounce back today. I think a draw would be a great result in this game. He's super solid in the current position. And I think we'll check in on these results later when they tick in.
Yes, and it's nice to see that Faustino is still very much a child on the chessboard, right? There's nothing worse than seeing a kid that looks like they're 70 years old and behaving scarily mature. You see Faustino 11, looks very much 11. And I'm looking forward to watching his progress. So I agree with you, David. Let's go back and check in on our masters. Let's have a look at the bird's eye view and see what developments await us.
Yeah, our cameraman nodding there in agreement that we should jump over. Faustino gave a yawn as well, so perfect timing to jump. And last we were here before our break, we were talking about Abdusattorov's big advantage against Leon Mendonca. We'll see if he can find a breakthrough in that game. That's our orange board on the bottom row. Elsewhere, it does look like things are starting to heat up. Jovanka Fedoseev has installed a beautiful piece on an outpost against Gukesh. That was a dream we were kind of talking about for him. Gukesh facing some scary pressure there. Arjun Erigaisi with an advantage against Anish Giri in the endgame. Where do you want to jump to next?
Things are looking exciting all around. I can also see that the game between Vincent Keimer and Max Warmerdam is also heating up as Vincent Keimer starts to push forward his pawns, and I can also see that Hari Krishna, he did what the English school of chess was really pounding the table for. He went for it on the king side. So there's so much choice here, but of course it has to be world champion Gukesh. We have to go to that purple board and see what are the consequences. White has deposited a rook on d6. That is a tremendous square for a rook, by the way. It's anchored by not one, but 2 pawns.
Yeah, and even if this rook is somehow later attacked by the black knight, which does take a long time, I wouldn't be surprised to see Vladimir Fedoseev just leave his rook there. If you ever take this rook, it's just replaced by an just as equally powerful pawn, pass pawn at that. So, okay, one gain for Gukesh since we were last here is that he traded off the light squared bishops. Black's light squared bishop was the problem child of his position. That is gone. And okay, white still is left with weak pawns. Somehow you need to play around this rook. You just need to kind of flight a fancy. Imagine it's not there. Just pretend. But how easy is that to do?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You kind of just want to like play on the B line, you know, maybe put the knight on d5 if you can as black, and then just live your best life on the B line and just go, hey, how about that? But it's not such an easy position because the knight on a6, even if it gets to d5, it's not safe there either. It can be beaten backward by the pawn on e3. So that is something. And again, the pawn on e5 cuts the position in 2, which does mean that the black king is vulnerable. I mean, look at it. It's got no defenders. So, it is a white to play. What would be running through Fedoseev's mind? Will he be looking at improving the knights? Playing knight to g5? I've got a one-track mind. Yeah, knight d4, knight g5. get the knight to e4. Knight d4 has the advantage that it attacks the pawn. Actually, does it win a pawn?
Yeah, it looks like black might have to play a move like, knight to b4 just to defend this little guy on c6. But the knight isn't stable there, as you mentioned, Jovanka. You can get hit on b4 by an a pawn later. I like your knight g5 as well, though. I'm kind of split in two minds because it creates this threat of queen to d3. Oh, he doesn't play that. I was going to say queen d3 going for checkmate with a knight on g5, also hitting this knight. First, he just defends the c-pawn over protection and frees up his queen. That's a very Fedoseev move. He keeps all his options open. He always plays unexpected moves. That's why his opponents are always in time trouble. Vladimir Fedoseev. It's as if he's like, what move would surprise my opponent? And he's like, okay, that one. And then he plays it. I never guess his moves out of all the top players in the world. I think I find him the most difficult to kind of get inside the mind of. But it makes sense, defending this pawn.
It does make a lot of sense. And perhaps black was threatening rook b5 and then doubling on the b line with tempo. And rook c1. I like the fact that it overprotects c5, but I also like the fact that the rook, again, David, please forgive me for the way that I think, but I'm thinking rook c4 and maybe, just maybe, swinging things over. But for the time being, it's just a slow move. I just rook c4, just build up the position, go h3, and then get your pieces ready for working either on the center or switching over to the king side. I like the flexibility of this move.
Yeah, I love it as well, just because it makes black's choice much kind of narrower here. It's prophylaxis, as we say, like it's pretty much stopped rook b5, just to put this on the board, because now knight d4 would simply win a pawn, hitting the rook, hitting this pawn. This wouldn't have been possible if the c-pawn were undefended here. Also, rook b4 looks far less tempting because of knight to d4 again. And black really doesn't want to have to say, retreat back to starting square to defend this pawn. So he's basically said, you cannot enter with your rook. This rook doesn't really have much to do, therefore, if it cannot double on the b-file. The queen is rather stuck defending this pawn. So it's pretty much knight to b4 or like, I don't know, a waiting move like h6, stopping your knight g5. But I don't know, I just love these moves, Jovanka, where it says the opponent's most natural, most kind of desired moves are just rendered impossible. Really classy move from Fedoseev.
Very nice move from Fedoseev. And again, passing the ball back to Gukesh and asking him, what are you going to do next? And as you highlighted, it's not easy to come up with a plan. And if we were to put ourselves in Gukesh's shoes, is it good to wait? Do you go h6 and just wait it out and say, I will respond to whatever white does? Or do you try to take immediate action? I mean, how do you take immediate action as well?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Black is so passive. Maybe one way would be to play rook to b7. That's not to improve this rook necessarily. It's to improve the other rook. You need to get them onto an open file, and the b file is the only open one right now for black. So you could double up, but it does look a bit sad. Hoping that you can meet knight into d4 with knight to b4 is the other thing with black, but that's no guarantee in the near future once the white queen moves. I've got to say, Eval Bar says slight advantage for white, but I think Gukesh under serious pressure. Very serious pressure here.
I agree with you, and you can see that on the clock as well. Gukesh down to 26 minutes and doesn't have an easy position to play whatsoever. He's gonna have to be aware of white's opportunities at every go. You know, for Fedoseev, he can calmly build up his position. He has so much flexibility. If he wants, he can step up with his rook to c4. If he wants, he can just bring his queen over to the center and try get in some rook to d7s. There's knight to g5 coming, knight to d4. The white king can hide itself quite safely on the king side. So it is very much up to Gukesh. And how is he going to fight all of these plans that white has at their disposal?
Yeah, very difficult decision. I think we leave him to it for now, Jovanka, because action is happening elsewhere. Suddenly things have sped up on other boards. Let's zoom out for a moment. And Fedoseev, as mentioned in the featured chat there, did defeat Magnus in the Olympiad. Can he defeat another world champion today? Big questions to answer for Gukesh. Top left of our screens, Arjun Erigaisi still with a small advantage against Anish Giri in an endgame now. Queen's off that board. Caruana against Van Forest. That one is spicing up. That's the red board. The green board, we haven't gone too much, Jovanka. Sarana against Wei Yi. I think Wei Yi maybe has some slight pressure, but still odds on that is a draw. Vincent Keimer taking risks against Max Varmadam. Abdusattorov might be on the brink of victory against Leon Mendonca. Also, time trouble is already very real in that game with only 7 minutes for black. But I'm just looking at Hare Krishna as well. He sacrificed a pawn to go, at least on the king side, to go for Prag's king. So drama's happening.
Yeah, drama's happening. How about we go to the Hare Krishna game in light blue, and then we check in on Caruana against Van Forest. Does that sound like a deal, David?
Sounds like a very fair deal. I think that's a win-win for everyone. Maybe not for all the players. Unfortunately, not everyone can win, but for us, it's a real treat. And this is the current position. I just want to show the last 2 or 3 moves because things really suddenly exploded. Pragg recaptures a pawn. The blue arrow appears. And it was just back here. White has been pushing. Of course, beautiful kind of 4-pawn attack here. Incoming d5, striking back. You cannot take this pawn twice because suddenly the g4 pawn would be hanging. So Hare Krishna ignored that, pushed his pawn to g5. It's literally kingside versus queenside right now as Pragg pushes forward on this side of the board. And rather than kind of continue very consistently here, Hare Krishna pushed on the side where he was weaker, pawn to c3. And after an exchange, now it's Pragg's turn to push on this side. He should be weaker. He's trying to open lines towards the white queen, just like white did against the black queen. Nice symmetry there. And Harry pressed the chaos button. G6 out of the blue. Given a question mark, giving up a pawn to close down the black rooks. And after the pawn is captured, this is the live position. And apparently, Jovanka, he needs to find b3. I thought he was going to look in the other direction, like queen to g3, go for checkmate. But apparently he needs to take a timeout and try to regain a pawn.
Wow. B3. I didn't have my eyes in that direction either, David. So I was expecting, queen g3, rook g3, target the g6 pawn, but b3. But is that because the computer is just like materialistic?
Maybe. But I mean, if there's no checkmate against the black king, then I understand why the computer wants to at least level up the pawns.
That is true. And I guess also the white king stands on g1. So like at first I was really attracted to ideas such as rook to g3. If the king comes to f7 or h7, you got ideas of h5 at the right time. But yeah, with the king standing on g1, it's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to queen c5 checks. So maybe, obviously the computer is right. b3, regain material. Try go for full board play.
Yeah, I think it's a very positional move, b3, and his instincts are positional, Harry. That's why I was so surprised by g6. I didn't think it was 100% necessary. But there's 2 things are going to happen. Either he's going to go back to his roots. He's going to be like, okay, actually b3, restore the material balance. My position's fine, holdable. Or he's going to say, I'm all in, and he's going to go for the black king. While the rest of his position might burn. The downside with queen g3 is that bishop to b4 might be slightly annoying along this diagonal. Also, queen to g3, there is g5, and there are some kind of pins occasionally in this direction. Oof. It feels like Pragg is doing pretty well. Black's not risking too much.
Yeah. Actually, g5 is a lovely response to any attack against g6. Because the rook on f8 suddenly will spring to life. And maybe you will eyeball the white queen. You also have pins galore. The white king is sensitive. Yeah, but sometimes positional players do have those moments of madness, you know. You feel with pawns on e4, f4, and then we had the pawn on g5, like, hey, let's go forward, let's do something different. But yeah, this is the reason why you need to calculate your way through those complications. Yeah, and so let's have a look at what happens after b3. That's the best move on the board. Let's look at what black should be doing. I mean, do you hold on with bishop b5, or you just go whatever? Let's go into an endgame with bishop c, or let's try and trade as many pieces as possible. Bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 looks very tempting. White would then be forced to block. Bishop to e3. Now probably an exchange. I'm not sure which way. Again, white has so many moves. He does play b3, Hare Krishna. Very appropriately plays b3. Yeah, e5 here looks very good for black, just breaking open the center for the rooks. I do wonder whether this might even happen. It feels like white is vulnerable on the dark squares because the king's on the dark square. So yeah, playing on that color complex, Hare Krishna. Bishop to b5 here would be met by a4, I guess. And the question is whether you can still hold on to c4. I'm not so sure. Looks like this pawn might disappear anyway. But even a position like this, bishop c6, and then you just kind of move the queen. It's still anyone's game. I mean, there's some pressure here.
Totally.
Yeah, I think I would probably just play bishop c5, get those pieces away, get them off.
Yeah, me too. And I liked your plan of going e5, disrupting the pawn structure for white, because as their teachers, you know, every time you advance this pawn, you leave behind weak squares. And yeah, it makes so much sense. Pragg, though, he's very much a combative player, and he's not quite into calculation like Gukesh, but he does try to calculate his way out of complications, right? I noticed that in Ramesh's book on calculation, that there were a lot of positions where I instinctively would have played something a lot more simpler and been happy with slight or significant advantage, whereas Pragg and Gukesh were calculating the way to a win, but even though it was massively complicated.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. A year or so ago, I was running some sessions, mostly on the endgame, but with some calculation involved, and some super grandmasters were attending those sessions, Pragg included. And I mean, firstly, he's very quick with calculation. He would get to answers much quicker than some other kind of strong grandmasters, but he would also go deeper. He would also look at all the details. He'd try and force the issue, always forcing moves first. I remember he played against Magnus Carlsen here in Tata Steel as well, and I thought he was in big trouble. Suddenly he calculated like 15 only moves in a row and saved the day. So yeah, he's very impressive. It's the Ramesh School of Chess. It's Indian that's what's brought them so much success, this Indian generation. And yeah, I think Pragg, as you say, not quite as reliant as Gukesh, maybe more instinctive there, or wants to kind of play a bit more kind of free and loose, but his instincts fantastic, his calculation fantastic, very few weaknesses in his game. So key moment for him. He needs to find something if he wants an advantage in the next few moves.
Yeah, he certainly has to do that. And well, we saw one promising line which involves a trade of dark square bishops. Can we look at other forcing moves? Can we try to maybe consider what is running through Pragg's head right now? So
what else could be happening? I'm so attracted to bishop c5 now that I'm struggling to think of anything else. I do realize maybe undefended pawns, Jovanka. Is this pawn undefended? a2. Could black be really greedy and play like queen a5?
I was also going to ask that question, but then I was thinking maybe there needs to be calculation before you suggest such moves. You know, it's like those sessions, you know, when you train with kids and they're just eager to say the first move that comes into their mind. You're like, no, calculate, please. Okay, this, of course, involves some calculation because now the rook can swing over to g3. And that's going to queen takes a2.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm scared. Something's happening here.
Right. But what is happening? So you have rook takes g6, you have b takes c4.
Yeah, rook takes c6.
Yeah.
I think maybe black is not getting mated. Rook f7 will defend everything, and this pawn is big.
Yeah.
I wonder
Take
whether
the
it's
pawn first. Oh,
yeah.
We
Maybe
see
pawn takes pawn.
Prag.
Okay, he's going to move.
Oh.
Oh, he plays the safer of the two. I think the more natural move, right, Jovanka? Bishop c5.
Yeah.
Forcing the issue.
Yes.
Oh, nobody wants an offside queen in chess.
Yeah, you got to have nerves of steel, right? So your king is potentially vulnerable, and off you go. Just chasing pawns there on the queen side. Yeah, that takes guts. But bishop c5, bishop b3, only move. And it's a pretty nice position to encounter, especially with this e5. Now that I see it, I can't think of anything else that black should be doing.
Yeah, let's just show this. And bishop takes. I think white should actually take with a rook, because queen takes allows e5, and yeah, after rook takes c4, once the black queen moves, there's ideas of bishop to b5. So we need the rooks off the light squares, as well as taking on f4, so dual threat. So I think rook takes is probably more accurate, but even e5 here, rook takes pawn, and then the black queen moves. Again, not sure where, but it's a bad bishop, very bad bishop on g2, blocked in by its own pawn, and it's a potentially very flexible bishop for black. More pawn protection in front of the king as well for black. White's king a bit open, so I think not a big advantage necessarily, but something. And Hari Krishna will not like being positionally worse as a positional player.
I agree with you. There we see bishop e3. Fast response is the only move in the position from Hari. And there we see bishops come off the board and a pause. It's always good playing strategy. Just simply wait, calculate everything, and then make your decision. Oh, well.
Yeah, while we wait for that decision, Jovanka, let's jump over immediately to Nodirbek Abdusattorov's board, because it looks like he's doing pretty well. And Leon Mendonca really low on the clock, 2 minutes remaining. Black has just captured a piece on f5. Yeah, white restores the material balance. It's actually level pawns, level pieces, but it's the quality here, Jovanka, that probably means that white is just winning in the near future.
Yeah, the king safety, the bad pawns, it looks tremendous for white here. It's just I was gonna say black, but that was just gonna be a word slip. It wasn't gonna be black, it was gonna be white. And there we see queen takes d4, but can you not attack the queen? Because black cannot simply rook bc, rook bd1.
Yeah, I would attack the queen, and yeah.
Queen takes e5 is not possible because of knight takes f7.
Yeah, that looks strong. You could also maybe just grab this pawn first, and then just start coming around to d6. I mean, it's tempting to play like rook a1 as well, Jovanka. Just try to get in behind, try to deliver some type of checkmate. Oh, his spidey senses are tingling, Abdusattorov.
That looks the most tempting of all. Why go for little fish such as the d5 pawn when you can actually hunt the king? And let's not forget the objective in chess is to give checkmate. No one is immune from the effects of that. So I love your idea. Just line up the rook and queen together. Go for the main prize.
Oh, this is looking very difficult. 2 minutes left. He's only at move 25 here, Leon. I really feel that yesterday's defeat, that heartbreaking turnaround, that affected him. Because what I've seen of him, I must admit I'm not as familiar with Leon Mendonca as some of the other players, but what I have seen, he's normally quite quick, quite confident. And yeah, it doesn't look like today he's played the most confident chess. He took a big risk by castling queenside, maybe. But other than that, it does look like he's been playing too slowly, and he's been a bit scared of what's been kind of been hitting him ever since that A4 surprise, that novelty in the opening. And suffering now.
Yeah, he's certainly suffering here with his king out there, exposed to the elements. And whilst we're waiting for Nodirbek to make a move, we're going to take a quick peek over to the game between Vincent, because Vincent, we saw he was taking risks earlier on, pushing those pawns. You can see his last move has been awarded a dubious move. It's a question mark on the board.
There's a big question mark over why that move is bad, but let's try and figure it out, Jovanka. Queen to b3. I must admit, it's a very strange one. It looks like a step in the wrong direction. Like, why is the queen over here when the action is in the center? The action is probably on the e file and soon to be g file. So stepping the queen away is bizarre to me. I guess knight to b4 would have hit the white queen. She was previously sat on c2, but there must have been other ways to deal with this. So aesthetically, it feels wrong, but concrete reasons, we need to work that one out, of course. Is it just because it's a bad square for the queen? Maybe it's not the end of the game. It's a +1 advantage, though, for black, for Max Varmadam here.
Yeah, I just counted the pawns, and it's interesting though. It does feel like the queen has spent a lot of time shuffling around, because she was earlier on queen on b3. She moved to c2 and then back again. So and there we have an answer from Max. No, his move has been given an X, which means it's a miss. He missed a golden opportunity. Maybe the queen could have come forward to f4.
But then, let's jump in and try and figure it out. Because now the damage is minimal here. Maybe that was better for black. Queen to f4, I realized it was possible earlier, but then I did think that maybe white could jump forward with the knight, and the black queen suddenly is hit. There's no good checks, there's no good squares. I wonder what the best move was here. And I do wonder, queen to b3. Apparently, I don't have time to work this out, Jovanka. I don't think I would have found it. I probably would have just played the move rook to g8, which apparently is one of the best moves with a big advantage. But bishop to h6 was the key to try and get out into the position. But okay, queen to d7, a very natural move instead. Yeah, it's very mysterious as well. I guess the bishop's just so bad. It was time to improve it. But queen d7, knight to e3. And now the bishop lands on h6.
Yes. Why show your opponent to the right way? Yeah, bishop h6. Now it makes a lot of sense, right? The rook will come to g8, as you highlighted. The bishop on b7 has a beautiful target on g2. So yeah, this is looking very nice for Max. He has great coordination, right? The knight can jump to d4 when it wants to. There's also an e5 square that if white doesn't control, he's going to have problems on. And there's no harmony within the white camp at all.
Yeah, like, why is the white queen on b3? She's doing 0 on that square. And it was, as you mentioned, Jovanka, it was Vincent doing most of the kind of work, doing most of the kind of heavy lifting in terms of trying to open up the position. But in doing so, he's left his own king really vulnerable on an open file. He's left his pawn really weak on f5, his backward pawn on d3. Sometimes in chess, like, the best form of action is inaction. You don't actually want to do too much, but he's been like pushing and pushing, and yeah. Now knight to d5, his desired move would be met by knight to a5, hitting the white queen and then simply winning a pawn. The white knight would be captured. I hate white's position suddenly. It's not the end of the world, but looking difficult for Vincent Keimer.
Yeah. Do you know something, David? You reminded me that the art of doing nothing is actually one of the most difficult things to do in chess. And I remember Jonathan Rowson speaks about that in one of his books, about how the best thing is just to sit and wait and just hold the status quo. But it's quite frustrating because as humans, we want progress, we want change, we want, things to happen. Just sitting still and enjoying the moment, being present focused, is not going to cut the mustard for most of us. So I wouldn't be too harsh on Vincent. I
Yeah.
think it's very natural that he wanted to do something, but yeah, Queen B3, Queen Z2, then going back again, it doesn't quite feel right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely admirable that he's been trying to get the action going. He wants to win this game, of course. He's on a high. He won yesterday. He's playing one of the lower rated opponents in this field. I mean, Max is a fantastic player, super solid, but I guess a lot of the players are targeting him if they want to win this tournament. So, yeah, Vincent, I admire what he's doing. It's just unfortunately not quite worked out. Yeah, the knight is hit. I actually think he's going to go back where he came from, Jovanka, and he's going to say, okay, take back. But again, that's one of the hardest things to do in chess, right? Admit that you might have stepped in the wrong direction and to just go back.
Yeah, that's difficult to do. Thing is, though, it's either that or sacrificing a pawn. So maybe his choice isn't that difficult. But again, stepping to the original square with G4, I mean, that's coming with consequences because the bishop now can remaneuver itself to another diagonal, can put itself on F4 if nothing is hanging. And no, he jumps forward. Okay,
Wow.
you called it, David. It's very difficult to admit you made a mistake.
Yeah, maybe this isn't a mistake though, knight to d5. I was curious about knight to a5. As I mentioned, double attack, hitting the white queen and capturing this knight next. But is he going to sacrifice a piece, Jovanka? Is he just going to take on f6, try to blow open this diagonal and argue that he's got enough compensation? Surely that can't work.
Maybe. Okay, let's try though, because let's try your first move, knight a5, grabbing a piece, or grabbing a material at least.
Yeah, and if white just
Next.
moves like queen c3, then maybe this isn't the end of the world, but it is a pawn. And black seems to have full control. I'm just curious whether it's possible to play knight takes f6 here. Okay, the engine says no, not really. Because to me, this looks slightly tempting for a second. I think it's just, again, the fact that the white queen is so far away. If she were able to get to the g file, this is huge. This is fantastic. But she's just wrong side of the board. And maybe it is a pawn sacrifice.
Maybe it is a pawn sacrifice, and well, we'll see what Vincent has in mind. But before we do that, let's have a look at it looks like the closing moments of the game between Nodirbek and Leon Mendonca, because take a look at this. You mentioned it, the rook and the queen lined up against the king, and now this is just cruel stuff that's happening.
Oof. Yeah, it feels like black is really on his last legs. The king is on an open file. The knight is so strong. What was the name for that knight, Jovanka, on d6? We need to know because it's landed on this board as well. That octopus knight, that powerful beast of a piece. It's on an outpost. It's attacking a rook.
Yeah, I will remember, David, I promise you, but it's a good piece. Just know that this is no normal knight. There is a knight at its maximum power. It's targeting the rook. I love your rook f to c1. Invite everyone to the party. There's going to be checks along the diagonal. It's difficult to see how Leon's king can survive this at all. And you can see the evaluation bar. It's saying, no, not a chance.
Yeah, that is a powerful knight, and it might be good knight for Leon Mendonca in this game. Simply, the fact that his rook is attacked means that he has to break ranks, break formation. If he moves to the side, the black rook, there might be captures. And the black king opened up even further. The black rook moves away. The white queen is coming in to deliver some nasty, nasty checks. Oof, Leon under 1 minute now as well. It's all gone wrong. This has been a model game, I've got to say, Jovanka, from Nodirbek here, he might have just refuted the French defense with this novel idea in the advanced variation.
Yeah, it was a novel idea, and actually it provoked Leon to make some inaccuracies, right? He didn't really challenge Nodirbek. He could have castled kingside and said, hey, I want to see what you have up your sleeve. But instead, he was provoked into making a very controversial decision of putting his king queenside, and then after that it was just simply the advance attack in full flow, especially with the pawns just going b4, b5, exploding open the position, and in 6 seconds for Leon.
He made the move just in time with a few seconds left, but now White has so many tempting choices here. I'm very very attracted to queen to a5 check now, bring the white queen up. Diagonal checks always kind of tip the opponent's coordination off balance. You can also start hitting the black queen. The white rook can mobilize. I think he can pick from a variety of wins here. Nodirbek. Poor Leon, tough start to one of his first elite round robin events. He qualified last year from the challenger section, but it looks like a rude awakening now.
Well, he can take inspiration from the fact that last year in the Challengers section, he didn't have the best of starts, but he finished strong and took that all-important first place and nabbed that first prize. So, yeah, I'm also attracted, David, to the idea of just giving checks along the diagonal, picking up material when it's offered, and just enjoying the fact that black is the one that is suffering. And there we see Owen Lamy, Dutch Grandmaster, also briefly glancing over at the position for Nodirbek. He mustn't make the same mistake, though, that he did against Praggnanandhaa yesterday. Prag was the one in trouble. Nodirbek had a lot of time on the clock, and Nodirbek perhaps took some hasty decisions that led to him not necessarily getting the full point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, closing things out is always the toughest thing, right, in chess. And Nodirbek struggled yesterday on the brink of a big advantage against Praggnanandhaa. Okay, here he decides quickly. He's still got a lot of time on his clock, nearly 40 minutes. Abdusattorov, he gives a check. The problem is the black king cannot retreat. It will continue getting checked. And whatever you throw in the way to block this attack, there's always a downside. You're dropping pieces, material. He tries to trade queens, but now his central pawn is hanging. Oof.
Yeah. And when that central pawn falls, the queen will be attacking the rook as well on g8. So it's just difficult for black to survive this one. You can even throw in a check with the rook on f1 just for fun and then grab the pawn. That's possible.
Very possible. Again, all roads lead to Rome at this point. They lead to a big attack. Queen takes pawn. Yeah, how to survive this now? He's done well fighting, I've got to say, Jovanka. I thought already half a dozen moves ago it might be the end, but feels like we're edging closer now. White suddenly up a pawn and with the attack.
Yeah.
What to do?
Very, very hard to come up with a constructive move here for Leon. And there we also see the evaluation bar saying objectively this is just lost. Black's king is so vulnerable. Rook fc1, check is coming. The knight is beautifully parked there on d6. Okay, rook to d8.
He made that move with 2 seconds left, Jovanka. And he's trying to curl up into a ball, bring defensive pieces to wrap around the king. But this is not going to help. Already looking at some checkmating ideas. Nodirbek twiddling her with a piece there, very coolly, very calmly. He's not the type of player to stop and overthink in winning positions, right? He's so confident. He knows he's about to get the job done.
He's very confident. You know, there's so many beautiful moves. Like, for instance, you could give a check with the other rook, invite everyone to the party, and the queen can just simply move her way into the 7th row.
Oh, he
Okay.
brings his knight back. Attacking the black queen. Nowhere for the black queen to run. Wherever she moves, there's going to be a check either on the d6 square or the a5 square. The black king is about to get hit. You might just need to take this knight to survive, but that will be a devastating material disadvantage.
Yeah.
This is over.
Loose pieces? They drop off, David. You cannot afford to let go of protection. And we have a result. Luke Mendonca loses as Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the point. Beautiful game there from Nodirbek. Leon just making one mistake, and that is to put the king in the wrong side of the board. After that, Nodirbek was just ruthless. And there you can see the smile on Nordirbek's face. The relief that he feels after he naps his first win of the event.
Yeah, brilliant win there for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And that game had the most drastic clock situation. We're about to reach at the stage with mutual time trouble, some time scrambles, potential drama on the board. We still have 6 games ongoing in the Masters section. Ivanka, plenty of drama promised, pretty much guaranteed in the next phase of the games.
Absolutely. And as we gear up to that most wonderful stage of time trouble, we are going to take a short break. And when we return, there is going to be drama aplenty. We are back with all the action, and it's almost time trouble time. You know, that moment when the clock time starts decreasing and the pressure starts increasing. And of course, for one of those players, it is Gukesh there in his lucky grey jumper as he has the black pieces against Vladimir Fedoseev. Now, we have seen Gukesh. He is somewhat on the worse side of this particular position, with Fedoseev playing in a very creative manner. And going to the bird's eye view, we can, David, take a look at the overview of all the games. One game down. It's a win for Nodirbek. 6 games remaining.
Yeah, it's good for Gukesh that the FIDE dress code is not in place, but that is some fresh drip. I love that social media video that's been going viral of Gukesh and Anand recently. Go check it out, anyone who hasn't seen it so far. Gukesh maybe in a little bit of trouble, we thought earlier, but for now he has stabilized and perhaps the worst has passed. That position is very tense, that middle game. The top left and the bottom left boards there, the dark blue and the green boards, are deep in the endgame, Jovanka. Elsewhere, though, I don't even know which games are going to kind of explode in the near future. Vincent Keimer's taking even more risks than previously against Max Varmadam. Might get punished. That is on the bottom row there. Okay, your choice. Where to jump?
Well, maybe we can get some of the quieter positions out of the way. So let's have a look at Fabiano Caruana against Jordan van Foreest. They're in red because that one looks like it could end. No, but the evaluation bar disagrees and says, hang on a second, white is better.
White has an extra pawn, I think. Counting has never been my forte, but the c4 pawn is unrivaled. Jordan van Foreest has sacrificed a pawn to try and simplify the equation. Actually, he just sacrificed it not long after we left the game earlier, but since then, things have clarified. Queen's off the board. I know why, though, your instincts tell you it should be a draw, Jovanka. It does look like these pawns are just so weak that they should fall off the board at some point. If the knights ever get exchanged, then a rook endgame black should be pretty safe, despite the pawn deficit. Jordan first plays h6. Maybe his idea is to play g5, g4, kick away the knight, and win this weak, doubled, isolated e-pawn. But, okay, Fabi, if anyone can convert this, it might be him. Bigger time advantage as well. I love the move rook b5 somehow, not allowing a trade on black's terms, trying to do it on white's terms, and then the other rook comes in. Ooh, looking good for Fabi.
That is speaking my language, David. I also like the idea of saying to black, hey, if you want to trade, improve my pawn structure. For Jordan on defensive side, he can't obviously allow that trade, so he has to perhaps switch and start targeting the weak pawns, force white to defend the points c4 and e5. But h6, and, well, Fabiano, he's got all the time in the world, but it's definitely one that Fabiano will try to maximize, right?
Yep, Fabiano, he'll invest a lot of that time in the next few moves, because if he's accurate, he'll have some pressure, have some advantage. If he isn't accurate, the game might just fizzle out immediately to a draw. If black, for example, is able to regain this e5 pawn later. So key moments, I'm predicting either rook to b5. That's very much Fabiano's style as well, very forcing, calculable, if that's a word. He loves to calculate these things. h4 might stop black from expanding on the king side. That might be another move, or bring the king closer towards the center, but these seem less urgent. So rating favorite, maybe about to get off the scoreboard with his first win of the event, Jovanka, but still a lot of work to be done.
Still some work to be done, but we are expecting Fabiano to press for a long time. Maybe go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other calmer positions, the ones that are in the in-game. Maybe we can have a look at Arjun against Anish. Now, Anish has been on the back foot from the opening after Arjun's opening surprise of queen to d1. But here we see Arjun doing what was done to him yesterday, which was pressing, grinding out a small advantage.
Yeah, and just to mention earlier, you said Fabi has all the time in the world. The bottom left board there, the green board, Alexei Serrana literally has all the time in the world. He's up at 1 hour 44, more time than he started the game with because they've reached move 40. And that game still looks as equal as it was about an hour or two ago. So we haven't gone there yet, but I agree. Arjun against Anish. Let's see whether Anish has been able to fight back sufficiently. Looking slightly difficult for him still. The grind is real. That's what you got to do at the top level these days. Nobody falls easily. You have to keep probing, keep testing them, keep asking difficult questions. Let's jump into that board between Arjun Erigaisi and Anish Giri. And here we have it, Jovanka. Both kings very active in this endgame.
Yes, both kings very active, but the question is how to make progress because, well, let's just say the feng shui in Anish's room is working quite nicely. The knight is protecting and blockading the d6 pawn. It's also covering some important squares, protecting b6. If the white king steps up, the rook will come, give a check on c5. The black king is also harmoniously covering some squares. It's not easy to make that breakthrough.
Yeah, not easy at all. I wonder whether you need to mobilize the white rook, which isn't really playing a part right now. The question lingers whether rook to f1 check actually helps black or not, because the black king might continue its path towards the white knight. And actually, if the black king ever gets in and white isn't able to kick it away with some checks, then this could really turn. The black e-pawn is passed after all. Black king could help that pawn march forward. Big moment.
And
maybe rook to e1.
yeah, and one of the things is that if you encourage the black king to come forward, there's always the counterattack possibility, because one thing that caught my eye was after your rook f1 check, if the king stepped forward, at first I was like, well, white's just going to go rook to f7 and the harmony has been broken. Except, hang on a second, two people can play the game of attack, and now the king can just slide over and go on its own counter mission.
Yeah, hitting the white knight. If the white knight moves, saves itself, then the black king can finally capture that d-pawn. Although, as I say that, I realize, Jovanka, knight c4 check wins the game because the black king has to defend its knight, and then rook takes knight. Wow. And at the end, fork down, and a winning endgame for white. The a-pawn will deflect the black king. The white king will just go for the black e-pawns, and this is just a simple win.
Yeah.
Wow, so there's actually tricks here. Maybe this is a key variation then. King to d5, knight check. The black king would be forced to use this square, c6, to run and hide and guard the knight.
Yeah. Could the king also come forward as well? Keep on doing its job of attacking the knight. Again, it's a difficult rook and pawn endgame to assess. And yeah, indeed, it's the quality of pawns that matter, not the quantity. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not rook c7, maybe you take this one, or maybe king to b5.
Yeah.
It becomes a race. Rook to e7 as well as another one. So many tempting moves here. This is pure calculation at this point. But I mean, Arjun is definitely going to spend at least another 5 minutes or so. He's been thinking a while. Because rook f1, rook f7, it either wins or it blows the advantage. There's not much in between there. No, he plays a5. Wow, that's a shock. He's removing black's biggest weakness. b6 is a huge target. The a-pawn was a potential future queen. He's trading them off. Strategically, that very strange decision, but I guess he just wants that dynamic action immediately. He wants to get to the knight ASAP, as quickly as possible.
Yes, but do you remember those lines were coming into play, right? Of the king coming in and attacking the knight. Obviously, black can't just stand there, because if you just play passively, then white's forces are just going to overrun. You know, the blockade on d7 will be falling. So either you're going to be going king e4, or you're going to try to get some counterplay with your own pass pawn. Black also has some trumps as well.
Yeah, he has some Donalds of his own. Yeah, this pawn is pinned right now, so he can't push it. But I mean, ideas that would play into that concept that you mentioned, Jovanka, like h4, maybe not immediately, but king f4, and then you start to just push and run like the wind and hope. But I like your first suggestion, king e4. I think this is a logical continuation of what Anish has just been doing. He earlier had his king on g5, g6. Now he's starting to make a run for it towards the center. And just to mention rook a7 again, I do believe you can play king d5 with a counterattack against the white knight, and you're surviving. Rook games look fine now if the knights disappear. The deep pawn will be eliminated.
Okay. Well, some great defensive work there from Anish Giri, because he's been on the back foot the whole game. We'll see what move he comes up with later, but we really do have to head towards the positions, the sharp ones, and that is the one that I'm thinking of is Fedoseev against Gukesh. Because if we were to catch a glimpse of that one, first up, the White King. I've never seen it being used as such an active defender. It was on f2, and now it's on g3.
Yep, Fedoseev, he's been playing too much freestyle chess where you have to be really energetic with your king. But I guess the king on g3 is safely protected by its best friend, this knight, next to it. And yeah, it is a weird standoff. I think the main gain for Gukesh is the fact that this rook is no longer sitting on d6. It needed to retreat to defend its fellow here on the c4 square. Gukesh, what he's done is fantastic. Like, he's played really well the last few moves. He's kind of just sidelined the white queen. He's activated his queen and knight so that they team up against the c5 pawn, tying down white's pieces. Jovanka, this could turn. Like, white's pawn structure is really bad if all the rooks come off. Maybe we can get a view on Gukesh to see how confident he's looking now.
Okay. And as we wait for the camera feed, yeah, we can see there Arjun leaving the board. But yeah, this is the game that all our eyes on. I mean, it's been sharp from start to finish. And yeah, as you mentioned, David, there's a lot of long-term risk there for Fedoseev. His pawn structure, that's very vulnerable, especially in an endgame. But it is white to play, and Fedoseev has to come up with a move. It's like somehow the queen on a3, it never found a square after that.
No, it needs to find a new one. Maybe queen to c3 just to defend the rooks, just to keep everything covered. But yeah, this queen has been struggling in the last stages of the game. It feels like he's messed around with his king so much, Jovanka. He's gone like, I don't see the need for king f2, king g3 necessarily. The king was pretty safe where it was. And in the meantime, yeah, he forgot to activate his queen. But yeah, these things are easy to say. Of course, there's small details where the king's probably better on g3 than it would have been on g1. Yeah, I think Gukesh, though, just really showing his quality. Just very accurate play. He's so kind of accurate when he's in trouble. He always finds the best defenses. And you can never really pin him down. I thought once Fedoseev's rook landed on d6 earlier, it would be very, very pleasant for white, but it hasn't turned out that way. Yeah. Great play by Gukesh.
Gukesh is totally agree with that, David, because as you can see, the knight on a6 doesn't look like a great piece, but it's such an important defender, right? White has a weakness on c5. Well, it matches black's pawn on a4. And I just like the way that he keeps on making those accurate moves, now offering a trade, questions. And Fedoseev, well, he's got 13 minutes. I'm expecting him to just consolidate the rooks. I don't see anything other than your queen to c3, because rook takes rook is such a big threat.
Yeah. Black wants to trade a set of rooks and start picking off the white pawns. There's also some argument to be made for just allowing the white pawn to drop on c5, just starting to try and eliminate everything, taking on a4. Maybe we'll see this game fizzle out. Jovanka, if the queens and rooks disappear, assuming that white doesn't drop the all of the weak pawns, then this should still be level. But Fedoseev, it's not really his style, right? To just try and play it safe, to try and bail out with a draw. Especially because he was better earlier in the game.
Yeah, he would have felt like he had a big advantage earlier in the game. So to hit that break and just bail out with a draw, it's difficult to do. And you see him thinking, and well, what are we expecting? Rook takes. What do you think, David? Do you think he's going to take the pawn? Yeah, he does.
He does. Yeah, I had a feeling that he just wants to bail out, play it safe. There's actually some tactics in the air. If, for example, black is careless, in some scenarios, knight takes pawn, the white rook will step up, a bit of a skewer. And the tactics continue there. But black needs to be accurate still to hold this balance. Gukesh, he still isn't 100% out of the woods. Now with pawn down, he needs to make the correct judgment calls, the correct captures. Look at this game, Jovanka, 97% accuracy for both. Not bad. These players, they know how the pieces move.
They certainly do know how the pieces move. That's the one thing that's guaranteed in life. And yeah, well, the knight you mentioned on a6 is on fire. And there we see rook takes rook. And now knight takes rook again. It's this whole issue of counterattacks. Gukesh playing that move super quickly. The whole point is that knight takes rook is simply going to be met by the queen capturing the pawn on c5.
Yeah, and there's no time to go grab the black knight because the white knight would then be hanging. So this exchange, he's actually luring the white knight onto a slightly vulnerable square, Gukesh, and it does look like the whole queenside is going to disappear, all of the queenside pawns in the near future. And yeah, I'm not sure about Makuna Hatata's the chat there. It looks like it's not going to be too deep or too dark, this forest. It does look like this game should be coasting towards a draw now. Still some tricks, maybe, if Fedoseev is too ambitious, but I think he'll try and get the queens off in the near future under favourable circumstances, and it should be a draw.
Do you think that Gukesh will be the one trying to play for a win? I can see a scenario, right, where he starts with the trade of queens, start attacking the weak e5 point. And then the a pawn at the minute is really backward. So that's something that the black rook can have an eye on. And black's pawn structure, relatively okay. And in the meantime, well, this game has been as balanced as you can get. Alexei Caruana against Wei Yi. And there we see the players. They are just repeating moves. And I expect this game to finish any second now. The eye contact has been made.
And there we go. It's a handshake. It's a draw. 54 moves. I think after 15 moves, we were predicting this result. Alexei Caruana ended this game with more time than he started it with. He ended it with 1 hour 44 still on his clock. His intentions were clear. He wanted to neutralize the reigning Tata Steel champion, Wei Yi. He wanted the draw. He got the draw. And ultimately, I think both players equally happy with the result. Wei Yi may be slightly frustrated that he wasn't able to get a real fight going, but a game with black, a painless game, can't be too bad in the grand scheme of things. Let's move back to the real action, Jovanka.
Yes, and I can tell you the real action is happening, not quite in this game just yet. It is between Fabiano Caruana, Jordan van Foreest, and there we do see a trade of queens from Fedoseev, because here Fabiano is doing the business, David. He's come in exactly as you prescribed. First, the rook went up to b5. Now the second rook went up to d6. And it is just a case of teamwork making the dream work as white begins to involve all of the pieces into the attack.
Oof, yeah, white's pieces are just so strong. They have infiltrated enemy lines. Look at the two rooks, they're so active. White's knight perfectly centralized, the black knight sitting unhappily on the edge of the board. The pawn count is one thing, Fabiano being a pawn up, but yeah, the piece activity is the main issue here. You can tell the body language alone. Jordan van Forest here, he's under 1 minute as well, still with 11 moves to make to get to the magical time control. I think it will take a miracle at this point to even get to move 40 with your position intact. Fabiano, we haven't praised his endgame skills enough, but he's so strong in this phase of the game these days. His instincts combined with his kind of natural calculation skills just make him so formidable once he gets any hint of an advantage.
Yes. And, well, there we see on the board that g6, the most natural move, defending the pawn on f5, has been awarded a question mark. And, yeah, the evaluation bar shot all the way up, which means that there is a tactical blow in this position. And at first sight, you are looking at moves such as e6 and trying to utilize all the tactics that are available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got to admit, Jovanka, I wouldn't even have considered e6 in this position because it allows a knight exchange, and knights, maybe it's still a winning endgame, but the knight, just the comparison is so heavily in white's favor here. Maybe he's just going to bring his king over. That would make a lot of sense, consolidate the advantage. e6 probably does win, probably is very strong. You could push the a pawn forward. Everything just looks powerful though. To d7, going for pawns.
You could even make moves such as pushing the c pawn, although that does require some calculation because things are undefending. I mean, it's just white's rooks are in prime position. I also quite like your plan of improving the king. Simple is the best way.
Well, he has under 10 minutes now, Fabiano, but it's still 9 minutes more than his opponent, so I wouldn't be surprised if he invests some time. Hare Krishna watching this game. This is Hare Krishna's ultimate fantasy, this type of position where he can slowly, technically grind out the win. But yeah, Fabiano, can he do the business? Yeah, Jordan just hasn't got his type of position, really. It was always a bit kind of closed, always a bit tense. And ultimately, when things did open up, it was this endgame where he's been down a pawn and facing, been playing on the back foot the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It's been difficult for him.
It has been difficult for him, and Fabiano just pondering. It has been a great game from Fabiano. From his choice to the London system, the London is not something I normally associate with Fabiano. I associate Fabiano with more theoretical, cutting-edge lines. And Fabiano said, no, I just want a game, London system. And it was Jordan, the one who mixed things up. But from then on, Fabiano just embraced the originality of completely. And there we see him. He's taken the rook.
Yeah. I think this is the forcing line that you were talking about, Jovanka. Great call. There was something concrete. Now he's going to push the c-pawn. And the black pieces just look powerless to prevent its advance. Oof. That's going to be painful. Jordan, when he won the Tata Steel Masters, he was getting dynamic attacking positions most rounds. But here it looks very difficult now.
With the advance of that pawn. Yeah, what to do? I mean, it's not going to be stopped on c5. The c-pawn is just going to carry on motoring and there's nothing to be done. And the rook that Jordan has, the knight, they are all passive.
Mm-hmm. Passive pieces don't pay off, especially in the endgame. And Jordan going down to defeat here. Look at that eval bar, Jovanka. It's almost fully in white's favor now. Nearly +4 the advantage. Oof, this is going to be a hard one to swallow for Jordan. Yesterday he had winning chances, only drew. Today he was totally in the game until Fabiano showed this endgame technique. Should we zoom out of this? Let Jordan ponder what to do next? Or do you think we'll see a result in the next few minutes?
Let's stay here because I'm kind of curious to see what Jordan will do. Will this be the tipping point for Jordan where he just says, okay, enough, well played, Fabi, because he's only got 40 seconds. And
Ooh.
now the knight comes to b7.
And
You know what, David? You could even just push the c pawn forward and go, come on, take the rook. Gift me 2 amazing pawns.
yeah, but is that winning? That's the question, because the black king is very nearby. It's a big risk to take. Fabiano could also just move his rook, retreat his rook 1 square, and then play c6 next turn. I think, yeah, c6 is the artistic solution, the flashy fab solution here, but rook back, just keeping the rook alive, keeping the pawns alive. There we go.
Yeah.
This is the simpler of the two.
And now c6 is on the horizon.
Pre-move.
Nothing to be done. It cannot be stopped.
I think you can safely pre-move this one, literally. Even if black plays like rook d8, you just play c6 anyway, and you are winning. So this is, yeah, this is over, unfortunately. Black is powerless.
And 12 seconds for Jordan.
Oof, I think he's going to offer his hand, or, I don't know, try one last trick. He brings his knight back.
And
What do you predict here?
I like the way that Fabiano doesn't make the move instantly. He takes his time, makes sure everything is okay. Now it comes.
Now it comes. Black is obliged to stop the pawn advancing any further. Rook to c8. Oh, no, he resigns. Jordan Van Forest. Fabiano takes the win. Great endgame technique there from the top seed in the tournament, the world number 2. Wow. He made it look easy at the end, Jovanka, but it was never that straightforward. And ultimately, he gets his first win of the 2024 Tata Steel Masters.
Yes. Excellent technique there from Fabiano Caruana. And you can see the 2 players discussing the game. And that means we've had 2 decisive results, David, in this round. 3 down, 4 to go. And you can see for Jordan, well, he needs a better start than this. Tomorrow will be critical for the Dutchman. Well, while the players are discussing, let's have a look at our bird's eye view and see whether there have been any other exciting developments.
Yeah, and I think we might soon see a result between Fedoseev and Gukesh. This endgame has totally fizzled out. That's the purple board at the top of your screens there. We see them on the camera, Giri watching and enjoying this rook endgame. It's 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. If anyone can win, it might be Gukesh, just because he has 1 pawn island, nice safe pawns. White has some weaknesses, but this should be a relatively straightforward draw. Chaos between Kaimer and Varmadam on the bottom of our screens. It looks like just a blunder, just this very moment from Vincent Kaimer from a difficult position. Hari Krishna against Prag, bottom right, looks like it should be a draw. Should we jump, Jovanka? Let's jump
Let's
to
jump to Kaimer, Varmadam.
Yeah, let's do it.
We've got to go when we smell blood. And there, you've mentioned, David, a blunder has been played. Now, why is this such a terrible move?
Well, this rook, it is a sacrifice, so it's an intentional sacrifice here. He's aiming to give up his rook in order to create a very powerful pawn. Normally, when I see an eval bar like this one, and it's been a blunder, the most forcing move tends to be the best move. So I'm wondering whether it's just taking this rook and living with a pawn like that, being the exchange up. Rook for bishop. Knight g5 also comes to mind, trying to eliminate this bishop first. This bishop holds everything together. The g4 pawn, d5 pawn. What strikes your fancy, Jovanka?
Well, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as they say. So the first move that I'm looking at is just, as you say, bishop takes rook. In fact, this passed pawn on c6 can easily be guarded by the queen. Even the rook on g7 will play a part in preventing it from advancing.
Yeah, this pawn still needs a big helping hand if it lands on c6. Okay, Max gives a check. Exclamation mark. So even better than what we were suggesting. And he's pushing the white king into the corner. King slides. Oh, wow. Maybe now you take the rook. This is very clever because after a trade, Black's queen taking this pawn on d3 forces a queen exchange due to the fact this rook is suddenly now hanging on the f1 square.
Very nice.
I think that might be enough.
Yeah. And the rook on g7, it will control the c8 square.
The rook will step back and guard. Do you think he's going to take it though? 1 minute. There's always a reluctance to be greedy, right? Yeah, he does.
No, he takes it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see the eagerness there. And yep, he quickly whips off the d3 pawn. And Vincent, well, yesterday, Lady Luck was smiling down on him. Today, looks like he will need to pray in order to save this position, as his position just completely collapses.
Yeah, this looks really difficult for him. He looked a bit shocked when this happened, queen takes d3. I think he might have forgotten that now, as opposed to earlier, the white rook is hanging on the f1 square, so there's no way to avoid the queen trade. He wanted initially to bring his queen in and support the advance of his pawn, but that's no longer possible. I think panic for Vincent. There was a great feature chat a moment ago from I Am Not Mendez saying that Vincent doesn't like to defend. He's been very active this game. He's been on the front foot, but like you say, Jovanka, he needs a miracle of similar proportions to yesterday. It's that clear cut right now. He's down so much material.
And I think he also had in mind, this kind of like disruptive moves such as c7, attacking the rook. But that's no longer possible because, as you mentioned, the rook on f1 is hanging, and Vincent, 20 seconds on the clock, and there's no way to avoid the queen trade. So the question is how to create the most resistance.
Yeah, the computer says it's not a terminal disadvantage now. It's almost a +2 advantage for Black. Queens had to come off the board. That has just happened. And very important that the Black Knight and the Black Rook can both come and defend the key c8 square. Vincent needs something now, otherwise he can just resign. But he's under 20 seconds, Jovanka. Panic visible on his face. He's trying to get into the position. Staring nervously around the board. He needs something, any resource.
Yeah, and you know what? He doesn't have too much time on the clock, and he needs to make those moves. c7. Okay. Well, obviously, pawn will be prevented from promoting. It can either happen with the rook stepping back, as David's indicated, g8, or the knight coming to d6.
And another great feature chat, by the way, by someone called Protected Pawn. Very appropriate, because this pawn is not protected, and therefore it should actually drop off the board as long as it can be stopped from advancing in the near future. That pawn is easy pickings as long as the white pieces cannot support it. And no open lines for the white rook. The white knight is so bad on the edge of the board. Max here, he senses victory. He smells it.
But he's doing the right things, right? He's simply not rushing it. He's making sure that he is precise right until the end. Because in the heat of the battle, when the clock is ticking down, it's so easy to play the first move that comes to mind. And there you see he moves his knight. Now the c8 square is covered. And Vincent, he has to play life with material down.
Yeah, I think this might have been more kind of, more careless than the rook retreat, because suddenly the black rook might be in trouble, Jovanka. Suddenly there's ideas like bishop to e4 hitting this black rook running out of squares. Okay, he retreats his knight instead. I was just trying to get this black rook off the d file to activate the white rook, get that piece in the game. But knight g2, another good move, trying to at least get back into the game, asking black's bishop some questions. It's not completely over, but exchange plus a pawn. Max just needs 2 or 3 accurate moves here. Can he find them?
Yep. And the question is, you got 1 minute and 20 seconds to find the best place to put the bishop. Do you put it on d4, offer a trade? Do you put it all the way back on h6 out of harm's way? do you do other?
He plays your first choice there. I think great instincts again. The prophet in action, Jovanka. Great spot. Just gaining time after all, forcing moves first. You gain time bullying your opponent with the thought of an exchange because you're material ahead after all. The bishop, I think, is just going to drop back. No exchange for you. There we go. Plays that move. At least now knight to f4 will come with some gain of tempo.
With knight f4, the knight can actually deposit itself on e6, which is a great thing for Vincent because now the pawn on c7 can actually be protected. As we all know, you've got to protect your assets.
And more likely that Max here will spot the opponent's plan, centralize his bishop, try to prevent any counterplay. But this is no longer one-way traffic. Max here also under the 1 minute mark. We still have a few moves to make. 5 moves for white, 6 moves for black to get to the time control. At move 40, it looks like some of the other games have already reached that point. Arjun Erigaisi and Anish Giri are past move 40 now, so no time scramble there. We'll update you on that game a bit later. Max, can he hold his nerve?
All eyes on this one. Yeah, he has to hold his nerve. Also, as you pointed out, bishop to f4. Big threat, not just the knight coming to that square. So Max has to cover it and...
Whoa. E5. Interesting. It's Jovanka, I don't know if you saw the chess.com patch update today, but apparently en passant has been banned for the foreseeable future. So maybe he'd seen the new rules of chess, forgotten that white can take en passant this pawn. He does take en passant this pawn. And black, the plan was revealed. The rook on the 7th rank takes the c7 pawn, but wow, now only move to survive, Jovanka, or to maintain the advantage. Rook takes bishop.
Wow, that's not an easy fight. But if you don't do that, the white knight is going to centralize itself on d5 and start attacking the rook, start getting ready to support the advance. And Max finds it. Of course he does.
He does. And he still has a 1-pawn advantage. He now needs to play the move rook to e7. There we go. To pin down the white knight from moving. Tie it down to this pawn. And his intention is to eliminate that white knight slowly but steadily with his bishop. Still an advantage, but he was winning, Jovanka. Now it's less clear, far less clear.
Yeah, there's still some margin of error here in this particular position. Yeah, but for the time being, Vincent doesn't have too much time, has to deal with Max's plan of just retreating the bishop to e5, eliminating the defender of the e6 pawn, and it's a really difficult position for Vincent to play.
If his e6 pawn drops, he simply loses. Black's 3 versus 1 on the queen side is going to tell. It's going to decide the game long term. He's under a minute. He's very close now to move 40. 2 more moves to make, but very important moves. He's looking for tricks. Just his eye, that kind of eye tracker again, Jovanka. He wants to go for the black king somehow, which is still stuck in the corner. I don't sense any tricks against it yet. The king relatively safe.
I do. I sense moves like g5 happening. G5, and then the knight will go to the h5 square and try to make use of the fact that the black king is on h8.
Maybe he'll try, Vincent. He has to try something under 15 seconds. No signs yet that he's about to make a move. He picks up a piece to fiddle with it with only 10 seconds remaining and retreats his rook. Given a question mark, this move. How big an error is that?
Well, now the plan for black is going to be very clear. You just want to eliminate the knight so that you can pick up the e6 pawn. Get rid. Don't let that pawn live for too long.
And again, very appropriate feature chat there. Moves 39 and 40 are known for their mistakes. Vincent already making that sound true. Move 39, not the best move there from him. Max has 1 minute left now to avoid any mistakes. If he just does nothing, Max, if he just moves the black king closer, if he just retreats his bishop, nothing too bad can happen to him. So it's easier for him to dodge the big errors. Move 41, also known for mistakes because people still haven't adapted to the new situation. We will see.
Well, I often find that people just make a random move on move 41 just so that they can like make sure that they've made the time control. And there we see the knight jumping forward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Not a bad move, but given a miss by Max Varmadam. He wants to centralize his knight. Very logical move. Very logical plan.
Yeah. But Vincent's being very tricky, though. The rook retreat might have been awarded a question mark, but it did have some ideas of transferring the rook to the D line in order to put pressure. And, okay, the rook gets behind its passed pawn.
Yeah, it did look like instead of knight to c4, black's best was to actually use a different circuit for the knight. Now the black knight can never attack the e6 pawn. It takes 3 moves to attack that. But he could have used a different path. Knight to b5, which was very difficult, very inhuman, I'm going to say, was the best path. Knight to b5, followed by knight back to c7, and eventually trying to round up this intruder, this e6 pawn. It's all about a battle for this pawn right now, Jovanka. So Vincent's still alive, still in this one.
He's very much alive, and now the knight comes to the center, deposits itself on a protected square, and the time control has been made. We see Vincent relax. Do you see him lean back? Now he has the time to process exactly what's gone on before him and what he should be doing next. And as you can see, the computer suggestion of h4 appears to be the only move. And it's an interesting move, actually, because it voluntarily gives up the g4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. But if the black knight ever moves, then the white knight will jump into the position. So Vincent has a lot of thought to get done after the time control, just making sure his score sheet is perfect and correct now. And maybe he wrote things down slightly falsely in his haste in the build-up to move 40. This is the other boards. In the meantime, still 4 games going, Jovanka. Top left, Arjun against Giri. That has reached move 40. Giri still alive. Fedoseev against Gukesh. Looks like it should be a draw, but still some play left, perhaps. And we've seen the Kaima Varmadam game. Hare Krishna against Pragg. It's Pragg with the winning chances, a pawn up. But still a lot of work to be done. Wow, we can catch our breath.
Yeah. We can certainly catch our breath, and there we see. It is a really interesting state of play. Well, we are going to catch our breaths quite literally as we take a break. And when we come back, of course, we are going to analyze exactly what went on. So don't miss it.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game. And here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. one of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on with its king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects. That's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, with it captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board, the king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
Do you think I was a good second? The smile.
You had your ups and downs. I think it's a second.
Yes or no?
Oh gosh. There were definite highlights. There were definite highlights, like this, the talk, about the Rocky, and it was good.
He didn't.
You didn't think I was a good second, eh?
No, but there were massive highlights as well.
Guys, is there a napkin? I need to remove the knife which is stuck here, It's paining a bit. Do you think you underpaid me when I was just second?
It was not me, it's Dutch Chess Federation. I was never taking care of the finances of these things, and I do think that probably Dutch Chess Federation underpaid.
But do you think I was underpaid?
He didn't think he underpaid you.
Oh my gosh.
This is good stuff.
Do you ever regret that I missed out on playing Wijk Aan Zee because I was helping you as a second?
No.
I had this invitation and then...
It didn't bother me the slightest bit. You didn't get the invitation because it was connected in some way,
It was some relation, but I don't remember the exact
I was never placed under shall I invite Vidit or...
Yeah, not like that, but...
No. I forgot about it actually. Okay, it was for you more impactful than for me. I didn't really remember.
Did you feel that he was trying to evade that answer? Or the question that he asked?
No, I don't think he was trying to evade it.
I think he was.
The thing is, I started remembering stuff. When I started talking, I started remembering it, and I'm doubting now actually.
He did. Ask that question again.
Do you regret that I missed out on playing Wijk Aan Zee?
No, I don't regret that.
Lie.
So you do feel guilty?
No, I don't feel guilty about it at all.
He doesn't?
No.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level. For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament. Feel ready to fight for the win. The game is on.
It has been excitement galore at the Tata Steel. It's only day 2 and 3 games in the Masters. They have finished 2 decisive results. There, as you can see, the participants are fast dwindling and there are 4 players still remaining. They are still in action. And for those of you just joining in now, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, I'm having the best time of my life alongside Grandmaster David Howell. David, 3 games finished, 2 results. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been a different day to yesterday where, I mean, yesterday was just complicated positions central. It was messes on the board, chaos. Today, the 2 decisive results. I would say that Abdusattorov's game against Mendonca, his win there, we see it with the white pieces against the French defense. Very smooth, very impressive. Caruana, likewise, very smooth against Van Forest. Got a small advantage, won a pawn, converted flawlessly. Yes, there's been a rather uneventful draw between Serrano and Wei, but this next stage of the day, Ivanka, this is where I truly wake up. I truly get excited because it's all endgames remaining. No more queens feature on any of the 4 remaining boards. Still a bit of intrigue left. It looks like Arjun against Giri. It's still Arjun pressing. Fedoseev against Gukesh looks almost guaranteed to be a draw at this point. Vincent Keimer against Max Varmadam. Still anything can happen. And likewise in Hare Krishna against Pragg. It's Pragg pressing. So yeah, still plenty to look forward to. For those of you who are just joining, strap in. This is going to be still a fun ride, hopefully.
It definitely will be a fun ride. It's going to be a long one at best, but I do think that it is going to be very entertaining and also very instructive, because you come to the stage of the game where play gets very clever. And by clever, I mean you're looking at subtleties, you're also looking at deep combinations, and of course, those mind games. Who is pressing? Who wants to play for the win? Well, as David mentioned, some of those players, they are intending to press for a long time. And how are you going to do it? How are you going to make your opponent crack is one of the finest things in life. And there you can see someone already has been awarded a question mark. Vincent playing with the white pieces. It has been a roller coaster of a game. You know, we have seen the evaluation bar swing all the way in favor of Max Varmadam. Then it went to the middle because it looked like Vincent, you know, he's a cat with 9 lives. He looked like he was saving it. But king to g2, the most natural move after all, it brings the king into the action, doesn't meet with computer approval, David.
Yeah, really not liked by the engine. And it actually harks back to something we talked about just before the break. When we were kind of in the full thick of that time scramble, moves 39, 40, and 41. That's where the vast majority of mistakes happen in classical chess at all levels. Move 39, 40 because you simply have no time on the clock, especially if it becomes complicated. Your opponent plays an unexpected move. You can freeze, you can freak out and let things slip there. Move 41 is often a mistake, especially for players with the white pieces. Vincent here with white, because yeah, he simply didn't have time to take a break. He didn't have time to go to the bathroom, freshen up, get a drink, get some snacks. You're still stuck in kind of inside your own head, essentially. Yes, you have a lot more time. The players got 50 minutes each at move 40 added on, but sometimes you just need a bit of a kind of a fresh set of eyes in order to find the best move. And I'm going to say that h4, which the computer recommended, that was very difficult. I'm not going to say it's superhuman. It needed two realizations. One, I believe that g5 is an important source of counterplay in order to undermine this black knight in the center, in order to get rid of the defender on f6. Secondly, h4 would have needed, just like Vincent has spotted in the game, it would have needed realization that knight takes g4 is not possible due to this move, knight to d5, kicking away the black rook.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the white rook would defend its pawn once the black knight moves. And once the black rook is kicked, the white pawn marches forward. So, okay, why is this a mistake?
now-
We need to work it out.
I was going to say, David, whilst you were talking, I was most interested, but my mind was like working like crazy. And you can take the pawn on g4.
Mm-hmm. Should we check it out? Let's try.
Yeah. If
Knight takes
I'm
pawn.
not mistaken. So knight to d5. Oh, well, apparently not. And here I was thinking rook to g7.
Mm-hmm. Rook to g7, but if I push forward?
That would be a mistake. I actually forgot that the knight was on d5. Yeah, here I thought that knight to e5's check would have everything covered, but unfortunately, no, my calculation was off. And no, you can't take it because rook to g8 is met by knight takes f6. And the pawn on f6, which I thought was covered, and it was covered earlier with the bishop, is actually not covered anymore. So, okay. That's not the reason.
But that's very important, Ivanka. That's the first thing Max is calculating as well. So he's likely come to the same conclusion. Knight takes pawn is probably not on the radar. Knight to d5, maybe it's just a draw to mention after rook e8. If white pushes forward to e7, then black can again break the coordination between the knight, the rook, and the pawn by dropping something back to e5. Maybe the knight, I'm not sure. The knight or the bishop. But instead, white does have this move, knight to c7. And it's eternal chasing of the black rook, which will force the draw. So Max isn't in any danger, even if he slips up and takes this pawn. But what else could it be? Okay, he needs to win this pawn somehow. If he gets this pawn out of the way, he's golden. He's going to win this game. Is it just bringing the king, maybe?
Yeah, but it isn't.
Rook g7?
Okay, let's try it. Yes, rook to g7.
Yeah, I don't really like moving away because suddenly actually knight d5 again might be annoying. I realized after I said just a sacrifice, give up this pawn. It's all about the e6 pawn. Suddenly white is better. There is a margin for error. Okay, let's just say king g8. Let's say black just chills. Okay, not the best move apparently, but still maintaining some advantage. Just to blockade the pawn with the black king.
Okay. What about making moves such as bishop c3, like the forcing move? So bishop c3, I know it's... No, I'm not a big fan. Just because now knight to d5 will come with extra power since it attacks the bishop and the rook.
I mean...
And interesting point. Interesting point by the featured chat. Says, wonder if Max feels like he's let the advantage slip. Yeah, for sure. It will be very much on his mind. He was an exchange up. The only thing that Vincent had was this pass pawn on c7. And somehow or other, the position has fizzled out into something that is not entirely clear. So king to g2, a mistake. But there we see the rook coming back to e8. And that was the solution.
Wow. Clever. Very clever. I think the point is that now knight d5 will not come with a hit, will not come with gain of time. So knight takes pawn on g4 is very much a threat. Like if white does nothing, like a4. Now I think you can take the pawn. And when the white knight goes back, black can play, I'm not sure exactly which move is best, but knight to e5, for example, and then take this pawn next. e7, you don't need to worry about it too much. The black king suddenly rides to the rescue and will step across to defend. White's rook and bishop cannot participate. So this pawn is attacked. Now that knight d5 isn't an immediate threat. That's great prophylaxis. Very impressive for Max to play it so quickly as well. But Ivanka, what's next after h3? Just to hold g4?
That is the question. Maybe time to start running with the a pawn.
Yeah.
There's A pawn, B pawn. Yeah, maybe B5 first, then A5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not best, but still good. Still a small advantage for black. Yeah, maybe C4. C4 with knight.
I wanted to go C4 for a long time, but I was afraid that the consequence was that rook to D1 would be something that is a little bit annoying.
Yeah. I mean, still no entry points for the white rook, so it's not the end of the world for black, but yeah, giving any access feels counterproductive. Okay, I think Vincent's going to play h3 very quickly once he realizes his pawn is now attacked. He's not looking happy. He's making a bit of a face. Bit of a grimace. Is the plan just king g8? Just now walk it in front of the pawn, and then just sit next to the e pawn and smile. White is a bit stuck.
Yeah. And would one plan be to, once you've done this, you advance the queenside pawns, and at the right time you just go rook takes pawn on e6?
Yeah. Yeah, just to show that, Jovanka, like if white does exactly nothing, then maybe someday you can, I mean, you start advancing first perhaps, and then at some point you just say, okay, just be gone with you. And once you're ready, then you just take this pawn and you say, okay, totally winning now due to these runners.
Yep.
Wow.
And that is exactly the plan, David. Did you see how the evaluation bar just kept on increasing in black's favor? So yeah, very nice idea. Just run with the king to the center, let the king do the defensive footwork of guarding the e6 pawn, and then that entitles you to start running with those queenside pawns.
Mm-hmm. Also, once the black king sits in front of the e pawn, the black rook is free to kind of slide and support whichever pawn decides to push itself. This is like a 10-step, 20-step plan for black, but if white cannot do anything at all in the process, then it's going to be inevitable. Vincent is in for a lot of suffering here. That's a great move by Max, I've got to say. Very nice, sophisticated touch there. Rook e8.
Yeah, beautiful move. And it all makes sense, right? When you think about the chess principles, often in endgames, we are taught, well, which piece should you activate? And it's always the piece that is of highest value. That's the one you want active. And yeah, why not let the king monitor the pawn on e6 so that you can then just support your assets, the passed pawn? But the thing is, that's like the bigger picture. But it's so tempting just to get worked, just to kind of really lose yourself in those small variations that you lose sight of the big goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think he's got his eyes fixed on the big picture, Max Malmadam. He's not getting carried away with small things like c4, b5. You know, those pawns will roll anyway. There we see, as expected, h3 from Vincent. I think now we see why his mistake on move 41 was so dramatic. He needed the pawn on h4 in order to play g5, create some counterplay. Because now his pawns are just frozen. No counterplay there. His pawn on e6 frozen. His knight frozen defending it. His king cannot really go anywhere. His rook frozen. Bishop frozen. Pawn on a2 can move if it wants. But yeah, Max, if he finds this plan, he's likely going to win this game.
He is likely going to win this game, but a game that did end peacefully, well, it was the encounter between Fedoseev and Gukesh. It's there on my screen as finishing in the thing that we expected, a draw. So we saw earlier on that everything was very, very balanced, and sure enough, there we see the empty tables, empty chairs and empty tables. And that just means that everyone is happy there. But do you think Gukesh will be happy with what happened? Because it did look like he was struggling at one point.
Yeah, I think of the two players, Fedoseev will be the more frustrated, Gukesh will be the more relieved. Gukesh was never better in that game, we should mention. He never held an advantage, really. Whereas Fedoseev really clearly did in the early middle game. So, yeah, I think a fair result after all, because Gukesh defended so well, maneuvered really nicely in the middle game, and kind of wriggled out of that tight spot in impressive fashion. But yeah, maybe small missed opportunity for Fedoseev, nothing major. And just to explain the reason this is the draw, the final position, it's rook and 4 pawns versus rook and 4 pawns. And yeah, let's clear all of these. Simply, the white A pawn is going to get stuck on the A4 square with a black rook behind it. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. White rook just holds everything else, the only weakness on E5. So neither side can really make progress. If the black king ever gets excited, the white rook will step across and remind it of its duties. And yeah, all rook endgames are drawn, Jovanka. Fair result. Fair result.
But yes, fair result in that game. But there we can see a player there in the background pacing up and down. And that is Anish Giri, right?
It was Anish. And then Pragg suddenly made an appearance, Jovanka. Everyone's walking around in these late stages.
Okay. Well, maybe we can go to the bird's eye view and check out what's happening there, because these games are still very much alive with a lot of play. We saw Arjun. He got in a great opening novelty, managed to confuse Anish, and has had the upper hand since. So he's pressing for more than a draw. And also Praggnanandhaa, he's got an extra pawn. So which game do we want to look at first? Maybe Arjun's game?
Yep, agreed. Good deal, Jovanka. He's about to make a move. We see him on the camera, about to reach out. There's a blue arrow appearing as well. Anish has just made a small mistake. It's a case of pawns here. White has 4, black has 3. Black's pawns aren't great either, all isolated or doubled. So big weaknesses. But black has that active king that we were praising, lauding so much in the other game. So rook c7 though, Jovanka, defending this attacked knight. That's a cool move. Do you think he's going to find it? Arjun Erigaisi.
That is seriously, yeah. This is very much Arjun's alley. You know, we have to show why black cannot capture the rook, because it is seriously pretty. Okay, so rook to c7. Take the rook. Oh no, it's hanging. Except take it. Pawn takes. And now if you go rook to c8, just to keep an eye on the pawn, then knight to d6 will come.
Yeah.
Rook has to take the pawn, otherwise the pawn will promote. And oh, what is that? That is another fork. So knight to b5. Knights are crafty pieces, David.
Yeah, Forktown with those knights. A very typical pattern once you see it, but seeing rook c7 in the first place is one thing. Evaluating it is another. It's also important that rook c7, black cannot play the tactic rook takes d6, trying to undermine the defender of this rook, because white flicks in a really sneaky check. Pawn c3, and suddenly the black king has to move to a square where suddenly knight takes rook comes with check. The black doesn't have time to capture the white rook. And likewise, if knight takes, now knight takes rook, and the white's rook has got off scot-free, survived. So rook c7 keeps the material advantage, because, I mean, what else actually for Arjun? He might need to find this. If he moves the knight away, this pawn simply drops and his advantage might fall with it. Suddenly it's 3 pawns on 3 pawns. It looks like just not enough material. Knight a5, maybe the other candidate move. Knight a3 might be the one he's thinking about. But it just looks all wrong. You allowed the e pawn to rush. Knight a3 would come with a tactic that knight b5 check would be a fork if you take the pawn. But yeah, knights in the rim are grim, dim. Jovanka, rook c7 might be key.
Yeah. I think rook c7 is definitely key. Like knight to a3, the knight can be easily be dominated with king to c5, and you're not holding on to the pawn on d6. So I'm expecting flash time, rook to c7. It's such an Arjun move, right? Dynamic, tactical. But once it appears on the board, obviously black can't take the rook. But what else can black do to kind of keep the game alive? E4, E3. I was thinking. I'm a little bit afraid, David, that the black king is running out of squares. It might be vulnerable to some checkmates or something if you go E4.
Yeah, I mean, the black king is either going to get checkmated or it's going to be the MVP in this game and save Giri, maybe even turn things around later. At this point, I'm 100% sure that Arjun has seen rook c7, but it's just what to do after e4 that might be pausing him to think, causing him even to think, causing him to pause even. So let's try again. Rook c7, Jovanka. Are there any checkmates we can find on the board? e4. Does look a bit scary for white suddenly.
It looks very, very dangerous for black king. So c3, almost checkmate, except there is knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn, and yeah, black seems to be surviving. Suddenly the white king is a bit vulnerable in the near future to like counterattacks. Okay, e4.
You don't quite have the time. So what else is there? What next? Maybe you just go rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6. So knight b4 isn't possible because of this check, but e3 first maybe, and then knight to b4.
Yeah.
Black is so active. I can see why Arjun's hesitating. Even if rook c7 is the only move to keep the advantage, it's not obvious what comes next. Like e4. You also have to consider like rook g8 or rook f8 in these positions, but probably e4 is the more natural. Oh, sorry, not knight takes rook, which would lose. e4.
Oh, yes, e4. Okay, let's run through that list that we're always taught to do. Is there a threat?
e3. I don't know if that's a threat.
Because if there isn't a threat, maybe one can just go b4 and just go, it's the race.
G for go.
And
no,
no,
there was a threat.
is the answer. I'm guessing the white king is in big trouble actually, because after you take, or e3.
Okay. e3 somewhere.
King e.
Maybe it's counterattack against the white king. This might end badly for white.
Well, it means it's far from easy. Hang on, David.
Okay, rook c7.
No, sorry, I hallucinated. Yeah, no, I mean definitely rook c7. It just occurred to me that with e4, if you move the knight, say to e3, but this knight takes rook at the end of it.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing that knight takes knight is going to be met by c3. So that was my only like revelation.
Yeah, c3.
You have.
So yeah, that should be fine.
Draw anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean tactics seem to be fine for black. I don't think this is as easy as as a kind of +1 evaluation. You need to kind of have a plan here. I need to know exactly what you should be doing. d7 never possible because your rook is suddenly hanging. It does look very clumsy actually. It looks very loose to have these pieces defending each other when they're both kind of attacked. So yeah, I mean I'm curious now what white's best is. And Jovanka, I think this might all rest on this isn't me, this next move. I've turned on the engine. Bit naughty here for the first time. Apparently knight a5 is the only move to keep any advantage in this position, which is not obvious, because after e3 check, you move the king, you allow this pawn to be captured. Now again, only move rook c4 check, and now only move you slide across, and you actually just give up your d6 pawn, but you now have two threats. Knight back to c4 is a fork, and essentially you win the h5 pawn with a better endgame. Oof. So he needs to calculate 6 moves in advance in order to get an advantage, and they're only moves, Arjun. 6 only moves to get the advantage.
But David, you got to spot knight a5 at the end of that. So hang on, let's run through that line again. So rook c7.
Yes.
This is why humans cannot compete with engines, right? So e4.
Yep.
Knight a5, and the first question is, hang on a second, isn't there some knight takes rook business? So let's.
Wow. Actually, yeah. Wait, I didn't even see that was hanging.
And then I guess you go knight
c6 check.
c6 check.
Yep. King back somewhere. Knight takes rook. King takes pawn. And at the end, you have to work out that white has the advantage here. I mean, this is actually, once you get here, quite straightforward. At least that white is risking nothing and has an advantage. The c pawn will be a deflection, distraction. You take this pawn, then you kind of go for these ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
this is not easy, but
within reach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, okay, so knight takes rook. So what was the next move? So it was...
I said e3,
rook
but what happens
pawn.
if... Yeah, rook takes pawn. Because now there's not this rook c4 check and rook h4. Oh, but wait, there's c3 check. C3 check, the king moves, knight check. It's going to be the same thing, Ivanka. King moves, knight takes rook, knight takes rook, knight takes pawn, and white has very good winning chances, 3 versus 2. Wow, so it's a labyrinth. It's literally a maze here that Arjun has to find his way through, starting with rook c7 if he wants to win this game.
And to see knight to a5 in your mind, I think it's incredibly difficult. Because you're looking at c3, you're looking at moving the rook to c6. You're constantly... We saw the danger that was involved for white, right? If you took the wrong turn, e4, e3, even the white king was in big trouble on some of those lines. So maybe Arjun will just bail out, and that would be entirely forgivable if he did that.
Yeah, totally understandable. Maybe in his mind it's just equal already, because if he hasn't seen this, black's actually getting very active. Black's going to win the d6 pawn. The e pawn is running. Maybe. I mean, body language wise, you see on the camera, Ivanka, he's normally quite stoic, but he doesn't look like a man who's seen a really cool variation. Normally, if the top players sense something and see this deep line and they think they're winning or better, then they kind of hunch into the position. They try and lean into the board. They start shaking. They start double checking their variations, and then boom, the move lands. But Arjun doesn't look ready to move anytime soon. It looks like he's regressing past moments, if anything. And yeah,
I agree.
Chuck Zis there says, give this as a puzzle. He's not finding it. I don't think, well, 99.9% of the world will not find this one.
I agree, especially when you're told it's a puzzle. At least you're looking for things, because your first move you'll be like, okay, rook c7, and it has to be that, and then you'll spot that, and then you'll go deeper and understand that there are moves available. But in a game, you don't know whether you're making a huge mistake. And I agree with you. The body language is saying, oh, why did I play this earlier on? It could have been better. I think he's mentally accepted that this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, and I've played Arjun a couple of times in quick time formats, and I've noticed he's just like Vishy Anand used to do a lot. He crosses his arms, and that's not a giveaway. Often I even joked yesterday that players crossing their arms means either they're kind of upset or they think they're about to win and it's game over. Let's just go home, resign now, please. Arjun crosses his hands a lot, but the fact that he's looking away from the board, I think that's the bigger giveaway. He leans forward now, but still staring away from the board. Still looks lost in his own mind. Like either he's calculating, like Beth Harmon style, instead of looking at the ceiling, or he's just kind of saying, okay, advantage gone. Maybe it's a draw. Let's go home.
Yeah. Well, Arjun, of course, is a formidable opponent. 2024 was his year. We saw early on he actually increased his rating by an astounding 60 plus points. And here you can see these are some of his stats. He was part of the Indian Olympic team that won gold. They absolutely demolished the field. And part of it was due to his performance there as well. And he won the WR Chess Masters, also at his peak rating of 2801. And if he has a good tournament here, he might even overtake Fabiano Caruana, and that would put him amongst the world's elite. He's already leveled up past 2800, but to break that barrier is something phenomenal. And Arjun, white pieces here, he is pondering what to do, completely lost in thought. Well, we will find out whether Arjun finds that absolutely magnificent way to hold the advantage. But it would be incredible if he did this.
Yeah, and shout out to Spenny Thompson saying Arjun's got this. I think Arjun on top form, if he's super focused, if he knows that there's an advantage there to be had, he would maybe find this. If he doesn't know, it's going to be super difficult. And Jovanka, I mean, this is such a tricky rating, right? He's now broken 2800. The world's eyes are on him. But for me, that's always been maybe the most difficult thing throughout my career. Once you've broken a rating barrier that you've been aiming for so long that everyone's talking about, for me, it was 2700. For Arjun, it's 28, of course. But suddenly it's in your mind. Suddenly you have something to protect. You're like, oh, wait, I've got to consolidate 2800 now. Do I take as much risk as I did when he was 2700, he felt he had nothing to lose. So he kept going for it, pushing and successful like that. But once you've leveled up, you feel, it's a different mindset. Everyone wants to draw against you. Just look at what they're doing against Wei Yi, for example. And it's just a difficult mindset. For me, anytime I broke 2700, I would play my worst chess. I drop, suddenly I play my best chess, and then suddenly the pressure's off again. I get back to 27, drop, and it's like a yo-yo effect. For Arjun, it's just, I think this next 12 months is about kind of hanging in there with the big boys and just showing he can perform in round robins, ideally maintaining 2800. But I think he's a very kind of level-headed guy, right? We've seen Arjun in interviews. But it's tough. It's tough psychologically.
I completely agree with you, David. It's completely tough, when you break that barrier and you're like, okay, I need to protect this. But I would also say that Arjun this year is probably going to be playing a different type of tournament. Last year in 2024, he made his mark on the world by winning an insane amount of opens. And to do that, you have to play a certain type of combative chess. You have to take risks. Here, it is in these round robins playing the big guys who understand exactly what needs to be done. And it's going to be a different type of chess that he's going to be encountering. And so we'll see how he adjusts. Also, the competition with Indian chess is so high. They keep on setting the bar higher and higher. So Arjun, he's ambitious and we'll see where that takes him. But for now, it's a complicated position that he has on his board. And if he wants to preserve his advantage, well, he is going to have to find an incredible resource. So I think, David, we leave him here to contemplate what to play. And we go back to the bird's eye view and see how things are developing in the other two games remaining. And there on our screens, we can see that it is the all-Indian derby between Pentala Harikrishna. Yesterday, he won a superb game against Arjun Erigaisi. Today, he has the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa, but it's a different story because Praggnanandhaa is a pawn-up in an endgame. Shall we dive there?
Let's do it. We haven't been at this game in a while. We did talk about how Harikrishna temporarily sacrificed a pawn in the middle game. After a lot of action, the dust has settled. He's once again finding himself a pawn down. But I think for Harry, it's not just the fact that he's a pawn down. Often that's manageable in rook games. It's also the fact that the bishop's quality. Black is clearly superior here. Beautiful outpost for the black bishop, anchored nicely by a pawn. White's bishop, so sad, locked in, supporting its own pawn, not protected itself. There's also a weak pawn on b4, and the black king has the prospect of becoming very, very active. The white king very passive. So I think all of these small factors add up, and turning that into a win is one thing, but we do see the eval bar saying Prag has a more than +2 advantage. I immediately see the move rook c4, Jovanka, and that's a judgment call. Do you go after this pawn immediately?
Yeah, this is the thing. I was looking at that move as well. The first thing I saw in this position was the weak pawn on b4. And I was like, well, how does white defend it? And white doesn't defend it. If the rook comes to b6, then the black king, as you mentioned, can snake its way and start being a menace. And as you mentioned, this bishop on g4 is such a bad piece. It's a really ineffective diagonal.
Hmm. If you could kind of teleport it over to g6, at least it would
Yeah.
be anchored and make some sense. There'd be threats of rook f7 check. But not possible. Maybe that's his plan anyway, Ivanka. Like if rook c4, let's try putting some moves on the board, see if black can just brute force the victory. Okay, the eval bar doesn't really drop. Natural is good in this case. Bishop h5 maybe the only move I see. But
Okay. And what about king takes pawn? Am I missing something obvious? King
no,
takes f5.
you're not missing anything. Oh, unless...
Oh, I am.
Wait, but what?
Why?
Maybe a check. Maybe you can no longer defend the g pawn because now take, and no matter where you move, I'm going to yo-yo between f7 and g7, kick the black king away, and try and take this pawn. Okay, we found one accidental, but there's no rush, right? So what about? I mean, two moves come to mind: rook f4 check, or maybe rook takes b4.
What about also g4?
And g4, great move. Great move. As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, that's the path. You've illuminated the way. King activity. Future queen.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a menace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now the
just
king
to show the idea.
g5.
Yeah. That's easy to miss g4, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. The bishop is pretty much trapped. And here, I mean, I don't even want to calculate. I'm just going to come in and try to checkmate this. Sorry, white king. Maybe g3 actually is the way. g3 easier. Yeah, and no way the white king holds out against the full force of black's army. King g2, that's going to be painful checks. Actually, this is just checkmate. Wow, so Pragg almost winning, it looks like, after rook c4. He's going to win another pawn.
Well, and if another pawn falls, then, well, life gets harder for white. Yeah, maybe white is going to be banking on just setting up a blockade on the king side, just live with the king on g3, just make sure that g4 never occurs.
Mm-hmm. Now rook takes pawn would be a mistake, I guess, due to this move, rook to b6 check. That's very clever, Ivanka. You've stopped the black king's entrance into f4 as well. Because now rook to e6 check, I'm assuming, and rook to g6, and suddenly there's counterplay. Okay, it's not over.
Tricky.
We see why Pragg's calculating at least. Figured it out. Rook b3 maybe then. Ooh. At least then I stop your king g3 idea.
Okay, well, let's try the bishop h4 i5 business.
Now there's no g4 because the rook is misplaced. Yeah. It's not over. It's not over yet.
Yep. And just to recap, rook to b3 being met by bishop to h5 is a really beautiful idea because to all intents and purposes, a lot of us would be like, what? White abandons the defense of the f5 pawn, but it's all to do with the fact that this bishop on h5 allows white to play rook to f7, drive the king away, and the pawns on g7 and g5 are completely vulnerable. And you abandon the b4 pawn because ultimately everything is going to be hinging on potentially white may be needing to give up the bishop for the a pawn. And that, as we know, rook and bishop against rook, it is a theoretical draw.
Yeah, we'll be here for another 5 hours, Ivanka. We'll be here all night if it gets to rook and bishop versus rook. They'll reach that point at like move 150 and then another 50 from there. No, I'm half joking.
And then the arbiter steps in, right? 75 moves. Yes. Well, fascinating endgame, David. But I can see, if we go to the bird's eye view, that there have been some changes to the position between Vincent Keimer and Max Warmerdam. Some pieces have been traded. And, well, who does this favor?
Wow, so Max actually didn't go for the kind of control method that we were talking about. I'm a control freak, so I would have loved to bring the Black King over first, just force the opponent to just sit and wait and do nothing, and then go for what has just happened on the board. But yeah, we'll break that down in a second. Just to mention as well, some breaking news. Arjun Erigaisi did not find rook to c7. I think he spotted the move, but the continuation was so mind-bogglingly difficult that he can definitely be forgiven. So we'll check back in on Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri a bit later. But this game, quick action replay. We left it after a mistake from Vincent Keimer. We left it move 41, king to g2. Black played this very strong move, rook to e8, now threatening to take this pawn, which was defended. And only 2 moves actually since we were last here. Knight back, an exchange of knights. I think knight to d5, just to mention, would have been met by a shutting of the door. Bishop to e5, and the black rook now is safely able to gobble up this pawn. The white knight cannot jump anymore. Everything is closed. No avenues in. So knight exchange and h4. Yeah, good question, Ivanka. I mean, he could have had this position right with an extra move because he's played h3 and h4. So Vincent, that's not a great sign for him. But at least now bishop to e5, he will destabilize that piece with g5. And yeah, it's not 100% easy anymore.
No, it's not 100%. You know, somehow you wish the king were not on h8. Because as you just to point out, bishop to e5 looks normal. Because, yeah, you can destabilize with g5, but a lot of us would be like, hang on a second, David. What about that pawn on e6? Isn't that up for grabs? And here, you can see the evaluation bar rise all the way to the top, and you see that pawn takes pawn is going to be the response. And there's a nasty pin. But if the king were on g8, then there would be no trouble whatsoever, because you could just park the king on f7 and everything's protected, and black is easily winning.
Yeah, it's a case of one tempo, as you say there, Ivanka. Like, if king g8 now, unfortunately, you lose to bishop b2 or bishop f4, maybe even stronger. Yeah, and you pin and win. But yeah, unfortunately, you're not in time to defend the black rook. So I wonder whether he can make time for himself. g5. How about king g7 here?
Yeah,
This pawn isn't running away anytime soon.
that is true. But take pawn, but king takes.
e7, keeping the pawn alive with tactics.
Oh, you're tricky, David. The bishop
I know.
d6, let's corral it.
It's my legal birth name, David Tricky Howell. It's yeah, just ask my parents. Bishop g5 is coming.
Yeah.
It's not over.
What about bishop d6?
Yeah, bishop d6. Check. King back.
And king f7.
Check.
King to e6.
Yeah. Then check.
Oh, I thought you were going to go. Yes, okay. Yep.
Yeah, or maybe you go forward actually here, king d5. And then you race. Like rook takes pawn, black will just take back, and black has 3 versus 1, which are going to win the game. Okay, he plays a move, Max Varmadam. This does look promising, but there were some tricks in the air, so he plays b5 instead. Just totally ignoring the king side. It's a brave move. But, okay, he has progress on the mind.
Yeah, he wants to go forward, don't we all? And what about your idea? g5. I kind of liked it. Prevent bishop to e5 once and for all.
g5, I'm assuming he'll... Oh, wait. I shouldn't assume anything. g7, I guess? I'm obsessed with centralizing the king.
That's a good strategy. And I guess the king also does the same, king to f3.
King f3. Max's plan seems to be to push these pawns. Say b4. I'm not sure I'm pushing the right ones, but we'll see.
there's not that much that white can do. You can go bishop f4.
Mm-hmm. Bishop f4. The pawns are rolling. Surprisingly hard to stop the black a pawn, which is going to promote on the square, covered by the black bishop. It's always the dream duo, bishop and fianchettoed bishop and passed rook's pawn.
So is the secret then? Let me rewind before. So b5, and there we see bishop to f4 from Vincent. And I was going to say, okay, well this isn't, because he just wants to go bishop to d6 and then e7 and then free the rook.
Free the rook. The rook. I don't know where it's going to run to. I mean, it's struggling to get into the black position, but maybe also bishop d6. If black ever plays like b4, then there will always be rook c1 ideas to try and catch this backward c-pawn. And if the c-pawn moves, then the black bishop is a bit loose.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is a good point. What happens if you just ignore a5? Let's get motoring.
Yeah, Max Verstappen, let's get motoring. Okay, bishop d6.
And see, you scared me with this.
I was bluffing.
I kind of feel like I should be going king to g8. Or king to g7. The king needs to be within touching distance of this e-pawn.
Yeah. I don't think you need to worry, though. I think just move by move, black is winning this race, like b4.
Then I was thinking rook c1.
Yeah, but there's pin, right? Like just in time, rook takes pawn and then c6.
Sting in the tail.
Yeah, just in time. If white had one extra move, white could play rook c1. But now after e7, like a4, for example, now white doesn't again have time for rook c1 because b3, I'm assuming. Why is this not just completely winning for black? Or a3 even. Although a3 can...
Maybe...
Bishop takes.
Oh, yep.
And then this gets weird. Like rook d1. And a2, rook d8, and white wins. Sorry.
I told you, David. Did I not say that king belongs on g8?
I should have trusted you. The king needs to... It's going to come down to one move, and I think we can guarantee that, right? It's white has to be super quick to create some counterplay, otherwise black's just winning.
Yeah. No, but it looked really dangerous, right? b4, a5. Definitely white is an only move territory to survive, and black needs to be as precise as possible if he wants to get the whole point.
Also, in that variation we mentioned, I think black should have simply captured back on b3, and black would have had a big advantage. But yeah, Vincent, he's fighting really well, really hard ever since he lost that exchange. He made a mistake / blunder 15 moves ago, and he's still fighting hard. Max needs to close this one out.
Oh, well, they do say these super grandmasters, you have to hit them 15 times. Well, I think that was the number. You have to be precise as possible in the opening, middle game, in game, every stage of the game, because they are slippery, always finding ways to wriggle out of trouble. So whilst this one, it is Vincent that is struggling to get the draw, there's still plenty of chances for Max to go wrong. Shall we go directly to the Arjun Giri game? Because as we saw earlier, Arjun did not play the move to give him the large advantage. Very understandable. It was incredibly difficult. Instead, he chose the much more natural knight to a3, a move that we looked at. The problem is the knights are not good on the edge of the board. They don't have too many squares to jump to.
Yeah, let's just do a quick action replay. The knight on a3 is a terrible piece, as you say, Jovanka. Might actually get trapped very quickly. So king to d4 was where we left it. Rook c7 was, I'm not going to say a winning move, but was the only path to a significant advantage. Now, computer said around +1 for white, but this was reliant on finding after e4, knight to a5, only move, giving up the rook, but threatening some checks. And then after rook takes pawn, there would have been even more tactics like c3, knight back to c4, and rook exchange, and white would have had an advantage. But okay, he didn't find this. Difficult stuff. Knight a3 was the choice. So we did mention that, Jovanka, like rook takes pawn now walks into this fork. Of course, the knight a3 met by knight c3, domination of the knight now in the corner, cannot move. The d pawn survives for now, but after e4, this is the current position. And okay, king c5 just played. I was going to say king c5 threatens king b4, Jovanka. Could we see a turnaround? Giri is hunting down that horrible piece.
Yeah. I mean, it is absolutely awful knight. But on the other hand, is this also perhaps offering a draw? Because white too can attack the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, I was thinking king d2, but king b4 is coming. But still, you can.
Yeah. Now there's a weird standoff. Like the black king isn't really threatening to take the knight because the other knight will drop. But maybe e3 is a threat.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Do you know what? I was thinking, can't white actually allow the knight to be chomped on? I don't know why I thought of that word, but I did. I was thinking rook to e7.
Yeah.
No, okay. Had to be precise. Which rook? Where to put it? No, because then e3 is possible because of knight to d5 check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This would be awkward, to say the least. So rook. Yeah, where else? h7? I don't know.
h7.
G4? I don't know. Let's say rook h7. And now king takes knight is met by king takes knight. There's a standoff. So e3 deflection time.
Yes.
King takes.
So king takes.
Yeah. Black gets this knight. Now white makes a run for it.
Right.
Oof. A bit scary.
This is. I would be terrified if I were playing black because the rook on d8 is not a happy customer.
Yeah. This is still terrifying, actually, for black.
The king is
Unless we
coming
can...
in. I mean, how does black save this? What is the...
maybe black can race back as well. So the race is on, defending the knight.
Okay. Jump up.
King e5. Come back, run. Take the pawn, run. And now no time for king e7 because this pawn drops. Probably this is a draw. Like rook and knight versus... I mean, even without white's 3 pawns here, it's just a dead draw. Although...
yeah.
c5.
Although I was just thinking, what is the situation after rook c5? How to draw this one in a comfortable manner?
I think probably
you can go
black's
knight to e4 and then knight to f2.
Yeah, and black's in time. The knight will stop these 2 pawns and the black king will gobble up the other one. Let's go back to the game, though. There has been a move by Arjun, and it was king to d2. So you mentioned, Jovanka, silent draw offer. King to d4 is a repetition of the position. That'll be the second time we've seen that one. As Henry Flower said in the chat there, I don't think Arjun will lose too much sleep over rook c7. I think maybe there were bigger opportunities earlier in the game. But by now, by rook c7, it was already super difficult, super sharp. Which way do you think he's going to go?
Rook c7 is one of those artistic saves that you appreciate and you say, well, I don't think I would have ever found it. But okay, king to d2, king to d4. Anish indicating he's more than happy with a repetition.
Yeah. And for Arjun, the question is, can he play on without too much risk? With the knight on a3 trapped like that, you don't get the impression that white can play too ambitiously anymore. If black gets a pawn to e3 and a rook down to the back rank, it's checkmate. So Arjun repeats king to e1. Anish also repeats. Second time we've seen this position. Moment of truth. Arjun Erigaisi, can he risk the position any longer? Predictions, Jovanka. Will we see a draw? King d2?
Yes.
Will Giri take?
Anish. He's keeping us guessing, but king to d4 will ultimately seal the deal. I mean, okay, he has to follow the procedure, right? He has to write down his move and then call over the arbiter. Stop the clocks, of course. Call over the arbiter and say, hey, we've repeated the position 3 times. It will be a draw. I mean, does he take risks with king to b4? As we saw, instead, he can just look at his opponent and offer a draw. And there you see another result in the bag. And this time, well, it was not without adventure, but a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Anish Giri. Now, both of these players are off the mark and onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, ultimately a fair result, but Arjun may be the more disappointed of the two. He created the chances. He used a fantastic opening idea, an opening novelty to surprise Anish Giri, got the advantage, and only let it slip right at the bitter end. He was still better 6 moves before the handshake. But for Anish, great defense, well earned, well deserved half point there. Watched on by his friend and second, Owen Lamy.
Yes, a magnificent defensive effort there from the Dutchman, much to the pleasure of the home crowd. And on that note, this is the perfect opportunity for us to go on a break. And when we come back, we will be exploring the remaining 2 games. So you don't want to go anywhere.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid. And level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
Favorite holiday location?
We prefer to be at home actually, because we keep traveling to tournaments most of the time. So
Sleep early or late?
sleep late.
Sleep late.
Favorite pizza topping?
Like paneer, like toppling with paneer counts, yeah?
Yeah, veggies.
Favorite food dish?
Curries. Dosa is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
Salt or sugar?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Window or aisle seat?
Window.
Window.
Going out or staying in?
Staying in.
Staying.
Dogs or cats?
Neither of them. I'm afraid of dogs actually.
Yeah, dogs. I would take dogs.
Physical or mental fitness?
Mental fitness.
I'm not sure in which way, but yeah, work more on mental fitness.
Appetizer or dessert?
Dessert.
Appetizer.
Test matches or T20?
T20.
Recently, I was following a test match, so I'll go with test match.
Favorite place you traveled to?
Greece is one of my favorite.
Honestly, nothing comes to my mind. As I said, I prefer being at home anytime.
The best match you have played?
Grand Swiss, I had like few good games, like the 3rd round where I bet Garifulina Leia, like it was a very attacking game where I sacrificed few pieces, and the 4th game I bet Massachusetts, former world champion.
Say my first game with Lagarde Maxim from World Cup.
The best player you have played?
I think Kamsky is the highest rated I've ever played in classical, like over the board, like in rating wise.
You played Gukesh recently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I played 2700 as well. Yes, yeah, I played Gukesh.
Okay, from my part, yeah, it's Magnus. I always enjoy playing top players, so whenever I get a chance against them, I'm just enjoying.
Tell me you are a chess player in Tamil.
No, Nanu Saduranga Virangane. Yes.
That was great. Yeah.
Now you have to go.
Yeah. Nanu oru Saduranga Veerar.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. and finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
We are back, and of course it is the end game of round 2 in Tata Steel Chess, and there on our screens you can see Arjun Erigaisi and Anish Giri still analysing their encounter, which did end in a draw. And it would be absolutely wonderful to be a fly on the wall and actually listen to what they're analysing, because it might be very fascinating just to recounter those missed opportunities. And of course, maybe they're discussing that absolutely wonderful opportunity of rook to c7. And whilst these players are analysing, there are of course 2 sections in play. It is Tata Steel Masters, but there's also the Challengers. Now, 1 game still outstanding there. But there we do see a whole load of results. The first one that comes to mind is 11-year-old Faustino Oro. He played black against Frederick Svana, but David, it wasn't a successful outing. Yep. And there you can see that all the games have finished. And Erwin Lowy, he was the final game outstanding, but he is actually finished now with a win against international master Irina Bulmaga from Romania. But it was a lot of, as you can see, decisive results. 3 decisive results, 4 draws, and of course some incredible chess to be enjoyed. The Tata Steel Challengers. But for us, we go back to the bird's eye view of the Masters as we have 2 games remaining, and they were tough encounters. Vincent Keimer still fighting against Max Varmadan. He's been on the back foot for such a long time, but he still keeps finding defensive resources. And we also see on the bottom right, light blue, Hari Krishna looks to be losing against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa managing to win a second pawn and coordinating his pieces rather beautifully to deprive White of any counterplay whatsoever.
Yeah, and we have a choice then. It's a 2-game split. Which one would you like to go to, Ivanka? Is it Pragg closing out his game, or is it Vincent Keimer against Max Varmadan?
Let's have a look at the game between Pragg and Hari. Oh, well, okay. Destiny chose otherwise. Let's go and look at this one instead.
I can jump us there, Ivanka. It's Pragg against Hari, who's 2 pawns down now with the white pieces. There is a threat, however. Rook to f5 check would regain one of the pawns. Okay, how to press this advantage, how to make it as straightforward as possible.
But David, before we jump into that, can we just rewind a little bit? Because earlier on when we investigated, we saw that there was a lot of pitfalls for black, and that white had a lot of beautiful subtleties that would actually steer the game into a draw. So here we were looking at rook b3, rook c4, but Pragg presumably didn't go for that because his rook is now on d7.
No, he played a very clever move, rook to d3. The whole idea, given a question mark by the computer, but I think a very good way of stabilizing the advantage. He just wants to drop back and challenge the white rook, kick the white rook away. And the white bishop, we were talking about how bad it was. It moved. Harikrishna decided to push that piece across. Rook f7, now a massive threat. Check, picking up the g7 pawn. This was obviously blocked. Wow, I'm really, really shocked, I must admit, that the computer thinks this is a mistake. Because rook to b8 was played. I wonder... Rook takes rook. Could this have been a draw, Jovanka? This is crazy. And now, like, I don't know, king to g3. How can this position be a draw?
Or maybe you go for the a pawn. Maybe you keep like going between the defending the f5 pawn and attacking the a6 pawn.
Yeah, and I mean, to my eyes, it just looks like black is clearly winning. You're just marching across, but apparently this is not so simple, and the white king in the race is holding things together. This is one of the most counterintuitive decisions, I think, of all time, pretty much in any endgame. It just looks like trading the rooks here is going to lose for white, especially with these queenside pawns still on the board. But hey, he needed to do that. Rook to b8, given a double question mark, because it drops this f5 pawn. And to catch up with the game, rook check, bishop g6. Pragg decided to run with the king. I was going to say, actually, a very good decision. And yeah, it looks like now with the rooks on the board, this is almost terminal. Rook to c8, cutting across the c-file. Jovanka, that rook exchange, maybe a golden opportunity, but just as hard, if not even more tough, to play that move than Arjun's rook c7.
Yeah, that was mission impossible there. That was something that only the computers can figure out with their amazing knowledge. But no way. No way would you go into that bishop endgame and understand that this is, in fact, a draw. You instinctively, you just want to keep the rooks on the board because the rooks is the one that is going to be harassing black. But yeah, unbelievable. And probably one of those patterns that maybe one should know, with experience.
Yeah, one to study for sure. I think that will take an hour or so to kind of really get to the nitty-gritty of the details, understand that all of the move orders just about hold for white. It probably would have come down to one tempo at the end of a 15-move line as well. But instead, we're left with rooks on the board. And okay, unfortunately for Harikrishna, the bishop's being driven away. There's soon going to be a check. Actually, maybe the idea is to play rook c6, now swap rooks. This time it's definitely winning for black because the race is straightforward. Black's going to come and steal the b4 pawn and promote the a pawn. Yeah, Harry might be on his last legs here. Role reversal from yesterday.
Yeah, complete role reversal. And there we see bishop to h5. I loved your rook to c6. Get greedy. Win the remaining white pawn. Be 3 pawns to the good.
Yeah, greed is sometimes not good, but in the endgame it tends to be acceptable. It tends to be okay. Yeah, I don't really see what white could be trying, like rook c6, just to put a couple of moves on the board. Like rook g8, you just shut the door again. You can even play rook c7, keep that one intact for a few more moves, and only then march over. It's inevitable, slow and steady. And it looks like Pragg might just join the leaders with this victory.
Yes. Incidentally, no one has 100% unless Vincent wins. And it would require a miracle for Vincent to win his particular game.
Yeah. Should we move over there? Are we writing this off as a Pragg win? Can Harry defend?
Yeah, I that Pragg will certainly take his time to be precise. He doesn't have to hurry. So let's have a look at the developments between Vincent Keymer and Max Warmerdam.
Yeah. Let's jump to that game. Harikrishna, yeah, he kept us here for over 6 hours yesterday, winning his game against Arjun. He might well be here for 6 hours today, but he should not be able to defend. But let's jump over. Let's check out the cameras as well of Keymer and Warmerdam to see who's more confident, who's sweating here. E7, the last move played, and Ivanka, I think we were here before. We were actually analyzing this variation, but we were talking about pushing the black pawns. He did take a timeout as we were discussing with King G7, King F7. But is that a valuable tempo spent? The white rook might now come and start trying to target black pawns.
Okay. So it is I'm just figuring out, okay, it is white's just made the move at E7.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe now time for black to go. It feels so weird, right? That white even can dream about saving this one. You kind of instinctively feel like C4 and start advancing the pawns, and black's extra 2 pawns on the queen side, they have to be good, right?
Mm-hmm. So where is the draw here? It might be some weird stuff like, no, not A4. I was trying to play like A4 and rook E4 here, try and gobble up some pawns, but actually there's a really cool line here, Ivanka. After A4, B4, rook E4. I think black just pushes and promotes now. Rook takes bishop. You push, the rook saves the day, but C3 just in time to win. So E7, if C4, I like that move. How to defend.
Yeah. Yeah, how to do it. So, okay, A4 is not kind of working, but maybe you can slow it down. Okay, rook E4. I was thinking rook C1. Is rook C1 such a bad move? And then inspired by your idea of A4.
Yeah, I guess black has to. Well, actually, maybe. I never know whether these positions, whether to shut the rook in like this with a bishop and try to kind of cage a rook. I never know whether that's a good idea. Because it's like, who's dominating who? Is the rook dominating the bishop and pawn, or is the pawn and bishop dominating the rook? Now it's actually hard to get b4, a4 both in, because the bishop controls the b4 square.
That is true, but we do have our old friend, the king, that can come into f7 and be quite unpleasant and start harassing the bishop.
Yeah. I mean, by process of elimination, let's go to the current position. C4, is that the only way? A4 comes to mind. B4, maybe?
Yeah, then you rook
C1.
C1.
Yeah. And this would have to be a judgment call. Like A4 now?
F7.
Yeah, or King F7. Oh wait, the pin, right?
King F7. Yeah, King F7 played.
Oh, King F7 played. Okay, King F7. Very calm from Max. And now H5 only move. That makes a lot of sense. White cannot just sit and wait. Otherwise, yeah, the pawns will roll and black's rook is now free.
Yeah, interesting. Really fascinating struggle between the pair. H5, you need to create a pass pawn. You need to decoy the king. And it just goes to show how many resources there are for the defender, even when it seems like all hope is lost. So now let's have a look at H5. Take the pawn. And now let's go. Oh. Well, no H5 played, but instead we do see King to F3 is a move. But again, fascinating decisions. H5 would have created another pass pawn for white and would have meant that black needed to be precise as possible. And there we see King to F3. Now, as you see, the evaluation bar, well, it peaks sharply in black's favor. So now it is operation push those queenside pawns. Get the motoring as quickly as possible. And we can As we can see the pawns will start pushing, and they keep on advancing. So I'm just waiting for some. Well, we have some tech issues. I'm unable to move the board. So we're going to have a very fun time. Maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view so we can see, keep an eye on both of those boards. And there we see for Max Varmadam, he is on the cusp of getting his first victory. All he needs to do is control, in a controlled manner, just advance the queenside pawn. So it could be activating his rook, could also be just making the moves such as a4 and b4. And for there we see in the bottom right, Hari Krishna against Praggnanandhaa. Well, Prag, he has played this endgame perfectly, I would say, despite what the engine is proclaiming, because every single weakness has been defended. The pawn on g7 is untouchable, and now Prag is simply aiming for the last remaining b pawn. We'll get those tech issues sorted, but for now it's just me, and we are going to be chilling, just looking at the games and just discussing chess and life in general. And it's such a long event. And there on our screen I can see David. Are you back?
Jovanka, I hope you can hear me now. Sorry about that, everyone. I was having some issues. Yeah, it's been a long broadcast, and the players have more stamina than my tech setup, apparently. So, yeah, critical moments of the game. I don't want to miss anything. But it looks like a couple of inaccuracies are starting to creep in, Jovanka.
Yes, and no inaccuracies in the Hari Krishna Praggnanandhaa game. Prag is just simply being ruthless. But here, Vincent Keimer. Now, one of the things that we mentioned is that for Max Varmadam, he would be on the cusp of actually getting his first victory if he, in a precise manner, advanced his pawns. And one move that we were pounding the table for early on was c4. And as you can see, it's like a missed opportunity, which beggars belief, if you ask me, because what could be more natural than that? But now there's possibilities of perhaps the white king stepping in to e4.
Mm-hmm.
And
we will break this down, Jovanka, but there's action happening in the Pentala Hari Krishna against Praggnanandhaa game. It's actually a signing of the score sheets as Hari Krishna has just resigned. We left it with him about to be 3 pawns down. That did come to pass. No way Prag was going to let that one slip. And another clash between Indian players. Just like yesterday, Hari Krishna was involved in a decisive Indian derby, this time on the losing side, however, shaking his head. But congratulations to Prag. Impressive performance.
It was an impressive game, right? The way that he handled Pentala's opening aggression and then the endgame at the end, it was just impressive technique. I know it wasn't with the computer's stamp of approval, but very much on the human level. Prag was playing perfectly.
Yeah, and there we see a brief discussion. Hari Krishna looking a bit downcast there. This was the final position. Black simply has 3 extra pawns. One of them might drop. The white king could have captured one, but it was the black A pawn that was running, would have cost white his bishop and would have ended the game. So yeah, Hari Krishna just didn't quite go his way. Maybe not his type of position in the middle game, where it was quite tricky, double-edged. It wasn't as purely positional as he would have liked. And Prag, yeah, great win. He's off the mark for this tournament. He's now on 1.5 out of 2 and joins the leading pack. That leaves us with 1 game remaining as the arbiter sets up the pieces. It is all eyes on the Germany versus Netherlands clash. Vincent Keimer against Max Varmadam. King to e4, you mentioned a bit earlier, Jovanka. It's either that one or h5, right? And he plays h5.
h5, second front has been opened. When you think about the endgame principles, it all makes sense, right? You don't even need too much calculation. You just like, okay, I need to make life difficult for black. How would I do that? Make him defend a second weakness. And it's something that Black will need to keep an eye on. What was the correct move instead of c4? Can we just rewind?
Yeah.
Because
Let's go
we
back.
were looking at a4, b4.
Yeah, so here, h5 was already the best move for white. Vincent, very understandably, though, I think the more human, the more natural move, king f3, bring the king closer. And actually, it's a 1 in 3 lucky dip here. Well, a 2 in 3 maybe for Max Varmadam. Pushing the b pawn would have won. Pushing the a pawn would have won, but pushing the c pawn doesn't win. I think it's just about keeping this bishop stable, Ivanka. So, for example, b4. And okay, there's an exchange of pawns. We'll catch up with the game in a sec. But now h5 doesn't really achieve much because black runs with this a pawn, and it's the a pawn that is going to win the game. Like h6, a3. Now, if white plays h7, black can simply ignore it. b3, and it's the a pawn that is the star in the game. I think he's just lost a valuable move. The c pawn is never really promoting. So now in the game after h5, same thing, but he's a bit slow, Max Varmadam. And now he cannot push his a and b pawns together because the white bishop guards the b4 square. Oh, it's so unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Also, the white king now is within touching distance of the c pawn. And yeah, bishop c3, attacking the rook. Rook will move.
Yep. Rook
Is there
has...
any funny ideas with bishop to e5? Transferring the game into endgame? No, because of c5, it's not possible.
Yeah,
c4.
The white bishop can dodge the exchange. I think he's just asking a question of the rook. If the rook stays on the e file to prevent bishop e5, to prevent king e6, for example, then the b pawn will run very quickly. But if the rook stays, I'm not sure where, somewhere along the first rank, then it becomes much less clear. To my eyes, it still looks like great winning chances for black, but the computer says it's nearly dead level now. Only 0.2 the advantage. Disappeared completely. Wow.
Yeah. It's I don't know, maybe I'm being influenced by the evaluation bar, but I was thinking it was a draw, and now you kind of, when I ignore it, I'm just thinking, hang on a second, if you do move the rook, I'm thinking maybe
Which way?
rook b. You go rook h1, put the rooks behind the pass
rook
pawn.
h1.
Yeah, rook h1.
Good move.
And
Well, it looks like a
now
good
you
move.
see king e6.
Oh, sorry. Rook h1, king e6. And that might be a bit problematic. How to keep this bishop intact with its pawn. Maybe white needs to gain a tempo. This is a bit awkward, as you say, although the computer still says level.
Yeah.
Let's say bishop c5, but then you get chased,
then-
right? You get hunted down.
Right, king 5, and the e pawn is falling off.
Very mysterious. I'll be a bit naughty again, and check. Wow, okay, now white needs to go back, rook to d1. That's not natural at all. Looks like you've lost a lot of time. So, okay, engine off.
But even then, how does that work? Because you go rook, the king comes up to e6, you think, hey, black has improved, and now b4.
b4. Here, h6.
Yeah, and then let's go.
Which one?
b3.
b3.
Let's do it that way.
Take.
b3.
Take.
Pawn takes.
h7.
f5.
f5. You're guarding the diagonal. Now I'll come back.
And there,
I want to come in. Yeah, somehow keeping that black pawn on c5 earlier would have locked the white bishop in behind enemy lines. In like black's camp. Here the white bishop has the range of this diagonal. Suddenly this counterplay. Suddenly this is not clear at all, like rook g1, rook g8. I mean, this is... And if b2, then white can maybe just play rook b1 and take this pawn.
And if there's rook takes d, rook takes, yeah, what about rook b1, rook takes
e7.
e7.
Yep. And now I have to do a count. I mean, rook e1 check looks tempting, but I'm not sure. I mean, this is just mightily complicated. I mean, bishop takes here would lose, probably, due to... Oh, no. Actually, maybe due to something I don't see. But either way, this is just complicated, Jovanka. I mean, already, the fact that Max is kind of allowed any chances, it's become a bit random. I mean, I think that's already a win for Vincent. It looked like he could have won with keeping full control. But yeah, my eyes are drawn to rook b1 somehow, just to slow down this pawn push. Like here, you can play like b4, and suddenly I get this pawn move for free. Although maybe it transpires it's the same exact thing. Rook to d1. And yeah, this race, well, it's a pure race now.
Yeah. And it's all based on this bishop coming back to a3, right? Because ultimately, it's going to be the b pawn that advances. So if you go a4,
h7,
then h7. Okay, but now no, you can't go a3. This is, yeah. Yeah, the c pawn was very much needed on c5. Because here, if you go a3, then rook will come to b1. No, it won't. No, because the bishop is on prise.
Yeah, white wins here, I think, with bishop takes and rook to d8. And a new queen will be born, will be crowned. So there's tactics all over the place, and it's one move. Like if Black had saved moves earlier with the king and just pushed the pawn, then he would have won. But White suddenly getting the h pawn going. So yeah, this is anyone's game still. Vincent has to be careful. 5 minutes. Anything could still happen.
Right, anything can happen. There's danger around every corner, and there we do see Vincent move his rook up to e2. And earlier today, Nodirbek Abdusattorov had a very clean win against Leon Mendonca. Let's hear from him and Fiona.
In a second, but how satisfied are you with the 1.5 out of 2 start?
Yeah, I couldn't expect more because, yeah, well, I didn't expect Prague. You know, I got a very big advantage yesterday, but it was very, slippery, and at the time trouble, in his time trouble, I managed to make some mistakes, and he got out with that. And yeah, in today's game, I feel like I played great game. Maybe could have done maybe more accurate, but I think
it was pretty clean.
Pretty clean, yes.
Yeah. I brought up this position from the opening a4. If it was an online game, maybe we would think it was a mouse slip. Yeah?
No.
But clearly it was your preparation.
Yeah, of course, indeed. In the previous game, just a month before in Qatar Masters, I played g3 against him and bishop h3.
Okay.
So in this game, I came up with a4. Of course, this was clearly Rustam's idea. a4, and he quickly got into trouble after cd, knight h6. I think it's already a kind of mistake. I get this bishop b5 in one move. If he would have played instead bishop d7, I would have played bishop e2, and then maybe he would get better version of it.
Can you talk a little bit about the idea of just putting the pawn on a4?
Well, I want bishop b5.
Okay,
that's the main point.
What happened in the game was basically showed, It showed us the idea.
So yeah, bishop b5, knight f5, knight 3. Well, normally, yeah, here he can't take on d4 because of tactical reasons, and a6, take, knight e2, and here I have, a long-term positional advantage, I think. I can play for attack with knight f4 and knight h5. Also, I can trade bishop.
But he made your attacking life a little bit easier when he castled queenside.
I wasn't expecting long castles. I think it's a big mistake because I get just strong attack after bishop d2.
Do you get excited immediately at the board when you see a move like that?
When I saw, long castles, I thought, okay, I felt like it should be a mistake, so I, just go for an attack, and it worked well in the game. b5 takes queen b3, and my plan is rook b2, rook a1, and brings rook, and so a file is open, and I have a strong attack there.
Yeah, and in the game, I mean, he tried to fight, but...
Yeah, G5. I think it was a good practical try in his time trouble, but I think I managed to find a positional solution. Here, knight G3, you know, I'm getting this... I'm ruining his pawn structure after knight f5, and I have strong knight and also an attack. I think it was too much at this point.
Yeah, very, very nice game. Congratulations again, as you mentioned, a4, an idea by Rustam Kasimjanov. Yesterday we had your countryman, Yakovorev, here in the interview, and I asked him a little bit, you know, about you, if you guys are hanging out here, and he said he hadn't even seen you yet.
No, I think we have seen each other in the first day when he was coming to an interview. So yeah, I had a chance to meet him, but we hadn't we had no conversation yet. But I hope we'll talk in 3 days.
I guess it's nice for you to see other players from Uzbekistan playing on the higher stage.
Sure. Yeah, I want him, to win this tournament and qualify for the Masters, so we have 2 players in Masters next year.
I also saw you mentioned the interviews that you filmed before the tournament. I saw a part of your interview and you mentioned, I look forward to winning the tournament. So I guess that's the goal for this year?
Yeah, that's a goal every year. But last year I was very close, and also in previous year. But yeah, it didn't. It was a little bit unfortunate, but this time I hope it goes well.
As you mentioned last year, you're one of the 4 players in the playoff. Do you feel that you learned any lessons from the tournaments here, specifically this long event?
Yes, don't get to tie breaks.
A good lesson learned. Well, Nodirbek, congrats again on a great game and best of luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
And you heard it there, David. Nodirbek has come here to win. That's his goal every single time he sets foot in Tata Steel. Well, yesteryear, he actually came very close. Of course, we all remember his very first debut in the event where he was 1 draw away from taking the title. Do you think 3rd time lucky?
Well, it's good chances, especially after the way he played today. Nodirbek, he's on 1.5 out of 2. Max Varmadam finally making a move there, down to 5 minutes. But yeah, Abdusattorov, I mean, so smooth today. He was doubting it. He sounded a bit critical about his winning technique, but it looks very impressive from the outside. And yesterday could have won against Prague as well. Yeah, he's been super consistent over the last 2 years. And normally in long tournaments, Ivanka, consistency is the #1 deciding factor. You need to take your chances, killer instinct. Normally you need to beat the out of form players and you need to not lose. So he's doing everything right so far.
Yeah, he is doing absolutely everything right. But we're only 2 rounds in and time will tell whether this is a great tournament for him or maybe something else. But in the meantime, b4 played by Max. Something that has been met with approval from our friend, the evaluation bar. As we saw, it was actually really critical to be able to advance the pawns in the correct way. And it was a question of time in a lot of these races.
Yeah, and perhaps Vincent Keimer, in his desperation to save time, has actually cost himself time long term, because the white rook on the 2nd rank does not cover the promotion square of any of the black pawns. So if any of the black pawns are able to get to the 2nd rank, it's just game over. I think he was so keen to keep the black king out that he'd maybe chosen a different priority, and suddenly I'm guessing he has to push his h-pawn forward. I don't really see anything else. But yeah, suddenly he might be in a bit of trouble. It looks like black has got everything covered and white struggling to find a productive move.
I also wonder whether it's something to do with the transition into just an equal, no, not an equal, but a rook and pawn endgame. It's been a long broadcast, David, so you're going to have to forgive me for some momentary blips. But bishop I'm still a little bit obsessed with this bishop to e5 ideas, because I can understand the attraction of putting the white rook on e2. Because Vincent's thinking is, okay, if black ever gets in b3, there's nothing to worry about, because I'm simply going to go bishop a3, and black's pawns have been completely blocked. And if you get that, it doesn't feel like black can actually make any progress.
Yeah,
And
he looked a
somehow,
bit.
I don't know, I'm obsessed with this bishop e5. Sorry, yeah?
No, I was going to say he looked a bit panicked there. Quick glance towards the clock, Vincent, and he's down to only 3 minutes. Yeah, I like your bishop e5 idea, Jovanka, but it has to be under the right circumstances because the white pawns are very close to promotion. So rook endgames aren't guaranteed to win anymore for black, unlike earlier.
Shall we dive in and have a look at moves like h6?
Let's do it. Very likely to see a move in the next few seconds from Vincent. He needs to save some time just in case for later on. Still very complicated, this endgame. It looks a bit like an endgame study, like a composition where it's like move by move. You have to find the only surviving move. But yeah, let's jump in. Pawn to h6. Let's show it. Oh wow, perfect timing, Jovanka. He played it. Just as I was putting it on the board, it appeared magically. And here I'm assuming, okay, blue arrow. I was going to say black a pawn is going to push. It's the black mass of pawns, the 3 versus white's random 2, the e and h running. And a moment of truth for Max. I think pushing the b pawn, probably similar, but I mean, you're going to have to push the a pawn sooner or later anyway, so why not keep your options open?
Right, let's have a look at why a4 is so good, and then by process of elimination, we can actually understand what is wrong with b3.
So let's put that a pawn on the board. a4 is the best move, and okay, let's say white plays h7. Now, does black just continue? b3, does white have a threat? b3?
I don't see a threat.
No, I don't see a threat. So the white bishop has to come back. I'm not sure whether you take first or not.
We can leave that decision for later. First, we just go bishop a3. Let's just do that.
Bishop a3. Let's say black plays f5. I think just to cover this diagonal is nice. Cover the promotion square. I just don't see a move for white, really. And black is going to move the bishop out the way and then play like c3, b2.
And if you go king to f4?
King to f4, bishop somewhere.
King takes c3.
c3.
You did warn me. I just didn't listen.
I mean, I tried to. I mean, even if you had listened, I don't know. It might be too late now to stop this plan.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good.
This is a4. So, maybe that's the difference, Jovanka, because b3, to take this way, the pawns can be blockaded. And the a pawn is never going anywhere. So you need the c pawn to march to c3 and then to get the b pawn down. I guess, just judging by the fact the blue arrow has appeared. Again, without the blue arrow here, we would be guessing a4 or b3, but I think you might need to recapture with the a pawn on the b3 square. That's not 100% obvious to realize.
No, it isn't. So say a4. Okay, I have an idea. So just do that. And then I'm just
A4.
thinking king e5, king e4, sorry. No, not h7, just king e4. I'm trying to get in king d5.
Okay. Not a3. I just realized I'm... oh, wait. What's wrong with that? King d5
king
probably.
d5, king... Yeah.
No, not king d5, but then b3. This is crazy. Okay, this is analysis we should mention. This isn't happening in the game. A3 would lose suddenly.
Oh, is there a mating there, David? King f5.
Checkmate. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh. G2. Checkmate. Oh my gosh. Okay, thanks to Evalbar. We would not have found this on our own, but Vincent Keimer, after a4, should try king e4. Maybe black has to throw a pawn away, Jovanka, like f5 check. Or, I don't know, how do you get out of this? He actually plays b3, Max Varmadam, the wrong pawn. And after a capture, Vincent Keimer is safe. Wow. Bishop a3.
But you know, somehow this checkmating idea is still very much in play. You can go king f4, king f5, rook g2.
Checkmate. Wow.
Yeah.
Max has to be careful here. I genuinely get the impression Max has not been calculating as kind of smoothly as some of his main rivals in this tournament. I mean, Gukesh would have been calculating, knowing the difference between the A and C pawns. Pragg probably the same, but Max, starting with that c4 pawn push, it felt like he was kind of guessing slightly, which is understandable with not that much time on the clock. But nah, it does feel odd to block yourself with the A pawn. Again, easy to say with the eval bar, but difficult moments. And now he has to play it a bit safe. King g6, his decision.
And rook h2.
Rook h2, very likely.
Yeah.
Okay, can we say white go for it?
Oh,
no reason.
That's mean. Okay, yeah, that's go on, David. Let's put that on the board. Although I know, I was just quickly calculating. There's no rook takes e7 and b2. No, there's none of that. No, there's none of that business.
Just to point out, there's rook g2 check, luckily for white, and then the rook guards this way. So very lucky. But king e4.
Yeah.
And if king takes pawn, watch out. Watch out. This black king is sidelined. Vincent could well win this position. Like, check, and then the white king will win the black rook. Wow. Did we see a turnaround?
Well, it's on the cards, right? It's definitely within the realms of possibility, which makes this endgame all the more exciting. Now, earlier on in the challenges, we did see a beautiful position with Benjamin Bock. He was in full control. And this time we have an interview where Fiona asks Benjamin, how did things happen?
I'm here with Benjamin Bock, who just won his round 2 game against Edis Gurel. Benjamin, congratulations. Before we talk about today's game, you haven't played here in Wijk Aan Zee since 2018. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, no, it's good to be back. Like I said, it's been a lot of years. So happy to be back. And it's really happy to get off to a good start.
Mm-hmm. Today, it looked like a very nice win against the young Turkish talents with those central pawns doing a big job. Tell us a bit about the critical moments in your opinion.
Yeah, so in the last few years I've been more of a 1d4 player, but the last couple of months I've played e4 here and there, but I figure like it might still be a bit of a surprise. And I also thought like the nice thing about 1e4 is that you just go forward, and that's kind of what happened with my pawns rolling down the board. But I think he misplayed the opening a little bit, and actually right after the opening, Anish, as always, he was making strange faces, and he was making a strange face at me. So I was wondering like, did I mess up the opening or did he mess up the opening? But it was him. So I got a nice position. And then,
you knew this, right? Or...
Well, I thought like he messed up and then he gave me a weird look and that kind of confused me. But I just had a nice position. And once I got c5 in there, things are already looking really tough for black.
Yeah, and then it looked like a very clean finish. So 1.5 out of 2 start for you. Did you set any goals coming into the tournament?
No goals in terms of like score anything. I just want to like enjoy my time here as a player, and that's the most important for me.
You mentioned your time here as a player. Of course, you've done a lot of commentary. We've done a lot of commentary together. I think this is the first time we interact in this interview setting. You stream a lot. I don't even know myself. Are you a professional chess player these days, or what is your profession?
I would call myself not a professional chess player, but like a chess professional. So I like I said, I do some coaching, some streaming, commentary. And I mean, I also do play from time to time, and To be honest, after like today's one, maybe I'll try to play a little bit more.
Are you still based in the US? Is it more difficult to play more there, or how is it?
Yeah, I feel like there's perhaps a bit more of a circuit here in Europe. So yeah, that doesn't always make it easy to play a lot of tournaments. But yeah, I mean, I'm still in the US, but I'm also still in the Netherlands quite a fair share of the time.
Okay. And finally, a question yesterday I asked Harry in the interview about restaurant recommendations. You've been gone 7 years. What are the places in Wijk that you've been looking forward to returning to?
Well, everything is still exactly the same, but yeah, no, yesterday I had a nice dinner at Sonnevang. That's always a nice place, and Italian place. Definitely want to check out. So those are my 2 recommendations.
Fantastic. Well, Benjamin, thank you so much. Congrats on a great start, and best of luck for the rest.
Thank you.
There we saw Benjamin Bock playing in the Tata Steel Challenges. Must be nice to play on home territory. And someone else who is playing on home ground, it is Max Warmerdam. Now, he does have the advantage against Vincent Keimer. It's been a topsy-turvy game, but it's definitely been advantage Max when it comes to playing from positions of strength. And there we see rook to h2. Chosen by Vincent. He chooses to protect his fast h-pawn. And this in-game, it has entertained us all the way. There's been danger around every single corner. There's so many twists and turns where actually both sides can go extremely wrong.
That's right. And for the first time in a while, Vincent has something tangible to hope for. If the white king ever breaks through and gets towards the e-pawn as a supporter, then suddenly Vincent might turn this around. I think he's getting hopeful. For Max, the black rook is passive, the black king is passive, the momentum's not on his side anymore. Real missed opportunities. He's actually been winning for at least 20 to 30 moves of this game. This is now move 55. But yeah, Max closing things out against these 2700 players, that is a hard thing to do. And yeah, this is all part of the experience, of course. But Vincent, he's riding his luck. He's playing it very close to the margins, Ivanka, yesterday and today.
Yeah, he certainly has been riding his luck, as we say. And with king to g4 and king f5 in the air, do you think it's now time for Max just to pull the brake and just offer trade of bishops in order to win the e7 pawn? But nope. Bishop e5, attacking the rook, gaining some time. Rook steps back.
Yeah, and when to pull the brake, because already it's looking very scary for black. The black b-pawn is going nowhere. Maybe it can sacrifice itself to deflect the black pieces, but deflect the white pieces, sorry, but the white king is coming. Okay, I think just in the nick of time, he had to play that move, Max Warmerdam. Maybe the only move to maintain the balance. Suddenly, he's keeping the white king out. He's going to give a check with the black pawn, drive the white king back. Hey, this is still anyone's game, Ivanka. After all these twists and turns, it's been a bit of a journey, a bit of a wild ride.
But now we have some added spice into the mix because Vincent Keimer's clock, do you see that? It is ticking down to his last seconds. H7, the reply. So watch out, Max. Don't allow the h-pawn to queen. There you see f5, absolute must.
Yep. Yeah, when in doubt, push past pawns. That tends to be a good rule, especially in mutual time trouble. Pushing past pawns, the tactics do work in your favor. There's lots of promotion tactics out there for anyone who's done Puzzle Rush or anyone who's played a significant amount of these endgames. They say that Magnus Carlsen's past pawns always promote, and yeah, it's because he puts them on squares like this, e7, h7. Meanwhile, the black pawns, the a pawn, the f pawn, struggling to get anywhere. Max just pushed the wrong pawns. I think that was the reason he's unable to maintain his advantage at the moment. Can he get it back somehow?
Yeah, can he get it back? Can he manage to somehow create some kind of movement with the queenside pawns? But it does look like mission impossible. The bishop on a3 is doing a sterling job. it doesn't appear to be an easy way to break through. I mean, maybe you can try moves like bishop to f6, put the rook on h8, and then come backwards with the king to corral the e7 pawn. But there we see a4 from Max.
Yeah, a4 from Max. What next, though? Neither side has obvious moves, Jovanka.
Yeah. I have an idea. But it is easily refutable. You just go king to f7 with the idea that you drop the bishop back to h8. Rook takes pawn if you're careless and you don't see this. And woohoo! Those two pawns will win the day on the queen side. But the problem is, it is as obvious as anyone like dancing in front of your face, right?
But if Vincent does nothing, like king f3, I think you can play this idea now. Oh, actually, maybe not immediately. Yeah, I think I like your bishop h8 first. I just realized that after takes, white doesn't need to promote. Promoting would actually lose, but rook to e1 would be the way to make a new queen. So your move is very important. Bishop h8 first, and then you take this pawn, and then you promote. But Vincent's doing the right thing. I think he's marching over with his king. There we go, king to e3 played. Because now this plan, Jovanka, once the black bishop drops back, I think the white king is just in time. Although, I quite like your plan. It doesn't really risk much, right?
It doesn't risk anything. And okay, well, the players are making those moves. King f7. So I suspect that Max is going for some incarnation of this. Put the bishop on f6.
But bishop h8 still available. Your plan's still in play. He's freed up the black rook. That's the first step. The rook hasn't moved in ages. He hasn't moved in 19 turns. This rook's been totally fixed on the e8 square. That is his most powerful piece. He needs to get it out. Okay, still chances. Yeah. Computer says 0.0, but I don't think it's that easy. Rook h5 played. He's trying to force the black king back where it came from.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Vincent playing very accurate moves, because what Max is dreaming of is ways to blockade those two pawns and just mobilize the rook. But Vincent, by attacking the f5 pawn, is not letting Max achieve his plan.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see rook and bishop versus rook? I'm not sure who's going to have the rook and bishop, who's going to have the rook, but do you think we'll see that?
No.
No.
I somehow suspect that there will be some kind of transition where it just clarifies into an easy draw. It's just look at the times. Max is down to 31 seconds. And you tend to make those very nervy, impetuous decisions. And he must be feeling frustrated. There's bishop to f6.
Good solid move. But again, what next? No real threat. I'm assuming that Vincent's going to make a decision with his king. But if he slides to the left, maybe the f-pawn will march. If he slides to the right, maybe the other pawns will run. So still some decisions for Vincent, who does look nervous, looks more confident than earlier. But yeah, Max. He keeps coming close. I remember in previous Tata Steel Masters tournaments, Jovanka, there were several missed opportunities for Max Varmadam, struggling to close out these 2700s. Okay, king to d3 played. He'll be so frustrated if he cannot win this game.
But now the black rook can move. It can put itself on c8 and let out a big cheer because the white king has been cut off.
Yeah. Looks like a good decision. No reason not to. Still got the only winning chances remaining, surely, Max Varmadam. Not risking much, as long as he can keep the pawns from promoting. Rook c8 played. Literally every time you guess a move, Jovanka, it's always right. It's there we go. Great decision.
Yep. And as Two Theory says, yep, it's a messy endgame. We do like messy endgames. They're very instructive. That's the first point. I mean, we saw so many absolutely fascinating defensive and attacking resources in this round, particularly in the endgame. And there we see Vincent. The clock is ticking down. He still needs to be precise because Max's plan is very clear. He's going to advance the f-pawn and he offers a trade of rooks.
Wow, clever move. The exchange here. Oh, wow. I think it's just about working. Rook takes rook isn't possible because white would have promoted with a check. And yeah, he's able to go back just in time. I was trying to calculate rook to h8 for a second, but still white would have done the same. He's keeping this pawn protected with his rook, the other pawn protected with his bishop. And black's rook is fixed on the back rank. Rook c1, that wasn't on my radar, I must admit, but great full board awareness from Vincent Keimer. Black king goes back. Been there before.
He has been there before. Well, Vincent will be very much aware that this is a repetition of the position, so he'll be mentally marking it down second time, third time. He will be able to claim a draw. So king to f7.
Yeah, the king was here earlier, though. The black bishop was on a different square, so not quite the same, but last time white played the move rook to h5. So very, very similar. So Vincent, he's pure focus mode. Rook to f1. Trying the same thing. Okay. Big question is whether black can safely take this pawn or not. If not, then this game is likely to end in a draw.
Well, that will be racing through Max Varmadan's mind right now, and he only has 40 seconds. It's so easy for the mind to become cloudy when you are in these high pressure situations. I suspect that he might just repeat the position just to build himself, gain some time, and then take the decision.
Yeah, just to mention, bishop takes e7 doesn't work. White simply recaptures, and black cannot take it either way. If the black king ever steps onto the e-file, there'll be a check, and the white pawn will promote. So you're right, Jovanka, they are starting to repeat the position. The white rook is now going back to h1. Look at Vincent checking the score sheet. He's trying to count whether that's 3 times now. Rook to h1. Would that be the 3rd time? King to d3. Rook to h1 and rook to h1. I believe that would be a draw. He stops the clocks. He writes down his next move. Rook to h1 will be the 3rd time. I think he's correct here that the position has been repeated. Max wasn't aware. Max didn't realize, Jovanka.
Disappointing for Max. So close and yet so far away. Yeah, and there we see the players. They get up. The arbiter will then reconstruct the position, and it will be a clear case of seeing whether it is in fact a draw. And there you see they are checking the computer. Oh no, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, David.
We're such Luddites here. Yeah, technology's overrated. Why not check with a full board? They're going to have to play through 66 moves on the board. And I think Vincent was like, come on, we don't want to play through 66 moves. But okay, they're going to race ahead. They're going to skip the first 60. And it looks like the repetition looks like the repetition happened on moves 63, 65, and 67.
63, 65. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure, David, that you can just pull up chess.com and it will show to you when the position has repeated, and they can just simply go, yep.
Mr. Arbiter, get on chess.com. Yeah, I mean, both players looked exhausted because it's been a long game for them. They've been going over 6 hours at this point. You saw the hand gesture there from Max. He was like, yeah, it's a draw. Handshake, draw confirmed. Vincent Keimer saves what was almost a hopeless position. Max Farmadam letting the win slip. Frustration for the Dutch youngster there. But ultimately, peace treaty.
Yes, ultimately a peaceful game, but what an adventure that game was. Some incredible defense there from Vincent Keimer, who really must be counting his lucky stars, as once again he survives a lost position. But for Max Farmadam, there will be disappointment as he goes back and just rues those missed opportunities. But David, 7 games completed. The round is over. Let's have a look at the results. And 3 decisive games. And, you know, yesterday you mentioned it was a really complicated day. There was loads of battles today. It felt like everything took place in rather intriguing endgames.
That's right. The only player not to win in an endgame was Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who was on the brink of winning material, checkmating his opponent in a French defense. He took a very impressive victory. Fabiano Caruana won an endgame against Jordan van Forest in the build-up to the time control, and Praggnanandhaa grinding out a long endgame against Hari Krishna. There were draws elsewhere. Just like yesterday, Jovanka, 3 decisive games, but nobody now on 100%. It's going to be a significant group in the lead on 1.5 out of 2.
Yeah, and let's have a look at how today's results impacted the standings. And David, you caught it. Yesterday there were 3 leaders. Today there are now 5. And 5 players on 1.5 points out of 2. It is still the second round, so very much early days. And when it comes to the Tata Steel Challengers, of course, some of the most dynamic combatants out there, let's have a look at the results for the day. And
yeah, let's jump over. Oh wow, let's we'll check in on
my
the challenges
bad.
in a moment, Jovanka.
Yes,
But,
my
yeah, the
bad. It's been a
Masters-
long day.
Has been a long day. Second day in a row we've been here over 6 hours, Jovanka. This is, I think, because it's such a historic, prestigious tournament, it's one of the time controls that kind of has endured throughout the years. There have been little tweaks to it, but these 6-7 hour sessions, I've played them myself, Jovanka. This is something we need to get used to. And it's always Vincent Keimer, trust me. It's always Vincent and Hari Krishna with the long games.
They are certainly enjoying the in-game portion of the game. And now we can look at the standings of the challengers. There we can see the players, the arbiters setting up for the new day. And, well, once again, it's a massive pack on 1.5 points. No one has 100%. David, are there any names that surprise you?
Wow, 7 joint leaders at this point. I'm not going to necessarily talk about any surprises. I'm just going to say that for Faustino Oro on his debut, one of his first big major round robins, it has been a tough start for him, but he will bounce back, no doubt. And the reason there's so many leaders is because there have been a couple of players struggling. Edis Gurel, I think, going down to Benjamin Bock today, a disappointing result for him. But yeah, these youngsters, they're going to be fighting, they're going to be scrapping, and the challenge is known for its shocks, its surprises, which will come in due course for sure.
Yeah, we're still only on day 2. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And of course, tomorrow we are set for some more exciting chess and take a look at tomorrow's pairings. You know, when you have the world's best, most fighting players, you're going to get some interesting matchups. And David, I'm going to put you on the spot. Which one takes your fancy? Because there's one that's just screaming out to me.
Oh, which one, Jovanka? Because to my eyes, I'm going to say Praggnanandhaa against Erigaisi. 2 fantastic players, of course. It's the 3rd day in a row we see an Indian derby and clash between all Indian players. There's also Leon Mendonca facing Hari Krishna. So a lot of Indian fans will no doubt be watching. I'm going to guess your marquee matchup is going to be slightly lower down the table there.
is going to be down at the bottom. And there you can see Gukesh will have the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And I can't wait to see what the reigning world champion brings to this one. He will have kind of settled into this tournament. He now faces his toughest challenge yet. The highest rated player in the field, Fabiano. It's gonna be super exciting. And of course, the tournament, David, it is lining up to be such an amazing event. 2 rounds in, and if you want to catch on the action tomorrow, well, take a look at this, because wherever you are in the world, we have you covered. It begins 2 p.m. Central European time, but if you're in Moscow, well, 4 p.m. and Beijing, yeah, it's a little bit later at night, 9 p.m. And there you can see for those in America, you gotta get up early, rise and shine and enjoy the chess. Wow, what a day of chess it's been. It felt quieter, but at the same time, it was equally excited, especially when we dived into all the action and saw all those intriguing possibilities that the players had on their boards. David, I'm going to give you the floor. What was it like?
Yeah, lots of highlights for me. Abdusattorov with his novelty. I think every French defense player now is going to be going, scrambling, checking out that one. And yeah, a lot of endgame lessons for all of us. 2 rounds down, 11 to go. It feels like the top players in the world now, they're just warming up. And yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more decisive action to come. I can't wait for tomorrow. Gukesh against Caruana. That's going to be epic.
Yeah, and David, I want to give you a huge thank you for making these past 2 days absolutely not only educational, but thrilling and, of course, super exciting. And as we close out another day of incredible chess, well, join us tomorrow, same time, same place. And thank you, everyone, for watching, and good night.